G'day folks, welcome to the channel. We're going to be reading Riders of the Outlaw Trail by Peter Field. Just a quick note, there will be ads on YouTube here, and I realize they are annoying. There's two options that are available to get rid of them. You can get YouTube Premium, and that will remove ads for this story and everything else on YouTube. The other cheap option is if you pop over to my Patreon account. The Reading Farmer is the handle over there. For $1, you get access to about 100 stories, a bunch that aren't allowed here on YouTube, and you get no ads over there. So anyways, without further ado, let's get into this story, and I hope you enjoy. Riders of the Outlaw Trail by Peter Field. Chapter 1. Bright and early sunlight flashed over the Colorado Range and slanted down into Powder Valley. The air was rosy and clear, and at the south end of the valley, the rough log ranch house of the Bar E.S. slumbered under the cottonwoods, no smoke rising from its rude stone chimney. Only the dozen or so superb roan horses in the fenced pasture moved about, interrupting their morning frisk occasionally to stand motionless, gazing towards the silent ranch house as if finding the circumstance unusual. Suddenly the slab door burst open with a bang, and the short, stocky, stubble-jawed man came out running. Minus his pants, and in his sock feet he presented a ludicrous figure. But there was nothing humorous in his fury as he whirled a few yards from the door to face the lanky, cadaverous, and red-headed giant who glared after him out of the single smoldering eye. "Lay off, you knob-kneed, overgrown lug!" Sam Sloag barked, caressing a tenderfoot while he danced about precariously on the other. "If you want any breakfast, you ain't improving your chances none by dumping me out of my bed." "I want it today, not next Friday," Ezra snorted fiercely. "Just because we sold off our horses don't mean you're going to lay snoring till noon like a blasted sabrate." "Toss my boots out here," Sam flung back crossly, "or you won't eat a week from Friday. I ain't taking another step in this dang stone patch for you or nobody." Ezra was ready to accommodate. 2 seconds later, Sam ducked his head to avoid one of the flung boots, while the second struck his rotund stomach with a thump. Muttering angrily, the little man retrieved the boots and pulled them on. "Don't forget, next week is your turn to cook," he reminded Ezra sourly, stumping into the cabin. "I can make it just as miserable for you." "Try it, and homely grits will be coming out of your ears," Ezra retorted viciously. Silence ensued, broken only by Sloane's banging about the iron cook stove as he prepared breakfast. Partners of long years' standing, these two were unfailingly bilious of a morning, and likely to prove cantankerous at any time. Both were secretly enjoying their endless wrangling, which had no bearing whatsoever on their fierce loyalty. They were still grumpy with each other an hour later. 3 days ago, having sold off the bulk of their fine roan herd for an excellent price, they had looked forward to zest with a period of luxurious idling. But already inactivity had palled. Wandering dejectedly about the ranch yard, both were bored to death, although either would have been cheerfully cut his own throat before admitting it. Communing sourly with himself, Ezra was turning over some worn bridle trappings in a saddle shed when the soft thud of horse hoofs and the sound of gruff voices reached him from outside. He started up alertly. "I wonder if Pat Stevens would show up this morning," he muttered. But neither of the men sitting astride gaunt bay ponies was their old friend Stevens of the lazy mare. Ezra's single-hooded eyes slit with curiosity. He had never seen this pair before, and immediately he asked himself what their errand here could be. One was a grizzled oak knot of a man, stringy and hard, surprisingly bold in authoritative manner for his modest size, and on the downhill side at 50. His white bristled chin was aggressive and his gray pupils flinty with challenge. "Gil's my name," he was telling Sam Sloane arrogantly. "Rip, they call me. Reckon they ain't far off." Obviously, he expected the name to be recognized. "Well, my name's Sloane," Sam nodded with good ready humor. "And this here's my partner, Ezra." Moving forward, Ezra nodded in absent greeting, his glance fastened upon McGill's companion. Short of 40, and noticeably round-headed, his scalp shaved under the tilted campaign hat, this man presented less the appearance of a human being than a slick, well-fed, and somehow furtive animal, thoroughly satisfied with itself. Meeting Ezra's glance, his colorless eyes were opaque and absolutely expressionless, and he said nothing. "Meet Cal Dwyer," McGill said gruffly. "Howdy, Dwyer." Sam nodded again. Seeming almost to purr, Dwyer still neglected to open his lips. There was a possibility that the man was a mute, but he did not leave the impression of any deficiency. Ezra examined his pale, almost non-existent brows with distaste. Something about this anemic man ruffled his normally placid nerves uncomfortably. "Been looking your spread over a mite," Rip McGill opened up abruptly. "And I'm in the market for a smallish place. What's your price?" Sam looked faintly surprised at the sudden introduction of such a topic. "We ain't selling," Ezra thrust in shortly. McGill stared at him. "Nonsense! Any man'll sell for a figure. But mind you, I ain't aiming to be robbed." Sam laughed. "Well, you won't be there anyway. Ezra told you we ain't selling. I'll bend a whiffletree over his noggin if he tries it." Uninvited, McGill dismounted to poke about the ranch yard curiously. The partners watched him, not quite knowing what to make of the situation. "Creels ain't none too strong," McGill grumbled, although they looked capable of withstanding the assault of a yoked oxen. "One or two of 'em sheds over there about ready to tumble down, too, and the cabin needs a chinking bad. What do you say, 2,500, Sloane?" Sam looked amazed. He and Ezra had more than once turned down offers running several thousand higher for their ranch and holdings, actually in very good shape. "You got your nerve, McGill," Sam burst out in a humorous exasperation. "We told you that we ain't dickering. Start from 10,000, and then we'll start thinking over it." McGill showed some exaggerated disgust. "I've been bargaining before, Sloan, but you're just plain stubborn. I aim to have this place, and I ain't paying a cent over 3,000. You get your blowing snorting done, and we'll come down to cases." Sam's blue stubbed face darkened. "Oh, hell," he snorted. "You're hard to convince, but I'll tell you one last time. You ain't buying the bar he asked for no price." "Ain't I?" McGill snarled almost furiously. In the electric pause which followed, Ezra's gravelly rumble conveyed its own threat. "Keep your hand away from their gun there, Dwyer," he advised, "before I part you from that horse, sudden and complete like." Cal Dwyer carefully folded both hands over his saddle horn, without any change of expression whatsoever. "And while you're about it," Sam pursued flatly, "you can both turn your horses and lamble on. I ain't uncommonly fussy, but I draw the line on your brand of brass. So long." A glance flashed between McGill and Dwyer. If old Rip appeared considerably nettled, the cat-like Dwyer was by no means intimidated, but he seemed to know when the cards were running against him. It was he who deliberately reined his mount away, still without useless talk, and started out of the ranch yard. Fuming under his breath, McGill swung astride and followed in wrathful chagrin. "I'll be back. First time my business brings me this way." he threatened over his shoulder harshly. What business would that be? Sam wondered sarcastically. We ain't had no boomin' ranch stealing around here lately, McGill. I'd look somewhere else. Rip seemed to be about to fling back a fiery retort when an admonitory murmur from Dwyer effectively silenced him. Sam and Ezra watched them jog away at a deliberate pace. Wonder who that third hombre is, the big redhead muttered under his breath. Sam looked at him in surprise. You got spots in your eye, he said derisively. I only seen two of 'em. Ezra's fiery glance quickly disabused him. There was a third man, Sam, hanging back a quarter-mile out of range, all the while them birds was here, he insisted with a marked absence of heat. I had my eye on him all the while. He acted like a lookout. His tone said that he found the circumstance ominous. Sam stared about the parting pair, by this time little more than moving dots in the distance. Even as he watched, a third tiny figure emerged from the brush to join them. They rode on together, and then presently disappeared over a rise. Sam thought it over for a moment, his blunt nostrils twitching. Of a less suspicious nature than his lanky partner, except under strong provocation, the whole incident struck him as slightly ludicrous. Well, they're gone now, he remarked. Likely looking outfit, and no mistake, whoever they are. If you mean likely to live long, I ain't agreeing, he retorted Sam. That's a bunch of crooks, Sam. I'll stake plenty on that. Salone's beady black eyes glinted with amusement. So what? They didn't get into your hard-earned profits, so what you worrying about? He jibed. Ezra went away in a huff, incensed that the warning of his ruffled nerves should so lightly be brushed aside. But he could not forget the sinister impression left on him by Cal Dwyer, and, long after the subject of the strange visitors languished between the partners, he remained restless and uneasy. Morning passed without any further event, and in the afternoon the long-legged giant saddled up. He was gone for several hours, riding the range with apparent aimlessness. Later, Salone discovered him, brooding about the horse pasture, his usual impassive visage cast in lines of gloom. What's eating at you now? Sam asked impatiently. You still thinking about them hombres? I declare, Ez, you're getting positively unsocial. Ezra grunted without bothering to offer a rejoinder, but he spent a markedly moody and preoccupied evening, ignoring Sam's placid game of solitaire to prowl outside at intervals, sniffing the air like a wary old badger. Nor could he put a name to his apprehensions. The partners retired in unaccustomed silence, and Salone was awakened at early dawn to hear the tall redhead already stumbling about the chilly cabin. Well, what now? Sam asked irritably. Stamping his boots on, Ezra gave no reply whatsoever. A moment later he moved outside, leaving the cabin door awing on the frosty morning air. Sam's indignation over this seemingly deliberate act was overshadowed, however, by his quick observation of the fact that Ezra had paused to snatch up a Winchester carbine before taking his departure. Sam rolled out of bed hastily and then hopped to the door. Did you hear something? He called after Ezra. No, the lanky one answered shortly, and he kept going. Sam was building up the fire when he returned 10 minutes later. A glance at the big fellow's tight face told that something was afoot. He could not leave Salone long in suspense. That Bessie mare's gone from the pasture, he blurted out. Ain't a sign of her out there. Gone? Ejected Sam blankly. How can that be? Are you saying that she was stole? Well, the fence is busted down. Looks like a wild stallion might have told her off. Wouldn't wonder if that's the way it was meant to look. Sam rushed out wordlessly to examine the scant evidence. There could be no doubt, at least, that the roan mare had disappeared completely. Ezra was methodically preparing breakfast when Sam returned hurriedly to the house. "We'll eat, and then I'll saddle up," the fella grumbled. "Toss them biscuits in and some jerky into a bag for me, Sam. This might take me a while." Sloane stared at him sharply, arrested. The few animals they had retained after the sale of their herd were all valuable, Roan Bessie being a prime favorite of theirs in the bargain. Neither questioned that they would get her back, nor did Sam propose to be left out of the pursuit. "What's the idea? You don't need me this time, is that it?" he snapped. "I could use you all right," Ezra allowed, "but you're needed here. That fence is going to need patched, for one thing." "So I can just stay here and patch the fence, is that it?" Ezra glared at him steadily and then shrugged. "Okay, get your diapers on, little man. We'll fix the fence, and then get." They got away in short order, prepared for anything. The finest tracker in southern Colorado, his loss of one eye in the knife fight notwithstanding, Ezra had little trouble in picking up the sign of the horse. A double set of tracks had led them west to the wild cumbrulas, towering into the dark blue sky. Ezra studied the trail with attention as the hours passed. "You learning anything about that wild stallion?" Sloane asked curiously. "Sure, and don't be surprised if it turns out to be named Rip McGill," returned Ezra unemotionally. Sam stared. "Rip McGill? Why, there was 3 in his bunch by your count. According to these tracks, Bess and that other broncs alone." "The tracks, they show a rider," retorted Ezra doggedly. "The harse don't be acting like a wild mustang neither. I don't know how McGill's done it, but he's behind this." He sounded positive. Sam saw the logic of the argument. The actions of a wild range stud were distinctive and indisputable. Moreover, experience had long demonstrated that what Ezra said was very likely to be so. Still, Sam pretended to scoff. "You got McGill on the brain." "Maybe so." Ezra was firm. "What I'm doing now is trying to get him off my back." Whatever the truth was, certainly the runaway horses were traveling steadily. The tracks had been some hours old when Ezra and Sam started, and they didn't appear to be drawing up appreciably by the time late afternoon overtook them, deep in the folds of the mountain range. The pine slopes rose about them, gloomy and deserted. They rode on till full dark, under Ezra's guidance, and early dawn of the following morning saw them once more on their way. "Getting closer now," Ezra growled approvingly, when slanting sunlight under the trees revealed in clear details the tracks that they were following. They pushed on steadily. Only Sam's engrossed countenance revealed the weight of his thoughts. "We're running into McGill, you reckon? Or that Dwyer hombre?" he inquired. "And what about that third fella? There's only one of 'em leading Bess. What if the other 2 are laying somewhere for an ambush?" "Does it matter?" Ezra snorted with scant respect. But towards midday they slackened their headlong pace, scanning the rocks and trees circumspectly, and both saw to their guns and avoided unnecessary noise. Rounding a tongue of firs, Sam reined in suddenly to gaze up the canyon that they were following. 100 yards beyond, Bessie, their Barriest mare, stood tethered to a sapling, her silky ears cocked in their direction. She whinnied an eager greeting, They saw that she was alone, with no sign of her abductors anywhere in sight. "Well," Ezra's comment as he stared about was short. "Scared out, I reckon." Sam rode in a wide circle and had his careful look. Rejoining Ezra, he shook his head shortly. He had seen nothing. "Shall we cache up here and wait for him to come back?" he asked. Ezra took his time over his answer. His negative was decided. "Something's uncommonly pat about this deal, Sam. We got Bess. We're pulling out for home now, and fast." It seemed a wise course. They'd already been away from the Bar S for some 36 hours, and at this tame conclusion of their chase, Sam suddenly remembered that Ezra had not wanted him to come at all. Would they find things all right on their return? Sam didn't know, but he was all for getting back there in the shortest possible time. Though they traveled steadily, it was early afternoon of the third day when they drew near the ranch once more. A swift scowl visited Ezra's brow as he glanced down there from the last slope, much as if what he saw only confirmed his dire suspicions. "Funny all of our horses are down under the creek bank at one time," he muttered, scanning the empty pasture. Sam peered for a long moment from under close-knit brows. "They ain't, Ezra," he ripped then. "Them broncs are gone, every last one of 'em. It's us that went tolling off this time. The horses were stolen while we were prowling the canyons, drove off with a 3-day head start." He groaned aloud. "This here was child play and no mistake. When'll we ever be growing up?" They rode down the slope in ominous silence, and a hasty examination revealed Sam's analyzation was to be correct. The Bar S roans had indeed been driven off. The pasture was empty. Ezra's grunt, once they found their worst fears confirmed, was impressive. "I said you should have stayed here, but no, you had to know better," was his sole comment on Salone's disastrous refusal to remain at the ranch. "Maybe from now on you'll listen to old Grandpa." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. "Toting up your sins, you two?" Ezra and Sam whirled sharply, sensitive to the cool amusement in this new voice, unexpectedly breaking in on their gloomy thoughts. The tall man sitting his saddle a few feet away was well known to them. It was their friend, Pat Stevens. After scrutinizing the latter briefly, Ezra shrugged his bony shoulders, resigned. "Say our mistakes and all agree we might as well begin that there's nothing much else left to count," he growled. "Where'd you spring from, Stevens?" "I've been hanging around the ranch house for half an hour, wondering where you were," retorted Pat. "You were too busy to notice. Did you lose yourself a nickel or something?" he inquired. Sam snorted forcefully. "A nickel," he says. "Take a gander at that pasture, Stevens." Pat gravely did as directed, and he shook his head soberly. "I can't say I see anything, Sam." "Well, dang right you don't, and that's just the trouble," Salone ejected. It didn't take him long to explain the full extent of their loss and the manner of its occurrence, to all of which Pat Stevens listened in silence, his thick black brows arched in mild surprise. "Well now," he murmured, "fancy a bunch of smart crooks getting into a couple harmless old coots like you two." Sam threw his battered hat at him in furious disgust. "Cut the clowning, Stevens. This is dang serious," he burst out angrily. "We not only lost what horses we had left, but half a dozen of 'em was breeding studs. The best stallions we ever had. We ain't taking this laying down whether you think it's a good joke or not." Stevens speared Sam's hat out of the air and methodically poked it into shape while he turned the matter over. An independent stockman in his own right, owner of the prosperous Lazy Mare Ranch further north in Powder Valley, Pat was remarkably younger than either of the crusty partners in the prime of life. So close was the bond between them, however, that few of their adventures failed to include all three. By no means as amused as he pretended, the younger man's agile mind was already busy with the problem. "Describe that pair again, McGill and this Dwyer," he directed, dismounting and skimming Salone's hat back to its owner, absently minded. Sam complied, aided now and again by Ezra, and at the end, Pat inquired into the detail of the pair's offer for the Bar ES and shook his head sourly. "Just a blind," he said. "They were looking out the layout and seemed like they were pretty cool about it, too." "Sure. I warned Sam they was a slippery bunch," Ezra snorted. "He shouted me down." The tone of accusation he used bade fair to precipitate a fresh altercation between the two, but Stevens headed it off sternly. "Skip it, Ezra," he said. "You said you never did get a look at that third hombre with Dwyer and McGill?" "Nah, it was too far away, and we didn't know how interested we ought to be." "Don't matter. We'll have our luck soon enough, doubtless." Pat turned abruptly to Ezra. "You got any more grub handy in the house? Gather it up, Ezra," he instructed. "We'll get started and talk as we go." "Going along, are you?" Ezra hesitated suspiciously. "Kinda quick on the trigger, aren't you, Stevens?" Pat's grin flashed through his sobriety. "Shall I tell my dark secret? I was starting on a trip when I landed here, Ezra. Thought I'd ask you boys to go along. There's no harm done if I lengthen my own trip a wee bit, since there's more than a chance that this may turn out to be one and the same errand." "What's this now?" Salone pricking up his ears. "Don't tell me them smooth crooks paid the Lazy Mare a visit." "Oh, nothing of that kind." But Stevens would explain to no further pretending severity. "From your own story, the delay has already been overlooked. Let's get going." The partners took the hint, only too glad of the help of this capable man, while they could not resist affecting a broad toleration of his authoritative manner. They were soon ready to leave, their preparations amounting to little more than the gathering of a few extra food supplies, as Pat had suggested, since this ride promised to be of a considerable duration. Stevens led the way to the Bar ES pasture, and they presently picked up the tracks of the rustled roans. Little effort had been made by the thieves to cover the sign, and for an hour they followed it south on a course roughly parallel the soaring Cumberula Range. "Pushing for New Mexico to get out of the territory fast," commented Sam. "They must have a couple days' head start already." "Well, we'll cut that down," Pat predicted. "Without a dozen or so salty horses to herd, we'll cover the ground pretty fast." By mid-afternoon, they began to experience trouble in following the trail of the horses. The horse thieves had gotten around at last to an effective route at breaking their sign. It cost Ezra an hour to trace the animals into a rocky canyon gashed out into the mountain flanks, and back over a rough cut back to resume the old southward course. Stevens, for one, was rather encouraged than otherwise by this maneuver of the rustlers. "Well, they're beginning to sweat it a little," he said. "What they don't see is that the time is only drawing closer when they'll have to haul up to breathe the horses and let 'em graze for a spell." Ezra nodded in agreement. When next the tracks faded out on the stony trail, the lanky tracker pushed straight ahead and increased his pace. "Ain't hard to figure this half-witted McGill tricks," he growled. "Next time we pick his sign up, it'll be him that's lost an hour." Pat Stevens was studying the empty range thoughtfully as he rode, not saying a great deal, and finally he spoke. "All this talk is about Rip McGill," he remarked. "He must have made quite an impression on you both. I've heard very little about this Cal Dwyer party. He was there. You tell me more about him." Ez glanced at Pat in surprise. "You're plumb right," he assented with sudden conviction. "Forgetting that hombre is bound to be bad business." He described Dwyer in some detail, not omitting the man's round, cat-like head and pale eyebrows, or the strange feline impression he created. "And just what kind of talk did he use?" pursued Pat, frankly interested in the party invoking Ezra's description. To their surprise, neither of the partners were able to quote so much as a single sentence spoken by the outlaw in their hearing. "He acted kind of like Rip's right bower when he was there, but he didn't look much like it. I didn't notice that he took any orders neither," Sloane explained in some puzzlement. Pat put further questions and pondered on the answers. "Sounds like Dwyer sums up to be more of a character than events would indicate," he observed critically, and at the end, "Yeah, sure, he ain't behind much of McGill's tricky schemes." "Ain't sure at all," admitted Ezra. "From here, it looks like a good hunch, Pat. So far, Dwyer's been too smooth to open his own trap. Maybe he's too smooth to catch." "Well, we'll just bear that in mind." Pat nodded, not at all troubled by the prospect. Darkness overtook them deep in the hills. They had picked up the trail of the horses once more, followed at a swift pace till the dusk thickened, whereupon they pulled up, and the land here proved too broken to allow their proceedings blind with any degree of certainty. Fortunately, at this season the nights weren't very long. First daylight found them in the saddle once more, and they shoved on fast. "This may be our chance," Sloane declared. "McGill ain't spilling the horses yet, that we can see. He's got to pull up somewhere, and when he does, we'll cut his lead way down." Stephen shrugged. "I've thought that over too, Sam. You said yourself that the horses these fellows ran off were the cream of your herd. Every horse in that bunch is fast and tough, and Dwyer or McGill, whoever boss of that crew is, won't be easy on 'em. We got our work cut out for us." Again this morning, the trail they were following presented complications which required all of Ezra's considerable skill and shrewdness to unravel. They soon saw that they were not making any outstanding gains in the way of drawing up on their quarry. Sheets of naked rock and areas of flinty soil made the trail anything but easy to follow. Ezra traced it out of this rugged country, down off the rugged wood slopes towards the rangeland again. His companions noted the one-eyed redhead glancing ahead in a dubious manner. "Seems like he's heading towards ranch country," he announced at length. "That makes it not so good." They soon discovered his meaning. As the stray tracks of cattle and range horses began to mingle with the sign laid down by the horses they were pursuing, Ezra's superior ability carried them over these difficulties until they descended into a broad mountain basin. The evidences of human activity increased as they advanced. "There's small ranches scattered all over here, looks like," Sam observed. "Yeah, and the New Mexico line just beyond them mountains yonder. Once they lose us in them tumbling hills, we're sunk." "Well, they haven't lost us yet, Ezra," returned Pat serenely. However, it began to look presently as if this was precisely about to occur. Sam studied a thin haze of dust a mile away over on the rises, bushy brows knit. "Well, there's a herd traveling over there somewheres," he murmured. "Looks like just the way we're going, too." They drilled on, clinging to the trail of the horses, Breaking over the brow of a slope, they hauled in to gaze down the long slant towards the little herd of upwards of a score of steers plodding along the faint trail down there, bawling from time to time, kicking up a yellow pall of dust as they went. A single rider appeared to be driving them, partly obscured by the dust cloud. "Hang it, he's covering up any tracks that might have been down there," ejected Sam wrathfully. "You mean he's trying to, if that's what he's about," corrected Pat shortly. "An hour from now, or whenever their hombre gets where he's going, we might have been too late. As it is, it's anybody's guess whether this was deliberate or not. I move," he continued after a moment, "that we go on down there and talk to that gent." They pressed forward in haste, drawing up rapidly on the lumbering cattle. The horseman in charge of the steers they presently saw was a young fellow dressed in the conventional garb of puncher. Something made him glance back. While the trio were still 100 yards or more distant, he waved briefly, and promptly returned with some obstinance to the task of herding his charges along. Pat shoved on till he was within easy shouting distance. "Hey, you!" he called curtly, and having secured the puncher's surprised attention, beckoned him forward. The puncher visibly hesitated, and then, turning his horse, he jogged out to meet the three. An expression of lively curiosity overspread his features. Pat and the partners found themselves scrutinizing a young fellow of about 20 or so, well set up with the lean, whip-like hard frame common to his kind, and with piercing blue eyes under the backwards cant Stetson. "What'll it be, boys?" he sang out. "I'm sort of busy at the moment." "What's your outfit, friend?" Pat inquired dryly, ignoring the other's haste. "Stephen's my name." "My outfit?" The puncher looked blank. "Oh, it's the block VC, partner. Lies off over the hills yonder." His sweeping gestures included a sizable scope of range, was rather vague, to say the least. "They ain't hiring just now, though," he went on, paused to scan them more carefully. "Riding through, I reckon?" Pat gestured towards the cattle. "Where are you taking the beef, may I ask?" His strict manner didn't relax, and it caused the puncher to stiffen imperceptibly. "I'm drifting 'em down to the short range," he answered shortly. "Does it matter?" There was an air of honest perplexity in his demeanor which made him seem neither more nor less than what he professed to be, a ranch hand in the routine performance of his duties. Yet Stevens did not allow his lurking suspicions to become wholly allayed. "Coming at just this time, it's quite possible it might matter quite a lot," he drawled, and then switched to another tack without pausing. "Did you happen to see some men driving a bunch of roan horses coming through here, maybe last night or this morning?" "No." The answer came as patly and promptly as it had been expected. Sam Salone's eyes widened at the puncher's stubborn assurance. "You sure of that, are you, brother?" he asked softly. "Why shouldn't I be?" was the crusty retort. "Would it cost me anything to say yes if I did see anything? What's going on here anyways?" he said with a frank indignation. "We think that you could tell us, if it comes to that," Pat inserted coolly. "What's your name, my friend?" he broke off to ask suddenly. "Not some nice, shiny, brand new one you've just come up with, just the old one that you happen to use every day." "It's—" the pause was of the briefest. "Jack Ambler, and to be damned with you." The blue eyes snapped sparks. "Ambler, eh?" Stevens weighed that. "How come there's an anchor branded on your horse? The block VC running short of saddle stock?" "And how come them steers you're driving just happen to be tramping out the tracks we're following?" Sam thrust in. "Pure accident, I expect. You wouldn't be follered out some orders by any chance?" Ambler stared at them hotly. "Damned if you ain't a good-natured bunch," he exclaimed. "Maybe you want to ride back to the ranch and talk this over with the boss." "And have you cut and run while we're wasting a good hour getting there?" Pat shook his head sourly. "No thanks, Ambler. Nothing in that for us, but at the same time, we won't forget meeting you, or what you were doing." With a growl, Ambler hauled his horse around, and they watched him race back towards the scattered steers. Pat shrugged. "Is he the third member of McGill's gang?" Pat voiced the question they were all asking themselves. "We can't be sure enough yet to take action, but time will tell. Let's pick up the sign of those horses and let's get on our way." After circling the steers on the trail, they returned to it some distance beyond, picking up the horse tracks and pressing on. Nothing further arose to delay them as the hours passed, but late in the morning signs appeared indicating their approaching to a larger ranch than they had hitherto seen. Still the clear prints of the stolen horses drove on. They discovered a place at last where the animals had been hauled up in the midst of a green grove, where they had remained for some time. Ezra said at least 3 men had been there with them, possibly 4, and then the tracks led on. "That's some gall driving stolen stock straight through open range like this," Sam exclaimed. "You don't reckon we can look for a bushwhack or a trap of some kind, do you, Pat?" The broad-shouldered man didn't know, and cheerfully admitted as much. After their suspicious meeting with the young Ambler, however, they didn't allow anything to escape them. Despite their vigilance, it came as a total unexpected surprise when they rode out over a fold into the rolling slopes to find themselves in the open, with distant riders in sight at almost every point of the compass. "Now what?" Esther bristled, hauling up. "There's half a dozen of them fellers, and they spotted us too, and they seem to be all closing in." What he said was true. A few seconds later, a faint crack sounded, and a rifle slug whined over their heads. "Fair warning to haul up or hunt our hole," Pat grit thinly. "Them boys, they don't seem all friendly, that's plain enough." Something about this setup appeared to puzzle him. He wasted precious seconds, gazing about in perplexity. "Come on," Ezra rasped. "Them birds aren't all horse thieves. There's something else stirring. We better get out of here." Still, Pat hesitated. "There's the hitch, boys," he rejoined soberly. "This happens to be Max Christian's cross ladder spread, the place I was heading for when I showed up at the Bar ES yesterday. I happen to know that there's trouble brewing down here, but I don't savvy what they got against us." Further gunfire attested to the fact that, whatever their purpose, the men on this range were taking it of the utmost seriousness. Slugs thudded into the ground near at hand and began to whistle closer every second. "Them ornery hombres mean to down us first and ask questions afterwards," cried Sam as a ball nicked his battered hat. Sam jabbed his thumb towards an isolated rocky butte 1,000 yards behind him. "Make for cover quick." He wheeled around, pulling his horse and kneed off into a run. "And don't be firing back except to scare 'em off. We gotta stall 'em somehow till we can find out what this is all about." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Their men scrambled up the rocky slope for the butte to the tune of whining ricochets. Fortunately, they found a crevice, gashing the crumbling yellow sandstone, into which they were able to maneuver the horses. They dismounted, and, crouching in the cover of fantastic weathered crags, they waited. Their attackers were not long in closing in. They heard harsh cries and directions floating up from below, and the slugs glancing closer. Pat was at some pains to scrutinize the determined range men down there, even at considerable risk to himself. Grimly they forced their way up the rugged slope. "They ain't leaving much to chance," Ezra grouched angrily. Pat held up a hand for quiet. He could hear their assailants calling guardedly to one another in the rocks. The tone of their talk was sharp and quick, indicating they were resolved that this fight would not end in a draw. "Well, Stevens, give it a name," rasped Sam irritably. "Either we start shooting mighty quick or we practice our lessons on a harp. Them birds down there, they seem to be meaning business." Ignoring him, Pat continued to peer downward. A searching rifle ball almost knocked off his hat, and suddenly, curling a hand around his mouth, he called out strongly. "Hey, Max! Max Christian!" His yell pealed down over the rocky slope. "Are you there?" For a brief space, there was a silence. Even the gunfire slacked off, and then an answering cry came up. "Who is that?" Christian, the cross-ladder rancher, sounded alert and severe. "I recognize that voice, only it don't make sense. If that's you, Stevens, show yourself." "Not till I know where I stand, Christian," Pat retorted humorously. "It's me, all right. Call off your dogs and I'll prove her mighty quick." There came a sound of scrambling from below, and the grizzled, leathery cattleman appeared boldly in the open. "Lay off, boys," he warned them. "Reckon we made some kind of mistake here. Now, Stevens," he turned to face up the rocky slope, "you can crawl out, you and your friends, and we'll iron the kinks out of this here business." Pat nodded to his partners. A moment later, the three showed themselves on the rocks. "That was a bit of a warm welcome, wasn't it, Christian?" Pat demanded with an easy bluntness. "I thought you was expecting me." Christian stared up at him in something like confusion. "You're going to have to overlook it, Stevens," he returned gruffly. "Things are a little rough down here, getting so that we don't know what to expect no more. It was your Bar ES broncs that threw us off in the first place," he concluded sharply. "Our horses?" Pat failing to grasp the connection. "Never knew that the brand had that kind of a reputation, here or anywhere." "Well, it come about right sudden," the rancher replied, climbing upward, waving his watchful punchers in. "A couple days ago, 4 smooth hombres showed up here, poisonous Powder Valley men, and they was all riding Bar ES stuff, and it seemed to make sense. I hired 'em to move a cross-ladder herd south of the railroad." "Go on," Pat nodded, keenly interested. "Well, Stevens, in less than 12 hours my entire trail herd disappeared completely, and them 4 strangers with 'em. They never reached them loading pens anyway, and riders reported no such herd on the trail." Sam Stallone was taking all this in with his sharp ear. "They plumb disappeared, you say? Tad funny. You mean they was rustled, I'm expectin'?" The rancher shrugged. "What else would you call it? You can understand that," he added gruffly. "That when one of them boys spotted your brands through the glasses this morning, we thought it was them same fellers come calling again." "That's all right, Christian," Pat grinned. "Reckon you had sufficient provocation to start throwing lead at that. It was on this account, I presume, that you telegraphed me at Powder Valley to come a-running." "Sure was," the cattleman nodded, "but I never expected you to get here so soon." "Didn't, huh?" Ezra barked out, still somewhat incensed over the presumptuous shooting. "How do you reckon Stevens earned his name for handling these cases, Christian? By sitting still and wishing the rustlers in?" Christian's good sense manifested itself now in a crusty chuckle. Maybe I had that coming," he growled, without offense. "Anyway, I was hoping Stevens could tell me something about them oily Bar ES riders." "I can accommodate you there. They wasn't Bar ES men at all, and don't you forget it." Briefly, Ezra sketched events on the Bar ES horse ranch and the manner in which the strangers had acquired their mounts. First I know there was 4 of them, though. It only nails Rip McGill down as the head of the organizing gang. You say your stock disappeared without a trace, Christian? Pat returned to the subject curiously. Seems kind of queer. An entire herd could just fade out that way. How many head did you ship? About 300, was the reply. Maybe a dozen or so over. I was sending Henry McIntosh to the pens for a close count. He come riding back to the ranch to ask where they was. I see. Pat pushed his Stetson back and scratched his head thoughtfully, his strong features sober. From Sam and Ezra's experience with them, this McGill crowd's a mighty snaky outfit, he mused. I wouldn't make any guesses about what happened till I looked the ground over. Well, that's using your savvy, the rancher said approvingly. He hesitated then. Of course, you understand the shooting we treated you, it was all an accident. He stumbled over his apology that clearly included the partners. Sam Sloane waved a pudgy hand, grinning. I wouldn't think over much of you boys if they had passed over the chance. He disposed of the matter lightly. We're used to it, after all. Uncertain how to take this brand of rivalry, the cross-ladder punchers shifted their feet uncomfortably. Sam didn't let up on them. Can't say as much for the quality of their shooting, though, he remarked engagingly to Ezra. I've seen better myself, the big fella nodded somberly. Maybe it's just as well, though, for us. Max Christian's chesty golf interrupted any further sallies. You boys, you earn your little joke the hard way, he grinned. Can't hate you for rubbing it in a wee bit. If it's okay, we'll just forget about it and get down to business. Pat agreed. Bring on out the horses, Sam, he directed, and then we'll get on our way. We've lost enough time as it is. They were soon pursuing a course across the cross-ladder range. Christian advised time out for a hasty meal at the headquarters ranch, after which the cross-ladder hands were dispatched about their regular work. Now, Christian, Pat said, maybe you better show us where your shipping herd was gathered and we'll follow the sign a ways. This appearance of 300 steers can hardly be as big a mystery as it sounds. The rancher led the 3 friends to a small basin on the outskirts of his range where the holdup had been held. They were not long in picking out the direction following the herd on the way towards the railroad. There was no difficulty whatsoever in tracing the heavily beaten trail at this point. It took a winding course through the thick brush, nor did it so much as leave Cross-Ladder's rangeland for a number of miles. Nothing mysterious about this, commented Sloane with a faint tinge of scorn. Just you wait, the rancher counseled. He seemed so sure of himself that Sam was given pause, and Pat began to notice shortly that the trail appeared somewhat less heavily beaten down than formerly. This might have been resulted from the flinty hardness of the soil, but he didn't think so. Already an expert eye would have judged that less than 150 steers had driven past this point, rather than twice that number as Christian had averred. Quite a few steers ranging in this brush to be driving a herd past, Ezra remarked a moment later. I can tell you something else, Pat spoke up suddenly, turning to Christian. Jog over and take a gander at them steers hiding in that brush patch yonder. With a strange look, as if not knowing what to expect, the cattleman did as directed. He came back before many minutes had passed, looking more puzzled than ever. It's my steers, all right, he announced. Funnier yet, I'd swear them particular bees belong to the bunch I aim to be shipping. There's no doubt about it whatsoever, Pat informed him readily. They didn't slip away from the drive either. You comb this particular piece of country and you'll find considerable more of the same. Christian's perplexity only continued to increase. I don't get her, Stevens. You can't mean them rustlers was deliberately cutting out steers as they went along and drifting them back on my own range, because that's what you must be saying. You got it, Pat smiled. That's exactly what I'm claiming. It's not so hard to figure out. There's just no other way to make a sizable trail herd disappear into thin air, as this one did. It had to be that way, crazy as it seems. Ride on, and there won't be any more doubt left in your mind that I'm dead right. Once given the incredible clue that there were no great time in confirming Pat's diagnosis of what had actually taken place, Sam even discovered a spot where the sign in the dirt showed how several steers had been cut out of the herd and drifted back towards their home range. They had been pursued for some distance to make sure they scattered and drifted on. The final proof came as they closed in on the lurking animals, and Christian caught a glimpse of his own brand. "But that's crazy, I tell ya!" the rancher exclaimed. "Why, Stevens, this is just like rustling in reverse. Why'd them crooks go to all this trouble? Can you tell me that?" His lumpy brows were knotted with the intensity of his thoughts. "You reckon they figured to come back and drift this stuff away, a few head at a time, to cut down their chances of being spotted?" "Well, I guess it could be that," Pat returned slowly. "Do you want us to keep watch?" Christian's tremendous scowl failed to relax. "Dang it, Stevens, I still think it's too late. I tell you, a quick count would still show my stock shy to the number of steers that are supposed to be at that shipping herd." Pat's nod was one of equal conviction. "I believe you," he said. "The more so because it's my opinion that McGill, or whoever it was, worked the same smooth switch on you that was so successful with Ezra and Sam." "What do you mean?" Pat considered before replying. "I'll answer that with another question. Where does your main grazing range lie, Christian?" The cowman swept a beam-like arm towards the south and the west. "Off yonder." He waited for further questioning, but Pat chose to leave him in suspense. "Let's go take a ride over there now," he said quietly. "I want to get a better look around, particular at the creek where your stock waters." After threading their way through a mile of mesquite brush, they finally reached the open range. Gradually, the sparse grass tufts increased in frequency, indicating richer graze. On a grassy ridge, Christian gestured below. "That there's Pison Creek," he said. "Not an apt name by a long shot, but it'll do, long as it keeps range-hungry men off my back." Pat scanned the rolly grassy meadows and the winding creek clumped with green meadows. To the eye of a real stockman, it was indeed a pretty prospect. Here the bulk of Max Christian's herd was spread out over several miles of lush range. "Let's take a ride down to the creek a ways," Pat said. They gazed about with interest as they rode. Cross-ladder steers were everywhere, cropping contently. Only a few spooky animals hightailed for the cover of protecting draws as the men advanced. "Looks like you had a pretty fair dropping of calves this spring," Pat observed. Christian's nod was moody. "Yeah, it is some fine range, Stevens. A man could get ahead fast if only the thieves leave him alone." Pat laughed. "Well, can't blame you for being groggy, after learning your trail herd never left your range at all, and is still there, scattered broadcast. But that oughtn't to make a man sorry or sad." "Reckon I'm worried more about what may still turn up," was the grumpy reply. Christian was too old in hand to believe in range miracles, and he expected none now. They rode down the creek, angling across to the best graze, and Ezra pulled away from the others without comment, and they saw him turn here and there, having his thorough look. "What's he after?" the cross-ladder owner inquired gruffly. Wait, we'll let him tell it, responded Pat. You may not know it, Christian, but there goes one of the best trackers you'll ever have working for you. The grizzled rancher watched dubiously, but his manner was anxious when Ezra abruptly turned back to join them. Been a herd thrown together here in the last 2-3 days, the one-eyed giant announced. His sharp glance flickered to Christian. Does that mean anything to you? Max shook a stout denial. Well, you're wrong there, he declared positively. No gather was made here since early spring. We called that shipping herd from the North Range. His tone was triumphant and conclusive. Ezra looked at Pat. There you are, he growled defensively. Can I help if this old diehard don't believe his own eyes? Easy, Ezra. We'll undertake to make it plainer for him, Pat returned equally. He turned his horse. Let's see if we can't pick up the plain trace of this recent movement. Studying the throw of the country, he made for a low pass through the hills in a direction which Christian said led away from the Cross Ladder Range. Before they reached the pass, they ran across the unmistakable trail of a big drive. It appeared to be making directly towards the gap in the hills, and just as clearly, it had been made within the past few days. Christian gasped at sight of the beaten tracks. What's going on here? He whipped out harshly. None of my boys reported seeing this. Well, it's simply because none of them did, Pat pointed out reasonably. Aren't you beginning to catch on? Nobody so much as bothered to hunt around here yet. McGill and his cronies were shrewd enough to set you watching and hunting in another direction altogether. You saw how they got rid of the herd they were hired to drive, and then they slid over here, made their grab, and then hightailed it out of the country, knowing that they could count on 2 or 3 days head start, or even longer. Christian's quivering jaw dropped at the shrewdness of the ruse that had finally dawned on him fully. God gravy! He boomed heavily. What a capper! I didn't make no mistake calling you down here to unravel this snarl, Stevens. I wouldn't have figured it out in a month of Sundays. Pat's smile was tolerant. Oh, just a little familiarity with the ways of crooked minds work that always helps, he remarked, his glance resting innocently on Sam, Sloane, and Ezra. The latter caught his look and bristled instantly. Suppose you explain that crack, Stevens, he challenged huffily. I don't doubt you've seen enough crookedness in your time, but I don't like the tone of your voice. Pat's surprise was an overact, if anything. Oh, sorry, did I tromp on your sensitive feelings? He inquired. Wonder how in the world you could have thought that I was ever talking about you. Sam's unhappy guffaw was thoroughly disillusioned. Oh, skip the apprehensions there, Stevens, he growled cynically. You may or may not meant anything special, but one thing is sure. You've been in the basket with us other rotten apples too long for there to be any great difference between the text of us. Oh, you might be right at that, Pat chuckled, totally unimpressed. I won't deny I lean on your expert judgment from time to time, like in the present case. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Christian was shooting suspicious looks from one to the other of the trio as he listened. You're a queer combination, he grunted, wondering. I ain't denying you get results, though. It's just, I guess that's what counts. Pat nodded easily, his eyes amused. Oh, we get along, when they listen to me, he said airy. So now you know what happened to your cattle, Christian. You satisfied? Oh, not by a dang sight, the rancher erupted. Nor I won't be until I laid them sleight of hand artists by the heels. Won't take long to get back to the ranch and round up the boys, and then we'll be on our way. Hold it. Pat shook his head firmly. You won't need your men, so just forget it. In fact, there aren't anything for you to do. We'll take the trail from here, Christian, in case you didn't know. I'll undertake to guarantee results of one kind or another."
"Not alone you won't,"
Max retorted as resolutely.
"What you say don't surprise me none, Stevens. It's like you take on the stand, but if anybody starts after them hombres, I'm going too, and you can't be stopping me."
"What are we arguing about?" Ezra entered the talk abruptly. "It's 4 against 4, and Rip McGill ain't waiting for us to catch up. You're all playing his game with all this windy talk."
"Well, I'm still going along,"
Max veered. "Fine. Come just as you are, Christian." Pat nodded. "There'll never be a better time, and we can always spare an extra bite in a pinch." Old as he was, the determined rancher waited for no further urging. He rode out in front as they pushed through the pass of the hills, a militant figure, stalwart and unafraid.
"I've fought off rustlers and Injuns and all kinds of assorted riffraff in my time, Stevens, but no doubt you know more about this game than me. Where'll them shade gents be heading for? Where would you figure?"
Pat gauged the lay of the country and asked a few questions before replying. Even then, he took his time in making up his mind. "A lot depends on the kind of crowd that we're stacked up against," he said finally. "From what I've seen of them, they fancy themselves real terrors, but—"
"What do you mean, but?"
Sam Sloan interjected.
"Rip McGill proved himself the head of the professional wild bunch. He's gone the whole hog and ain't no dallying about it. While we present his bills, he'll pay on the barrelhead."
The manner in which Pat weighed this fiery estimation of the situation indicated he was still not inclined towards a hasty judgment. "Don't get me wrong, Sam," he returned at length. "I don't aim to underrate Rip, but there's a brand new breed of outlaw coming up these days. You've seen yourself that they're shrewder and make big plays from under cover. McGill, he puts up too much of a front for my book. He's more like a man getting a boot at a playing tough, with the real article behind him, letting him do it. Overdo it, that'd probably be better." "You're thinking about that Cal Dwyer again now," Ezra charged. "You can't get him off your mind no more'n I can." Pat's nod was slow. "I'm remembering him, of course," he admitted. "The more I think about it, the surer I am that he's the real brains of that gang. Dwyer's using Rip McGill for his own sly purposes, directing activities from as far behind the scenes as he can stay, and still be sure of results." Willing enough to be persuaded, Sam still chose to pretend doubt.
"Give me one sound reason why you believe as you do,"
he challenged. "Sure, I'll do that." Stevens took him seriously. "Think back over the way they got away with your horses, Sam. And then remember the switch they pulled on Christian's cattle. In both cases, they practically guaranteed themselves a clean getaway with time enough to make doubly sure. In your opinion, turning over McGill's character as you found it to be, do you think he had the wits to figure out the tricks of his own mind?" Sloan pondered briefly, but his conclusion was already foregone. Pat had made his point very clear. "From what I've seen of this party you're calling McGill, he didn't seem very smart enough to get up in the morning, unless he was awful hungry," Max Christian inserted gruffly. Sam nodded ungrudgingly, confirming of these findings.
"Well, Dwyer elected in a landslide," he conceded. "I thought from the first time there was something mighty underhand about that hairpin. Be a good idea not to let him know right off just how much we value him when we do meet up, though."
"I think you got something there, Sam," Pat agreed. "Dwyer will stand close watching, and make no mistake, I don't trust his kind as long as he's able to breathe." Their talk canvassed other aspects of the case as they pressed forward on the trail of the rustled cross-ladder herd, but they wasted no time. It proved soon enough that this ride would be more than a matter of hours. Once clear of Christian's range, with a protected line of hills between them, the rustlers had driven south with no deviation other than that required to strike for occasional water. The steers had been shoved up without let-up. A dozen miles from their home range, they had been bedded down for 2 or 3 hours to conserve their stamina and then driven on again. Evening overtook the pursuers miles from anywhere, in the midst of a desolate range. Christian gazed about silently in the fading light when Pat said that they would haul up. "We're either over the line already or within a few miles of New Mexico," the rancher announced. He staked out his horse to browse and stood rubbing his hands together before the tiny blaze which Ezra speedily had going. "You reckon there's any real chance of overhauling them thieves, Stevens?" Pat looked at him in astonishment. "If I didn't, Christian, I wouldn't be here," he tossed back sharply. "It was your idea to come along with us." "Oh, sure, I know," the cattleman admitted hastily. "Reckon I've watched too many steers disappear in the past without leaving a trace." He sounded apologetic. "Well, that's better," Pat nodded. "You can take my word for it that these will come back, if it has to be all the way from hell." "Well, it's more'n I could expect. I'm thanking you in advance," Max pronounced gruffly. "Not at all. Don't forget that a handful of Bar ES horses are involved here as well," Pat pointed out. "We'd play the hand out if no steers had entered into the matter at all. You might as well know the facts." "Well, then I'm obliged for those horses, then." Sam laughed his approval. "Oh, you'll do to take along, Christian. If we let you down, it'll be in our sleep, and I mean to be a long, unbroken, chilly one. You can count on that." A few minutes after their meager meal was finished, they rolled into their blankets. Nor did the distant yipping of coyotes from the hills keep any of them awake for any longer than a few minutes. Mid-morning of the following day saw their course taking them down across the northeast corner of New Mexico. It was much lower country here, vegetation thinned out, and the heat grew oppressive. They saw various signs that the rustlers had been hard put to keep the cattle in rapid motion. "Looks like they're hitting for the panhandle," growled Christian, much incensed at the thought of all the beef being run off his stock. "Must be figuring to overbrand 'em in some blind canyon and then sell 'em to some big Texas outfit." Pat jerked his head without a direct reply, still cautiously withholding a snap judgment, but that he had been rolling the matter over was attested some time later by a question he put to the rancher. "One of those 4 men who hired out to drive your herd to the railroad wasn't a Mexican by any chance, was he?" he asked thoughtfully. "Well, one looked like he might have been." Christian nodded. "Dark-faced and sort of sullen-like, he was. Seemed to be making an effort to dress American and missed it by a mile, though." "But he didn't let any Spanish drop in your hearing, did he?" "No, Stevens, I don't believe he did." Ezra was following this exchange with attention. "What you driving at?" he asked, eyeing up Pat. The other's response was notable for its indirection. "Look around you, Ezra," he invited casually. "Anything at all familiar about this country or the trail that we're following?" The big fella gazed about him in evident puzzlement, but Sam Salone was quick enough to catch on. "I get it," he exclaimed in a tone of discovery. "We're on the Outlaw Trail, heading straight for the wildest part of the Panhandle. You're asking yourself if them woolly rustlers aren't making for the Mexican border tight as they can travel," he challenged Stevens triumphantly. Pat's nod of assent was not delayed. Max Christian groaned aloud at the significance of this possibility dawning upon him.
Good criminy, Stevens, he got out with an effort. Once they get up behind that bear trap, we're licked.
Oh, I don't know, Pat objected reasonably. It's a long haul from here to the border, Christian. There's ground for believing we can catch up before they get along that far. The rancher's unhappy expression showed that he hoped so, but pessimism weighed him down as they proceeded. Afternoon of another day found them well into the Texas Panhandle. A long, faint penciling of cliffs lay thwarted. The horizon finally dissolved into the great Cap Rock, the ragged, straggled border of the Staked Plains. The trail of the cattle swung east, around this imposing barrier, clinging to better pasturage and avoiding the barren desert which lay to the south and the west. There was only the one direction to follow here, and though they pulled up in the rose-hewn afterglow of a skimpy supper, boiling their coffee over a fire of paper-dried buffalo chips, night saw them shoving on indefiantly. The stars gleamed like lanterns in this thin, clear atmosphere, and after a time they faded. An luminous yellow disk lifted above the eastern skyline, flooding the endless range with the ghostly light. Long, velvety shadows shortened as the moon rose higher.
Clear as daylight. It may trick them hombres into shoving on long after they ought to haul up, Ezra muttered hopefully.
All afternoon his unusual alertness had demonstrated his belief that the rustlers enjoyed rather less of a lead than they seemed to fancy. The wide, gently undiluted prairie gave way at length to rougher country. Buttes lifted on every hand, and an occasional ridge rose into the plains like a frozen wave. The four men crossed a sandy wash, running out from the lofty Cap Rock, and were climbing to the level again when Pat suddenly lifted a hand for attention, and all paused to listen. The faint breeze shredded bellow of a cow drifting to them from the distance. So distant as it was almost inaudible, it seemed to come from miles away.
Maybe it's just a stray, murmured Christian, his stubbled jaws tightening. Lack of tobacco had run out on them the previous day, had rendering his temper short and his fondest hopes dark indeed.
But as they waited, the lonely bellow came to them again, in a different key.
"Climb up on them rocks, Sam," Pat directed, indicating the weathered wall at their backs. "See if you can spot anything before we barge in and spoil our hand."
Sam dismounted, stole away, his form blending with the wavering shadows as he clambered upward. Only the faintest rattling of dislodged rock and pebbles came back, gradually dying away. He returned inside at 20 minutes.
"There's a big grassy basin about a mile ahead," he announced. "They're holding a herd there."
"They've posted a night guard, of course." Pat caught him up. Sloane spread his hands.
"Well, it's too far to tell for sure. I did make out a man stationed on a yonder butte, probably set to watch their back trail."
He pointed out the place, and Pat thought it over without haste. "I'm going up there," he decided, with characteristic calm. "The rest of you wait here, and we won't tip our hand. I won't be long." Ezra started to voice a protest, but Pat was gone before he could make himself heard. Threading the molted shadows under the rim of the Cap Rock, the nerveless range man worked towards the butte which Sam had indicated. The silence here lay heavy, and he abandoned his horse near its base lest an unguarded click of hoofs on the loose stones betray his position and purpose. Climbing the butte, Pat moved as noiselessly as an Indian, without disturbing the rocks scattered about through the centuries, ready to tumble down at the slightest touch. A winding gully gave access to the top on this side. Time drew out as he worked patiently upward, and at last he drew near the top. His caution increased now to the length of locating a rocky background to shield his movements before he ventured to lift his head for an examination of the butte's crown. A guard had been posted here, as Sloane said. Pat was startled to find the other was only a half dozen yards away, sitting on a rock, and luckily gazing the other way. There was something vaguely familiar about that set of that head, outlined against the pale sky, and when the fella turned, showing his face, Pat was already past the point of being greatly surprised to recognize the puncher last seen on the Colorado Range, who called himself Jack Ambler. Pat's eyes narrowed. While not unexpected, this meeting served at least one useful purpose in placing Ambler as a member of Dwyer's gang without any further question. As if vaguely conscious of this hostile presence nearby, Ambler half arose from his seat, peering about. He sank back finally, but seemed to remain uneasily. Pat halted his stealthy, crawling advance, concealed behind a rock 10 feet away from the puncher. Preparing himself for action, he suddenly spoke up. "Don't turn your head, Ambler," he warned in a guarded undertone. "There's a gun trained on you. Freeze if you value your skin. Are you here alone?" A shock ran over the young fellow's taut frame, but he surprisingly controlled himself. "It's that Stevens, is it? You don't need to worry," he muttered tightly. "I'm alone, and a hell of a watchdog I turned out to be," he burst out with a harsh self-accusation. Pat continued to study narrowly Ambler's every word and movement, alert for possible treachery. Had he been pressed, he might have had difficulty in explaining his next words. "Sorry to find a man of your cut mixed up in this business, Ambler," he surprisedly said. "Not that I'm surprised any. After what we found you doing at the Block VC, our mistake was letting you go then." "Well, you could be dead wrong about this whole thing, too," returned Jack, moved by some strange inner urgency. "Be careful how you play this. Don't be selling me short. You're after them cross-ladder steers, I reckon." His tone steeled. "I hope you did grab the herd, Stevens," he burst out fiercely. "But don't try and hold me. I'm warning you while there's time." Pat chuckled guardedly. "If this is an argument for letting you go, you're wasting your breath." He broke off at a faint sound of rattling stones coming up from behind him. He was in no position to be caught between two fires if it proved to be Ambler's shady friends.
"What is it, Stevens?"
Ambler whipped out as Pat stared down into the stony rocks.
"I won't stand for you and your partners grabbing me here, I'll tell you that."
The last thing Pat expected was to catch a glimpse of Sam Salone's particle hat, thrust over a boulder some yards further down the slope. Ezra and Max Christian appeared to be with him. Made restless by the long delay, they decided to follow without reckoning the possible consequences. "Sam, Ezra, lay low." Pat hurriedly motioned them back, but catching a glimpse of Ambler atop the butte, they refused stubbornly to listen, bursting from cover and rushing upwards. Ambler saw them coming, and his .45 streaked out of leather as he backed hastily away. "Don't you do it, boy!" Ezra roared out, catching the glint of metal. "We'll swamp you and tear your head off." The warning came too late. Ambler's gun flashed and cracked, and 2 shots reverberated hollowly in the night. There was no time to question whether he intended to shoot his attackers, although the slugs flew wild. Next instant, Ambler went down in a weltering of flying arms and legs as iron hands laid hold upon him, tearing the gun from his grasp, making it impossible for him to do more than struggle ineffectually.
"Let me go! I swear you'll be sorry for this,"
he managed to sob before he gave up and lay still. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5.
"What was the idea of firing them warning shots?"
Sam Salone blazed, glaring down at the captive. Ambler shook his head sourly.
"If you think I'm aiming to warm Rip and Gil, you're dead wrong,"
he forced out, as if scarcely expected to be believed. "Then you was trying to down us, is that it?" Ezra caught him up shortly.
No.
The young fellow exclaimed.
Think what you want. You will anyway.
He lapsed into hopeless silence.
I'd never seen you before.
Max Christian told him thinly, staring down at his tense face.
Why are you bothering to lie to us? It ain't a lie. I mean,
once more, Ambler subsided. Pat was forced to admit to himself that the boy's talk sounded ambiguous, to say the least. He sensed a mystery here, and alone with the others, would have attempted to draw Ambler out. In the present state of affairs, however, it would not have been logical to even try.
Well, it's up to us now,
Sam declared curtly.
However, they might have been met. Them shots tipped off the rustlers. Either they're on their way up here to investigate, or they'll be busy taking off for other parts.
Christian jerked ahead.
We knock this rat on the head and shove off, or do we bother tying him up?
The whole tone of this speech went against the grain with Pat, but he was forced to admit the full justification of Christian's attitude. How could leniency be asked for a young Ambler in face of the facts? We'll tie him up, and I guess we'll leave him here, Pat said reluctantly.
We can only hope that some of his friends don't come hunting for him.
I know this boy, Christian, and I have more to say to him when the time can be spared. Unfortunately, we don't have time now. Ambler was quickly trussed up by the use of his own belt and such other fastenings as could be laid upon in a hurry. Watching from the rim of the butte, the cross-ladder rancher reported hurried activity in progress below in the basin where the cattle had been held. He urged strongly for a departure without further delay.
All right, we can take off,
Sloane muttered, rolling Ambler over for a final look at his bonds. Jack said nothing, turning his head awkwardly to watch as they started to scramble down the rough side of the butte. It was hard going in the treacherous half-light. More than one of them sustained a skinned shin or elbow in their haste to return to their horses. Once astride, they forced the ponies to a mad run, skirting the base of the butte as they pulled pell-mell from the wide basin beyond. The moon had begun its decline. The deceptive shadows inevitably slowed them up. Hauling up on the basin's ragged rim, they scanned the dim abyss below.
Dang that ornery Ambler anyway,
Ezra sang out wrathfully.
He tipped 'em off all right. Well, there they go.
Well, he was right, and as they looked, the last of the rustled cross-ladder steers could be seen pouring through a rocky gateway on the other side of the basin. Hard-riding men, their yells coming back faintly on the breeze, could be seen hazing them on.
We'll get over there fast,
burst out Max heavily.
We may be able to block off them in the canyons.
They poured down the gentle slope of the basin, not sparing their horses. The distance proved greater than appearances would have led a man to believe. The last of the steers had disappeared from sight 20 minutes before they ranged near the crag-festooned canyon mouth. Pat was in the lead, and he prudently approached on an oblique course. The character of the gateway obviously suggested the possibility of an ambush. It was well he did so. Stevens was still 100 yards from the rocky passage when gunfire abruptly fleckled the shadows over there with blinking flecks of orange light. Ezra emitted a bellow of wrath.
That does it,
he roared.
Why, Pat, 2 men in there with rifles can stand us all off. This is a freeze-out if we don't do something about her quick.
Hauled up in the cover of a pile of rocks, Pat was sizing up the situation shrewdly. The cliff-like walls on either side of the canyon mouth were too perilous to scale. It looked very much as if the outlaws had stalemated them once more. Sam had his carbine out and was probing the thick shadows inside the dusky canyon. That the rustlers could see more clearly than they could see was proved by the whining glances of their bullets bouncing off the rock pile with almost monotonous regularity. Max Christian lowered his gun, after fruitlessly trying to silence the rustlers. Any attempt to dislodge that foe before daylight seemed hopeless. "Easy, Christian," Pat called in warning, seeing the cattleman fidget with his horse. "Don't make the mistake of trying to dash over there no matter how mad you are. They'll blast you out of the saddle before you even know it's coming."
"We gotta do something, Stevens,"
Max hollered back desperately. He was forlorn aware of his herd speedingly put distance behind it with every passing minute, and tragically aware of his inability to do anything about it. "This'll come straight just yet," Pat assured him levelly. "We just gotta make sure we don't go off half-cocked. Bad as it looks, those steers of yours, they don't have wings. We're a whole lot closer than when we started."
"Well, sure."
Christian made a useless grab at his hat and sent it sailing by a chance slug from the canyon wall.
"Still and all, I'd give half my ranch to drill one of them scoundrels before he betwixt the eyes right now."
Pat turned to Sam. "If we're going to be held up here, we might as well put the time to good use," he said shortly. "You and Ezra, you get back up there and pick up young Ambler and bring him along with you. Can you do that?" For an answer, Sloane turned to his horse at once.
"Let's go, Ezra."
He was curt.
"I only hope that fool of youngsters gives us a ghost of an argument. I'd plumb admire to pound some sense into his stubborn head."
"Never mind the rough stuff," Pat called after them. "Just bring him here." The pair swung astride and then rode off at a brisk clip. They lost no time in returning to the butte where Ambler had been left, and leaving their horses below, began to clamber upwards. Ezra was the first to win to the top, by virtue of his lanky legs, and when Sam puffed up on the crest scarlet with effort, it was to find his tall partner stalking here and there, canvassing the top of the butte, muttering to himself.
"Where's Ambler?"
Sam panted, gazing about.
"What'd you do with him, Ezra?"
"What did I do with him?"
The redhead blazed back with blistering contempt.
"You're the only one who did most of the tying, and hot job you turned in, I must say."
"Are you saying he got away?"
"You want me to send you a telegraph? Charge collect?"
Ezra roared angrily.
"Sure he's gone. Ain't a sign of him here. Probably he made tracks and laughing at us 10 minutes after we left."
"Well, that's right. Blame it on me. I'm handy at least,"
Sloane said hotly.
"You didn't do nothing but look at them knots after I finished tying 'em up."
"Why, you sawed-off mushhead,"
Ezra bawled.
"I got a mind to pull your leg off and beat you over the head with it. Might just wake you up."
Cocky little bantam that he was, Sam confronted the big man fiercely.
"Let me see you try anything of that sort. I've been honing for a good crack at you. This is my chance to cut you down to size."
Riled by real concern over the loss of their captive, both were about as worked up as they'd ever became. They were on the verge of springing together, releasing their mutual exasperation in an exchange of blows, when a shadow glided swiftly between them. "Quit it!" It was Pat Stevens. Following on more on an afterthought, he had arrived just in time. "Any more of this foolishness, and I'll walk out on you. Ambler's gone, I see. Bad luck. Somebody got to him, of course. I should have foreseen it," he grunted. "Can't be helped now. We might catch up with him another time. Forget it, and we best get back to Max before he lands himself into some real trouble." They clambered down and raced across the basin, and half an hour later were looking the canyon wall over, exchanging a desultory fire with the ambushing rustlers. Christian growled his displeasure on hearing the news of Ambler's disappearance.
"We ain't got a chance," he muttered. "Them birds are way ahead of us at every jump."
The others paid him no heed, busy with their own concerns.
"There's a ledge with a gully running down a quarter-mile along the wall,"
Ezra informed Pat, coming to his side.
"You want I should climb that and work in behind them fellers?"
Pat's delay was of the briefest. You sure it can be climbed? He demanded curtly.
I can. I don't know about bench legs over there.
Ezra jabbed a thumb at Sam's direction. Pat ignored the weak attempt at levity. Well, we'll all go along, he decided quickly. If those two bushwhackers stay where they are, there can't be more than a couple others with the herd. 3 on the outside. We may be able to turn the tables and surprise them. It's worth a try. Salone stayed behind to create a diversion by exchanging a few last shots with the rustlers while the others made a dash for the protection of the wall. At a guarded whistle signal, he turned and, swinging astride his pony, jogged off deliberately in their wake. Whether the ambushers were aware of this move or not, their fire continued for several minutes, raking the empty rocks.
Up there.
Ezra indicated a shadowy break in the irregular wall. He thrust his horse boldly into the crevice, and the others followed, the ponies taking their time as they picked their way over the treacherous rubble. The gully angled upwards, winding here and there, and soon they were in the deeper shadows of the bastions that were looming on all sides. There was no sound saving the blowing of the horses and the scrape of iron shoes on the rocks. They struck onto the ledge, which Ezra had spotted, and then they led themselves back toward the open. There was no way to discover with certainty where they were going, but they were working steadily upward. Now and again, forced to dismount and lead the ponies across a dangerous spot, they toiled on. Time flew by, and it surprised them at last to watch a rosy glow appearing in the east. The moon faded over the horizon, and the stars paled. "We're losing time, Stevens," Max exclaimed gruffly, staring about. "It's almost dawn." Pat examined the rocky maze into which they had wandered. Indeed, they seemed to be getting nowhere fast, if they were not altogether lost.
"Well, there's no hope for it, Christian,"
he returned cheerfully. "It was either this or wait out back there. We got to be almost on the top now," he added. Ezra led the way out of the rocky jumble into the midst of a worse confusion. The top of this mesa, if mesa it was, proved only more rugged than anything they had hitherto encountered. Pinnacles and ragged spires rose all around them. Weathered yellow walls cut them off, and cracks and crevices forced them to turn back. "You know where we're going?" Sam asked Ezra with a scant respect.
"Who could have guessed we'd find this washboard up here?"
retorted the lanky one.
"I'm doing the best I can. Maybe you can lead us to them steers any quicker?"
"How can I do that?" Sam snorted, "when I don't know where we are, let alone the cattle?"
Ezra said no more, but he appeared to take his failure to heart.
"You want to turn back?"
he demanded, addressing himself to Pat when another half hour had strengthened the coming day, and they were still no nearer to finding themselves in the open. Pat waved him on. "This is just damned bad luck, Ezra," he responded mildly, "but it's nobody's fault. We're sure to climb out of this sometime. I say we best just plug along." True to his prediction, mid-morning saw them out of the Badlands and skirting the raw shoulders of a range of hills. They had only the vaguest ideas of where they were until Pat pointed up to the high, ragged fringe of Cap Rock, marching away unwaveringly across the west. "Lord knows where that canyon comes out," he said. "And anyway, it's certain the herd didn't waste a minute shoving on. We'll push south and hope for some luck. We may be able to spot it, though. I don't expect much in this wind." With the dawn, a stiff breeze had sprung up, and soon growing as hot as the breath of a furnace, and steadily increasing in strength. Almost a daily occurrence in this arid desert country, it came straight out of the south into their faces. Banners of dust whipped up from the dun ranges and rose swirling off the flats, laying a haze over the brassy sky. It had all but destroyed their hopes of detecting the dust of the trailing herd at any distance. Late that afternoon, their fortunes brightened when Ezra once more picked up the trail of the herd. It had passed by here hours before, the faint imprints already half filled with sand, but there was no mistaking the trail.
"Well, I reckon we're on the Outlaw Trail again,"
Sam declared significantly, "and driving straight towards the border." There was no questioning his rightness. Old sign of travel in the worn rock were observable on every hand. Moreover, the course they followed led through barren, uninhabitable land notoriously favored by outlaws on the run. Not that night did they once more overtake the cross ladder stalk. Warned now by close pursuit, the cattle thieves were pushing ahead at their best speed. Nor were there any signs of a rear guard set to cross their path. Every man of them had been sternly employed in hustling the weary steers along.
"What's the idea? Why not push on while we're close?"
Christian protested when the end of the day forced a halt in the fast fading sunlight. Ezra, leading once more, didn't bother to argue the point.
"Take your rest while you can,"
he growled. It was more that they didn't allow zeal to urge them on beyond reason. Early the next morning, the one-eyed tracker quickly spotted the point where the cross-ladder beeves had swung off the Outlaw Trail in such a manner as to conceal their tracks partially. It would have been easy to overshoot the spot, traveling by night.
"Something's up,"
announced Ezra.
"What do you reckon this means?"
"Well, they may have just pulled off the trail to haul up for a spell," Pat hazarded. "Or it may mean something else altogether. We'll be learning soon enough, I imagine." The trail down the hills, and then they eventually found themselves in the midst of tolerable rangeland. By early afternoon, they began to spot single cows lurking in the brushy folds, and Sam went on his way to read the brands off several.
"Looks like batwing, I make it," he told the others. "They ain't Christian steers. There's got to be some big spread located around here."
An hour later, from a rise, they spotted a considerable herd grazing along a trickling creek. They were yet far away, but Christian's leathery face tightened at the sight of them.
"That's my stuff, Stevens,"
he declared without hesitation.
"Nobody watching them neither,"
Ezra growled, rendering ill-tempered by something he could not wholly understand.
"Something mighty queer about this."
They rode down for a closer look. The cross-ladder rancher had not been mistaken. These were his rustled cattle, grazing unattended on this strange range. They speculated soberly on whether the rustlers, close pressed as they were, had abandoned the stock here and given up.
"Ain't at all like 'em," declared Ezra shortly. "There's some trick to this as usual. I don't know what, though."
They were not long in learning. Sam Salone abruptly reining in to call Pat's attention to two punchers riding towards them from the south. Sweeping the grassy slopes with slitted eyes, Pat espied others closing in. There was nearly a dozen riders all told, and they rode quietly, their faces resolute, watching the four men before them alertly for the first break. One, who may have been a foreman, pushed forward coolly. "What outfit is this?" Pat called to him.
"It's the batwing. What's your interest in our cows, stranger?"
"Your cows?"
Christian almost exploded, turkey red of face.
"Sure that are ya?"
"We're sure enough. We just bought 'em. Might well get used to the idea, old-timer, if you got any contrary notions." A silence fell, broken harshly by Sam.
"Rip McGill."
He brought out the detested name like a curse.
"Blast his liver and lights. God knows where he is now, but he's worked another switch on us, and this one's a honeypot."
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Batwing Ramrod continued to watch them with a narrow interest.
"Never heard of this McGill party you're blowing about," he said crisply. "But that don't signify. You're off the reservation.
All for you.
Damn it, man!
Christian burst out wrathfully. It's you that's on the wrong foot. Cross ladder's my brand, and these steers were driven off my home range less than a week ago without my knowledge, and we tracked 'em all the way from Colorado. Don't be talking like a damn fool. Seeing the Batwing spokesman's bronzed countenance darken several shades, Pat thought it time to interfere. You'll have to excuse Christian's talk, he told the ramrod smoothly. He's been handled pretty rough the past few days, and he's understandably hot under the collar. You can take my word for it, this really is his beef.
So skip it,
Came the reply, cutting across Pat's talk like a rasp of a file.
This big front ain't getting you nowheres. Maybe you didn't hear me say Batwing owns these steers, and that's it.
Pat did not miss the steady increase of tension here. Several Batwing riders had drifted up behind them, and their faces hard. Ezra looked around with scowling indignation as guns made their appearance, and Sam heard the soft snick of cocked hammers as well. Both were too wise to make any false movements. Pat was shaking his head at the Batwing foreman with a sorrowful smile. No, my friend, you must know you can't make this stick. Why, this stock you're laying claim to is registered under Christian's name. There can't be any question about it whatsoever. You only have to consult the Colorado brand registry to settle the point. Saw it off short, Conroy, a Batwing puncher called to the stony-faced ramrod. We heard this song and dance before, no sense in getting all around it again. There could be no denying the sharp-edged temper of these men. Continued thievery without recourse to any effective enforcement of law rendered them prone to take matters into their own hands with scant attention to formalities. Conroy stared at Pat with cynical eyes.
You're way off the beat, Mr. Man,
he droned flatly.
I ain't questioning who this cross-ladder stuff did belong to a day or so back. Christian himself sold the herd to Batwing, if you're interested. We got his bill of sale. It's just your misfortune to show up now with a man pretending to be him.
Christian vented a bellow of fury that might have been heard a mile away.
That's the last straw,
he fumed.
McGill not only skins my range, and now he's passing himself off as me, and pocketing my money, even signing my name.
Pat had grown stern as the damning situation became clear. Conroy, he said sharply, I advise you not to overplay this. You take us for rustlers, and you've never been more mistaken. Meanwhile, the real thieves are making tracks away from here by the minute. Call in your owner, or your sheriff, if you won't listen to me. We'll be straightening this out in a hurry. A thin smile wreathed Conroy's cold mouth.
Crooks have a rep for talking themselves out of a tight spot, he observed. But you birds ain't doing it. You let your gun slide down, he snapped. Quick, before I change my mind what to do with you.
Winchesters and 6-guns were trained on them for several directions, at point-blank range calculated to allow for few misses. There seemed no choice but to comply. Looking about, ready to suffer a stroke, Christian unbuckled his belt and let her down. The partners followed suit, taking their time about it. Pat alone refused to be coerced. Not a chance, Conroy, he intoned slowly. His gray eyes met the other's without flinching. It's you who's made your mind up I'm a bad actor. You shove over here and lift my guns yourself if you're not afraid. His tone had conveyed a taunting. What's the delay? You got plenty of cover. Convoy advanced warily. It was plain to all that in the pinch of his coarse fiber he could not measure up to Pat's cold steel. Their eyes clashed as the ramrod gingerly lifted Stevens' Colt and yanked his saddle gun out of the boot as if afraid it would bite. Conroy backed his pony away, in his face a study in frustration and anger.
Pick up them other guns, Shep,
he directed one of his men. The Batwing crew had closed in, their arms now openly trained on the four captives. One of them slid down and retrieved the weapons on the ground, and then he remounted. Conroy roughly cut off any further attempt at talk. "All right, turn your horses and get moving." He gestured in the direction he wanted them to go, and the cavalcade moved off in an unhurried walk. Left in the dark as to where they were being taken or for what purpose, Pat and his friends did not let slip the opportunity to scan their captors with curious attention. This crew had the look of a common cow outfit, nothing more. It seemed unlikely there could be any hookups between them and the outlaws, and at the same time, none needed to be reminded how swiftly these heavy-handed punchers might have exploded into senseless and bloody violence. A ride of a half an hour brought them at length to a line camp in a draw. Pat saw the pole corrals scarred by use, and a moment later spotted the sod shack backed up against the barricade.
"All right,"
Conroy grated as they hauled up.
"slide down and line up there."
They stood motionless, their hands half elevated, while the Batwing hand went over them more carefully in search of concealed weapons.
"They're clean,"
he announced, stepping back. Conroy waved towards the soddy.
"Inside, the lot of you,"
he growled. Pat stalled. "You're holding us here while you get word from your headquarters, I hope."
"Hell no. It'll be all over by the time word gets that far, friend,"
was the callous retort.
"Come on, get in there with the others."
Still Pat delayed stubbornly. "You're making a big mistake, Conroy." His tone was urgent. "I'll point it out to you again when the time comes."
"Move, rustler, and shut up,"
the ramrod ordered brutally. For an instant, he looked more than half ready to bat Stevens over the head with his gun barrel, and then he shrugged. "At least talk this over with your owner," Pat called back from the low doorway. "It still ain't safe to mishandle innocent men, Conroy. Don't make it harder for yourself than you need to." His insistence would have given pause to many a sterner man, but Conroy only waved his arm angrily. A Batwing puncher slammed the slab door shut, and the four were prisoners.
"A nice note this is,"
Sam grouched. He did not doubt that they would eventually escape from their dilemma, but the delay wore heavy on his nerves. "Conroy could be a silent member of the McGill crowd," Ezra said sourly. "Batwing was awful ready to take over Christian stocks with no questions being asked." Pat put in, "It's a damn nuisance all around, but we know where the cattle are at least."
"Well, until McGill and Dwyer take up where they left off, knowing we're out of the way,"
Old Max inserted gloomily.
"they could have had them beeves over the border before we get out of here."
Their prison was shadowy and dim, and not overly large for four big men. Only a little light stole in through the cracks around the slab door, and no single aperture was large enough to admit an uninterrupted view outside. There was no lock on the door, inside or out, but they had heard a bar drop against the outer side as it slammed to, acting as a prop. Doubtless a guard would be posted to watch them closely. They fell silent, hoping to catch some scraps of conversation outside as Conroy issued instructions to his men. But beyond a droning murmur at intervals, nothing could be distinguished, and they fell to discussing their plight in low tones, seated on two rickety bunks facing each other across the narrow room. "They got us down for rustlers playing a smooth game," Pat declared. "But Conroy ain't dead sure. I could tell that from his toughness, and I ground it into him. His own nagging doubts will force him to go slow." "We wait until his bull-hide conscience moves him to do something about this?" Ezra interjected roughly. "We'll be stuck here till the rain melts the damn roof." Sam was gazed about speculatively as he listened.
"Sod walls and a dirt roof," he muttered. That ought not to hold a parcel of grown men long come dark.
Pat measured the length of the light seeping in around the door before replying. Sam's partly right, at least. His words were barely audible. It's late afternoon now. We'll be able to make our play later. Just don't overlook that our guard's probably thinking of the same thing, and we'll have to plan accordingly.
What's your scheme?
Christian prodded, lifting his dejected head. For some minutes, Pat's whispers barely reached their straining ears as he outlined what he had in mind. It was a ticklish hope at best, but there were one or two objections. They were quickly ironed out. Afterwards, they stretched out on their bunks to rest and await the proper time of action. At long last, the light from the door faded out, and they smelled the smoke from the cook fire from outside, which later dissipated, and their own food remained in their saddle rolls, and no attempt was made to feed them, but they possessed themselves in patience. The night dragged on. None of them cared to doze off, and when Pat at last rose cautiously to alert the others with a touch, all were ready in a twinkling. "All right," Pat murmured in Ezra's ear. "Let's get about it." With his pocket knife, the gangling redhead attacked the yielding sod roof behind his bunk. Dirt rattled down softly, which he endeavored to catch, and now again he paused to listen. For several hours no sound had been heard from outside, but none doubted that a vigilant guard lay in wait just outside. Even as Ezra's blade broke through the foot-thick roof of entangled grass and roots and hard-packed earth, with a faint clink of falling pebbles outside, the guard's bellowing voice could be heard, lifting in wrathful warning.
"Lay off in there, whatever you're doing,"
he cried. A muffling shot crashed out.
"Gorge into that wall, and you're just busting through into hell."
Ezra had already abandoned this particular effort to gain attention. Quickly grabbing up a loose board from the bunk, he rammed it against the pole beams of the low roof. Dust sifted down, and the whole structure groaned and rocked. It was enough to set the guard outside into a frenzy. Uncertain of what to look for next, he expected the worst, his yell raising to a pitch of rage. As Pat had expected and planned, a moment later there came a rattling at the door as the prop was knocked away. An instant later the slab barrier swung back violently. Sam lay crouched in an ambush at the very edge of the door, and as the angry guard barged in, a lantern swinging in one fist and a menacing gun in the other, Sam launched his attack. Before the guard fairly knew what was happening, he sprawled onto the ram-earthed floor, his lantern flickering out, while Pat made a wild grab for his gun. That maneuver was blocked as Sam rose to rush past the struggling guard and dart out the door. He made it, almost knocking Pat off his feet in the process, but none of the others had time to follow. Quickly, the guard rolled backward, clearing the door and throwing a wild shot behind him. An instant later, he was on his feet, the orange blast of his sixth gun stabbing through the pitch-dark doorway. Pat, Ezra, and Christian, perforce, swung themselves aside out of the line of fire. It was Pat's hope that Sloane might succeed in downing the guard from behind. In vain. Soon another gun roared out there, joining in the attack. They heard confused cries and the slap of running feet, following by the pounding tattoo of racing horses. Abruptly, the slab door slammed shut, and the prop dropped into place with a thud. "Sam made it, anyhow," Ezra growled unemotionally when silence returned. "He'll bring help if he gets through." They waited long, hoping to catch some indication from outside that there was indeed the solution, but no voice or sound came to their probing ears. The minutes drew out into an hour, and then a second. A plank was barricaded against the hole in the sod wall, and wearily the trio lay down, each with his own thoughts. They were still wide awake when dawn came trickling in at the battered door. Hunger was beginning to gnaw at them now. It was an hour later when voices and the sound of horses came to them once more. Presently a rattle sounded at the door, and Pat rose to spring forward eagerly. A gun appeared in the grasp of a hard-jawed man as the door swung open. "Stand back," he commanded. Slowly Pat backed away. Whatever he had expected, it was not this. His keen eyes were veiled, as Sam Salone, his clothes torn, his face looking freshly battered, was hustled forward by two stalwart and then thrust inside once more. He met the startled glance of his friends and shrugged apologetically. "It's no matter, Sam." Pat's tone was soft. "You made your try. It'll be all right."
"They cornered me in the hills, they did," Sloane muttered. "I didn't stand a chance in this strange country."
There was no need for further words. Their slim chance of escape appeared to have faded out effectually. Moreover, the attempt would have likely been held against them. They had no remote idea what might follow next, but certainly none was prepared for anything of the kind when, towards noontime, boots grated outside and the door was cast open again.
"All right, come on out,"
growled the grudging voice of Conroy, the batwing ramrod. They stepped out wearily without haste, blinking in the strong light. Now they saw the two men standing beside the foreman, one of them wearing a deputy's star on his vest. Ezra allowed a gusty sigh to escape him at the sight.
"Never did think I'd be so glad to welcome the law," he exclaimed. "Well, things are looking up. Reckon this other fellow's the stock inspector."
"Keno," was the good-humored answer. "I don't know you gents, but Christian's face is familiar enough to me from previous meetings. Howdy, Max."
Christian had driven beef herds to the Panhandle for sale in other years, greeting the inspector fervently.
"You got 'em here just in time, Leathers," he said warmly. "Maybe you'll explain to Conroy here who I am." "I've already done that, Christian."
The other man nodded, and from his manner he enjoyed a complete grasp of the tangled situation, having already gone far towards righting it.
"He's aware of his mistakes and is prepared to turn your herd over to you without any strings attached. Batwing stands to lose by it, of course, but it's not your fault. Needless to say, all hands are sorry this had to happen."
The deputy nodded at Pat easily.
"And that goes for you and your friends, too," he advised. "Any charges against you are withdrawn, and I'm hoping you're sensible enough not to see it the other way around,"
he added significantly. "I've no hard feelings," Pat answered promptly, "nor have my sidekicks. With Christian's herd recovered, our work here is done, and we want to only get on our way." There was further talk, calculating the smooth, ruffled feelings all around, from which Conroy notably held aloof. Pat, unwilling to let it rest that way, nodded in the foreman's direction. "I want to offer my respects to Conroy here before it's passed over and forgotten," he said. "I can't hold any of these boys to blame for a perfectly natural mistake, but we were in an ugly spot, and but for Conroy's good sense we'd still be in it. I take it he did ride to town and make inquiries before taking further action upon us?" There was an embarrassing pause, saying plainer than words that Conroy had, in a point of fact, done nothing of the kind. Some other agency had been responsible for the release of their predicament, and Pat was left to guess as best he could the true answer of the enigma. Leathers, the stock inspector, smoothed over the awkward moment by speaking up.
"Conroy's as sorry as anybody about this business,"
he assented easily.
"And to prove it, he's already agreed to supply men to help drive Christian's cross-ladder stock home again. You can't ask handsomer than that."
The matter seemed closed there, like a slammed door. But Leather's voice flowed on smoothly.
"We'll ride over to Batwing headquarters now, if you're agreeable, and wind up the final details with Cass Bonnard.
End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Batwing headquarters ranch house was a rambling one-story adobe and timber-framed building sprawled in the thin shade of a grove of gnarled mesquite trees. Observing half a dozen men ride into the yard, a Mexican servant slipped quietly inside, and before they had drawn rein before the house, a chubby, red-cheeked cattleman with white hair harlorning his shiny scalp emerged in the gallery. This was Cass Bonnard, the owner. "Howdy, Bonnard," the stock inspector began, and proceeded to introduce Pat and Christian and the partners. "Sorry to bring bad news about that fine herd you bought yesterday. Christian here, he turned up to claim his stock. Reckon there ain't much you can do but turn it over to him, Cass." Bonnard measured Max with an amiable eye. Having already got wind of his misfortune, he showed no surprise.
"Oh, it's my own fool fault, Christian," he noted ruefully. "If I'd thought to call Leathers in when that owl hoot passed himself off as you last night, I'd be in the clear now."
"Well, it's decent of you to see it that way," allowed Max gruffly.
"Oh, nonsense. Sticking together's the only defense honest cowman's got. I've been looking your steers over, Christian," Bond pursued tentatively. "Purty fair blood strain. Seems a shame to fog 'em north across that desert again."
"Oh, yeah?" Bonnard leaned forward to give weight to his words.
"I've already taken a licking on that herd."
He mentioned the very fair price he had paid the rustlers lost to him now.
"I was wondering if you'd consider a further offer for leaving 'em where they are and giving me a chance to get some of my money back."
Max considered. He well knew that he stood to lose a number of head in any attempt to drive the cattle home in their weakened state, whereas, allowed to remain here, they'd soon be in their prime again.
"Well, I reckon perhaps so," he acknowledged. "I don't know if I can offer to be as handsome as you, Bonnard, but I'm willing to dicker."
They were not long in coming to an agreement, despite Christian's pretense of cautious. Bonnard closed the deal at once in hard cash, anxious to ensure his claim to the steers, and the Colorado rancher professed himself more than satisfied. Dinner call interrupted further proceedings. They sat down to a hearty meal of fried steaks, and afterward Christian cornered Pat and the partners, paying them generously for their service to date and adding his warm thanks. Bonnard and Leathers and the panhandler stock inspector joined them a moment later. The deputy sheriff had already departed, going about his affairs.
"I hear you played a big part in tracking them cross-ladder steers down, Stevens, and nearly grabbed the rustlers to boot,"
Bonnard began without preamble.
"I don't mind saying I've my own grudge against them smooth crooks. Maybe you'd consider tracking 'em down for good, at my expense."
Pat paid no attention whatsoever to the urgent nudge which Sam Sloane gave him. "Much obliged for the offer, Bonnard," he smiled. "As you know, McGill's owl hoots are still in possession of a number of prime horses that are belonging to my friends here. The sum that Christian paid us for helping us to recover his steers more than enough covers the value of the horses, but that doesn't clear McGill and his cronies. It's only fair to tell you that we intend to go on anyways, the three of us. No point in you paying us for the job we expect to do for ourselves."
"Well, that's an honest answer,"
Bonnard exclaimed gruffly.
"I like your style, Stevens. I wish you plenty of luck. You can use it, if them blacklegs are heading for the border."
There was more talk before Max Christian said his final goodbyes and accompanied Leathers to town on his long way home back to Colorado. Patton and the partners delayed to discuss McGill's gang with Cass Bonnard. It was an hour later when they pulled away. With all trace of the outlaws lost, they headed for the town of Tucson with the double purpose of procuring some further supplies and picking out any possible clue for the route taken by their quarry. They camped that night on the broad Texas prairie, and on the following morning rode down the Tucson Creek. Reaching before noon, the famous Panhandle cow town was by no means new to them. But they looked over the straggling sandy street with its few tree-shaded stores and saloons with interest. By no means a metropolis, Tucson was a busy place nonetheless, its buildings crowded with booted and spurred men, all raking their horses under the gnarled cottonwood tree before the two-story square hotel. The trio had their drink in the corner bar and emerged once more in the street.
You reckon there's a chance Dwyer and McGill rode this way?
Sam asked as they stood scrutinizing the passing faces. Pat shrugged. Well, here's how she lies, he commented. About the only town in 300-400 miles of the woolliest range country there is. You find me an owl hoot that doesn't know old Tucson like he knows his horse. Ezra's nod concurred. As good a chance to pick 'em up here as anywhere, he grunted. But sauntering around for about half an hour, curious about everything that went on, they saw no man who they knew except a grizzled frontiersman who Pat had last met in Wyoming. They passed the time of day for a while and then parted. Sam was still glancing around at everyone in sight alertly, but his manner was no longer hopeful.
Nobody here we know well enough to ask for news of them fellers,
he grumbled. Well, we can always shove on down the trail, returned Pat philosophically. If they pushed on themselves, we're bound to pick up their sign. Well, we'll pick up what grub we need and then shove off, growled Ezra. Ain't nothing for us here. Standing undecidedly in the door of a saddle shop, Pat was about to signify his assent to this proposal when he paused abruptly, and the other saw his gaze fix. He was looking up street at something, and they turned to follow his gaze. Searching briefly, Ezra and Sam saw nothing like to hold his attention, unless it happened to be the girl emerging at that moment from a general store several doors above. There was a shy charm about her, instantly noticeable. Her dress was tattered but clean, and if her low-cut boots were scuffed, obvious efforts had been made to repair the damage. At least her dark hair was neatly brushed and coiled, and she did not look grubby, so much of the poorer ranch women often did. Certainly those candid brown eyes held courage of a quiet kind. Exactly the kind of girl to attract Pat's interest. She had a bundle under her arm and seemed somewhat hurried in her actions. Even as she stepped off the store porch, they saw a sauntering cow-puncher accost her familiarly. The girl halted, looking up at the fellow in blank surprise. It was clear from the expression on her face that she didn't know him, and just as obviously, till this instant her thoughts had been far away. But the young man's intentions were plain enough. Taking her hesitation for compliance, the puncher insinuated a casual arm about her waist.
How about going for a little walk, honey?
Pat overheard his bantering invitation. Indignant color rushed into the girl's dusky cheeks.
No, thanks.
Her refusal was short and bore a scornful sting.
Oh, come on. No harm done.
He was carelessly persuasive. His arm drew tighter, urging her acquaintance with a mutual appeal which not even she could mistake. For answer, she squared on him deliberately and dealt him a smart blow with her small fist squarely alongside the jaw. Good for you, sister. Pat's approving thought flickered behind his steely eyes and tightened lips.
Now will you let me go?
The girl blazed at her tormentor. Laughing easily, he pretended to take her resistance for indecision. He was handsome, perhaps too handsome for his own good, black-headed and with a devil in his audacious eyes. Pat judged him not older than the girl herself. The lack of toil stains on his natty cowboy rig said that he was partial to town life, and probably had grown used to another kind of girl than this one had been proven herself to be.
Relax, he advised her boldly. I don't mind a slap or two for a worthy cause, but I got a reputation to keep up, making the girls happy, and you're elected.
Try as he would to josh the situation through, he was no match for this girl's cool determination. Her set face said that she was conning the idea of how best to rid herself of this unwelcome pest. In another moment, Pat would have firmly and quietly relieved her of her problem. He had already started to move that way, but before he could cover the few remaining steps required to reach her side, another man rushed in, bursting seemingly from nowhere. Hard arms tore the black-headed cow poke away from the girl, and a fist smashed into his surprised face, sending him staggered backwards. "Get out of here, Julie!" The newcomer whipped at the girl. "Run, I'll take care of our ambitious friend here." "Well, for gosh sakes!" It was Ezra. He was staring at the young fella, who threw himself into the situation in wide-eyed amazement. The others recognized Jack Ambler as well, and the girl, called Julie, appeared not to look at all surprised when he sprang to her assistance. The luckless masher was having trouble in trying to recover his balance. Ambler strolled forward, grimly pursuing his advantage. He blocked a furious swing aimed at his head by the bewildered puncher and countered with a smash to the stomach. Whatever his motive, Ambler appeared animated by a slashing determination to make this brief and final.
Feel like arguing the matter, do ya? He gritted. Maybe you'd like to slap your arm around my waist, sweetheart, and see how it feels. What's all this about?
The handsome puncher panted, pausing to glare at his attacker fiercely.
I got no bone to pick with you. I don't even know who you are.
Ambler would not let up on him, but crowded forward belligerently.
You better hope you never run into me again, mister, or else take a lot more pains in choosing the girls you try to pester. Well, hell, I was only...
began the other, by no means anxious to force this fight. He got no further. A blow smashing through his upraised defense snapped his head back, and he lost his temper then, realizing he was in for it whether or not he wanted it. With a snarl, he plunged at Ambler viciously. Men were advancing from every quarter to watch this contest. Guff advice was called out, and the combatants were afforded plenty of room. Glancing over the crowd, Pat judged it was largely in good humor, yet he scanned the gathering for any sign of Ambler's outlaw associates before his tension relaxed. His mind argued that, if they were not here, it was nevertheless likely that they were not very far away, and his first impulse was to press the search for them without delay. One thought held him in check. Ambler was here now. Why risk the chance of losing the young fella again? In any event, there was always the likelihood that Ambler might lead the way to the larger quarry. Jack stopped the puncher's charge with a double chop, and they stood toe to toe, slugging heavily, trying to beat each other down. They were almost evenly matched, as it was to wait, but a disinterested observer could scarcely have helped noting that Ambler held the advantage in bitter resolve. The other, so abruptly interrupted in his dalliance with Julie, bent on no more than an hour's pleasant diversion, appeared no nonplussed than the other. Certainly he was having trouble in adjusting himself to the stern demand of the moment. Yet his blood was up. Living in this town, and known to many of the men now offered him careless encouragement, he was clearly of no mind to accept a beating at the hands of a total stranger without giving a good account of himself. Equally bent on teaching him a sound lesson, Ambler bore through the man's flailing blows, administering a painful thump squarely on the nose. The puncher vented a roar of fury. Springing forward, he grappled with Jack. Ambler succeeded in tripping him, and down they went, rolling over and over in the dust.
The tide of battle turned this way and that. At a lucky turn, the cowboy arose astride Ambler's prostrate form and proceeded to belt him unmercifully about the head and shoulders. The crowd gave a roar of delight and encouragement when Julie sprang forward to slam the young fellow in turn with her doubled fist and nod her fingers into his black curly hair, and tugging manfully, her lips compressed into a thin line, she appeared bent on tumbling him over backwards. A grinning old-timer unhurriedly dislodged her hands and elbowed her back just as Ambler, dust-matted and smeared with blood now, with a mighty heave tumbled the puncher from his perch. The adversaries scrambled up, their clothes torn. Ambler drilled in without let-up. A looping set his foe reeling into the crowd, which surged away, with a half-hearted attempt to prop up their favorite. Jack was after him with a yell. He shouldered through the scattered onlookers with a reckless disregard of his own safety. A body blow, brought up from Jack's heels, flattened the groaning cowpuncher a second time. Men yelled, admiring Ambler's career grit and determination in spite of themselves, and the street was a maelstrom of churning bodies. Shoving through coolly, judging the fight about finished, Pat at length reached Julie's side. The girl stood panting, her magnificent eyes glittering and aroused, and she looked at him with protest as he took her arm. "Let me get you out of here, miss," he said quietly. "It's almost over, and Ambler's proved he can take care of himself without our help." His teeth showed briefly in a smile as he ended, and the girl could not forbear answering it. She recognized the illusion of her own excitement, if misplaced, effort to come to Ambler's aid. "Nice of you to think of me, mister," she murmured, as he urged her gently back out of the press. "But I'm really concerned for Jack, amongst all those strangers." Having allowed him to lead her to the edge of the crowd, there she stopped, and Pat wisely did not force the issue. "I'd admit some interest in that young fellow myself," he allowed casually. "He certainly seems to know which side is up and how to stay there in a pinch. Have you known him long?" She turned an unfathomable look on him, which, in view of her recent answer, he could only interpret as suddenly awakened caution. "Long enough," she parred coolly. "Any special reason for asking?" Pat lifted his shoulders and let him drop. "Oh, just wondering what he did is all. I thought there was a chance I might offer to hire him," he thrust on unblushingly. "You can't do that. He rides with my father," she broke off sharply, revealing confusion and plain regret over having said more than she meant to. "No matter," she went on resolutely. "I'm quite sure he wouldn't be interested, whatever your offer happened to be. Thanks for looking out for me, mister." She turned away, hurriedly. "I'm all right. I reckon Jack's coming now." But her attempt to escape his attention did not succeed so easily as that. "Hold on." Pat's good-naturedly caught up with her and hung on. "We'll forget the job if you say so, but I'd like to talk to that young fellow for a minute anyway." He caught the blaze of disappointment and chagrin in her trim, small face, instantly erased. Next moment, his notice was attracted elsewhere. Ambler had decisively concluded the demonstration of his prowess with his fists and was coolly working his way out of the crowd. The defeated puncher's friends held him in charge, jibing him derisively, and Pat saw Ambler's auburn head bobbing as he started this way in search of Julie, shrugging off the congratulatory hands that was slapping upon the shoulders. Jack's blazing blue eyes were darting this way and that, anxiously seeking the girl as he came forward. He spotted Julie and Pat at the same time and halted. A conflict of mingled eagerness and dismay struggled in his battered face. An instant later, whirling away, they saw him thrust off through the churning crowd in another direction. "Ambler, wait! I want to see you," called Pat, striving to make himself heard. But whether Ambler caught the words or not, he didn't pause. The scattering crowd in the street
had admirably suited to his purpose. Before Pat could make a move to pursue, Ambler slipped out of the jam and a moment later disappeared from view down an alley. Pat's raking glance espied Ezra and Sam. The pair had observed Ambler's sudden about-face, and although they strove to make after him, they were too late. He was gone before they could win free from the hampering crowd in the street. Too late to reveal the full extent of his disappointment, Pat turned to the girl, his eyes veiled. She was not disposed to be easy with him now.
I reckon I said he'd not want any part of you, whoever you are. She spoke candidly. But thanks anyways, for him and me both. I expect this settles it.
End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8. Well, I'll be darned. Pat Stevens' tone was blandly surprised. Ambler was heading this way. I wonder what caused him to change his mind all of a sudden. Clearly the girl would have liked to pull away without further discussion. Yet she seemed wary of making an issue of the situation.
I don't know, mister, but I'll tell him about you if I should happen to see him again.
She made it sound improbable and of no overwhelming importance of any event. The name is Stevens, Pat returned smoothly. And a man can't help wondering what all the mystery's about.
Mystery?
She echoed blankly. Why, yes, he insisted. I admitted a friendly interest in the young fella, and you started to tell me something about him, and then quit. Not that I want to press you beyond your own wishes, but... She flushed darkly.
It isn't anything, really, Mr. Stevens.
Her tongue stumbled through this lame excuse.
I don't know. I honestly don't know Jack very well. I mean, I haven't known him very long.
She broke down there. I see. Pat gravely surveyed her deepening flush. Live here in Tucson, do you, Julie? He asked suddenly. Too late she saw that in continuing to talk with this persistent man, she was only getting in deeper and deeper. Pat had discerned without difficulty the extent of her real interest in Jack Ambler, and he was calmly proceeding to drag information out of her piece by piece. Help came from an unexpected direction as Sam and Ezra hurried up, their look pretentious.
Ambler done a sneak, Pat, Sloane exclaimed before Stevens could head him off. We tried to snag him before he got away, but then he gave us the slip.
Julie took a look on him that would have flayed the hide off a thinner-skinned man. She was not long in taking in the true state of affairs.
So you tried to grab him, did you?
Her stinging words sarcastic, she whirled on Pat.
Is this your interest, of your friendly interest in Jack? If it is, I'm quite sure he wants none of it.
Whirling on her heels, she walked rapidly away, back stiff and her head up. Sam's jaw dropped as he watched her go.
Isn't that the chick that pulled Curly's hair? What's biting her now?
His tone was extravagantly innocent. Pat shook his head reprovingly. You done it that time, Sam, he murmured, just as I was persuading her to talk.
Well, Sloane turned crusty, maybe 'twas a mistake busting up that way, but it's Ambler we want, Pat, and it looks like he's gone again.
It certainly must have occurred to you that the girl would have led us to him again, Pat pointed out plainly.
Hell, I never got that far along,
exclaimed Sam, still inclined to faint indignation. He swung around, pointing across the street.
She went in that store yonder. We can watch when she comes out if you're set on it.
Tut, tut, Sam. Pat smiled pitifully. Must be off your feet a bit today. Recommend watching the back door of that store, he went on matter-of-factly. And I'd say yes. Ezra and Sam exchanged significant glances, frankly muttering contempt of his tolerable manner.
Smarty pants,
Sloane muttered almost, but not quite, inaudibly.
Ezra was more practical, if scarcely less brusque.
Let's be getting round there and keeping our eyes peeled then, he growled shortly.
He headed for an alley leading between the buildings and across the street, and Pat and Sam followed unhurried as long as they remained in the street, but increased their pace as soon as they were slipping from view. They came out a moment later at a point from which they could watch the rear of the store into which the girl had stepped, across the littered backyards which intervened.
"What's your big interest in this girl?"
Sam inquired as they waited peering. That seems to be Ambler's girl by the looks of it, Pat returned. Started to tell me that he rides for her dad, and then suddenly she shut up. My guess is we weren't intended to know that, whoever her dad might be. You know, he continued, from the first minute I laid eyes upon her, she reminded me of somebody or another. I'm still wondering if I'm right. Sam stared at him.
"By thunder!" he ejected hollowly. "You're right. It's in them same cheekbones and the arched nose and all, but hell, Pat, she can't be Rip McGill's daughter. A nice girl like that don't make sense."
Doesn't seem to, does it? Stevens was turning over in his own thoughts. But I've run into a setup like that once or twice in the past. If it's true, he went on levelly, then McGill's headquarters must be right here in Tucson. Maybe his family's located here. Hey! Ezra was peering through a hole behind which he had taken cover. There she comes, he muttered hoarsely. Having their look, Sam and Pat saw Julie emerge quickly from the rear of the store, as Pat had predicted, and began to pick her way through the stacks of empty crates and parked freight wagons and buckboards. One glimpse of the manner in which she darted hasty looks about her were enough to confirm her stealthy flight. Another moment, so quickly did she move, and she would have disappeared from sight altogether. Scrambling quietly after her, the three men watched as she reached the outer fringes of buildings and struck into a dim path leading through the mesquite thickets bordering Tucson's Creek on this side of town.
Heading for home like as not, Ezra murmured. Find that, and we might close in on McGill and Dwyer and the whole crowd.
Sam glanced at Pat, his bushy eyebrows hoisted. Stevens' nod was expressive. Maybe this is it, Sam, slid from his thin lips. Grease your elbow and don't wait to see what they do first. Sloane's snort was a token of his intention should they run into their quarry thus unexpectedly. Once having reached the path, the girl had faded from view almost at once, for this kind of going inevitably slowed up her followers lest they should stumble into a guard before they knew what was happening. But nothing halted their progress as they worked through the brush, from bend to bend on the faint trail. A moment later, a dirt roof and the top of an adobe wall loomed up over the mesquite tops. Pausing to scan the layout, Pat motioned silently to the other side. Taking the hint, Ezra and Sam faded into the brush, working round to circle the adobe from both sides. When they had time to reach their positions, Pat moved up circumspectly, hand hovering near his gun, and his glance was alert. He saw nothing to arouse his suspicions. The adobe shack slumbered peacefully in the beating heat, and the clucking of a few hens along a shaded wall lent a homely sound. No horses appeared to be in evidence, and the tore-down corral behind the place was empty. Pat did not allow himself to be misled by appearances, however. Watching the shadowy doorway, he stole closer. "Hello, the house," he called out suddenly, in resonant tones. "If you're there, McGill, come on out. The place is surrounded." Silence ensued for a space of several seconds. Pat was asking himself if the horse thief was inside, crouching there, screwing his courage up to come out shooting, or whether ambush awaited his own entrance. Least of all did he anticipate the appearance of a gaunt, severely visaged elderly woman who suddenly appeared in the door, arms akimboed and apron bound about her scrawny waist. Nothing could have been more homelike or more of a letdown. Yet there was an eagle's shrewdness in the sharp gaze which met Pat's own level eyes, and nor did the woman show any notable meekness of spirit in her opening blast.
"The place is surrounded, is it?"
She threw out with a mocking severity.
"It was surrounded long before you ever saw it, young man, with meanness and poverty and brush. What is it you want here? There's little enough for anyone to want, God knows, but I'm asking anyways."
"I reckon you're Miss McGill, ma'am." Pat was strictly respectful. "It's Rip that I'm after, him and some of his friends."
"You'll have to go looking elsewhere, then," she retorted. "He ain't here."
"You sure of that, are you?" He continued to watch her closely, alert for any signal to somebody inside who he could not see. "Then Ambler, he'll do in a pinch. All I want right now is a word with him. You can tell him that." He was talking for the benefit of any chance listener who might be lurking inside, but Matty McGill's disillusioned glance only sharpened with hostility.
"If you want Ambler, you go hunt him up, or whoever you do want, once you've made up your mind," she snapped. "None of 'em is here. Worse luck."
"Maybe you'll allow me to satisfy myself of that fact," Pat said dryly, motioning Ezra and Sam in from their positions in the brush as he spoke. Matty McGill's thin jaw sagged slightly and then snapped closed with a click.
"What nerve!"
she exclaimed, agitated. But she stepped aside as Sam Salone gingerly edged past her and thrust his head through the doorway. After a pause, he pushed inside to be gone for several minutes. Outside, they heard an angry exclamation of Julie's voice coming from within, and on the heels of it, Sam re-emerged in hasty confusion, with an abashed expression of his normally impudent countenance.
"Ain't no one there but the girl," he announced. "Reckon I interrupted her in something or other."
Ezra began to laugh gruffly, and a thin smile flitted across Pat's lean face. It was gone quickly. "Sorry, ma'am," he told Miss McGill. "It happens that was necessary. Is Rip away from home for a spell occasionally?"
"Yes, he is,"
Matty flung back defiantly.
"or by gravy, you fellers wouldn't be nosing around here so free."
She breathed noiselessly through her nose for a moment.
"You don't have to tell me why you're here. What's Rip been up to now?"
She blazed, her face setting in rigid, homely lines. "Well, there may be room for argument about it," Pat evaded smoothly, well enough pleased with what he had already drawn out of her. "Anyway, I'd like to catch up with him long enough to talk it over. Been here in the last day or so, hasn't he?" He whipped out unexpectedly.
"No, he hasn't,"
she retorted tartly, not to be caught that way.
"Just what do you know about him, mister? You tell me, and I'll have something to say to him myself."
"Ezra," Pat told the lanky tracker curtly, "take a look at the tracks in the corral before we go any further." Ezra moved down there and took his time in looking around. His homely face was sober when he came back. "There been a dozen broncs in that pen during the last couple days or so, and there's roan hairs sticking to the bars of that gate." His one eye glinted. "It may mean nothing. You can have your guess." Nodding his head, Pat glanced at Miss McGill without speech. Biting her lips with vexation, she was unable to brazen the situation out.
"Well, suppose he has been here, then," she exclaimed desperately. "It's his home, isn't it?"
"Rip seems to operate over quite an area," returned Pat dryly. "I'm not sure whether I'd say he's got a home or not." Tears of poorly suppressed rage stood in her eyes.
"Mister, I swear I've done all I could with that man," she said vehemently. It's gotten so I'm afraid to learn what he's been up to next, and that's the truth. I know what you're here for well enough. Don't expect no loving kindness from me, but if you can do something to straighten Rip out, I'm able to believe it. You'll get my prayers, so help me."
This was plainer than anything else she had said yet, and Pat was able to comprehend the situation far better than she could have thought possible. But he didn't let up on her. There were things it was imperative that he should know. "I see," he assented woodenly. "Afraid I can't promise any bargains, ma'am, but I'll certainly do what I can. You'll be able to further matters considerably by telling us which way Rip and his friends went." Mattie opened her lips to speak, and the three friends awaited her reply with attention. But at that moment Julie suddenly appeared in the door, a look of desperation on her youthful face, as if unable to keep out of the talk any longer.
"Don't tell him a thing, Ma," she exclaimed with cold indignation. "He's just worming all he can out of you. He's already tried it with me. What concerns Jack or Dad is none of his business."
"Maybe you'd like to say what harm is done, if I should know." Pat smiled disarmingly. Even Miss McGill awaited the response of this query, but the girl refused to unbend in the slightest.
"How do you know that they aren't planning to shoot Pa in cold blood?" she demanded bluntly, addressing her mother with scorn. "We don't know what their business is. If they want Pa, let them find them themselves. Then it's up to Pa."
Her resolute insistence carried weight with her mother. Miss McGill shrugged helplessly.
"I declare a body don't know what to do,"
she averred plaintively, and then, in her ingrained firmness of character, reasserted itself.
"Sorry, mister,"
she told Pat plainly.
"I reckon my daughter comes first with me. I can't speak to tell you no more, and that's the end of it."
Nor would she speak again beyond a muttered of words or two, despite Pat's persuasions. A tart antagonism had awakened in Julie as well, and he could get no satisfaction from her neither. Convinced that he was wasting his time here, he finally turned away, motioning to Ezra and Sam, and they walked up the path towards town. "Rip McGill's women are harder than he is," muttered Ezra once they're beyond hearing. "Not much use in waiting for Ambler to show up now, I don't reckon." "I've been turning it over," Pat responded thoughtfully. "At first I thought we stood a chance, but knowing that we're in Tucson and on the lookout for him, I've come to the conclusion Ambler won't waste any time putting distance between us. At least I would if I was in his shoes." Sloane nodded grumpy confirmation of this argument.
"The thing now is for us to get on down this trail fast. Ain't much chance of overhauling Ambler, let alone McGill or Dwyer, but we can always hope."
Ready a few minutes later, they swung up and set off down the street with a last look at the busy hamlet they were leaving, and soon were threading the tall mesquite thickets which covered the flats of Tucson's edges. Half an hour later, the broad, undulating plain spread before them, emblematic and vast. "You know," Ezra voiced his thoughts at last, "young Ambler ain't got too much of a start on us at that." Pat shot him an approving look. "Right you are, Ez," he agreed cheerfully. "And if I'm all right, it's simply a matter of using our heads whether we'll grab 'em or not." "Well, come on, then," growled the lanky one. "Knee that horse into some life." He set the example by prodding his mount into a meddling pace, and though Pat winked at Sam, unseen by their long-legged companion, he followed suit without demur. They covered a dozen miles at a rapid pace, and reached an elevation were still unable to spot a moving object anywhere on the range outspread before them. Ezra was all for pushing on with increasing speed, but here Pat called a halt. "Hold on, Ez," he said tolerably. "Hasn't it occurred to you that Ambler may just possibly be behind us?" Ezra rolled this over deliberately. Could be, he admitted gruffly, but if you're wrong, we'll be losing them for sure. We could lose them either way if we're wrong, Pat pointed out simply. We'll stake out here and wait a wee bit. They ground anchored their horses in a wash and sat on the ground to watch. All around them the horizon stretched, empty and silent. It seemed almost incredible that man had ever frequented such a desolate spot for any purpose whatsoever. As time dragged by, Ezra became by degrees more firmly convinced that they were making a mistake. We're getting nowhere fast at this rate, he groused at last, unable to bottle up his impatience any longer.
You think so, do you?
His tone insultingly triumphant. Sam was gazing attentively back over the way they had come.
Take a squint o'er yonder, my fine feathered friend.
Rising to his knees, Ezra took one look and froze. Some feller's coming, he muttered tensely. Fast, too.
Sure.
Sloane was lofty tolerable.
It's Ambler taking out to join up with McGill's crowd, tight as he can go.
Ez whirled to Pat, his face bleak. We're letting him lead us to them fellers, he rasped. Pat shook a prompt rejection. No more chances on that young buck, Ezra. Get to your horses and we'll spread out and grab him right here and now. They slid hastily down the wash, swung into the saddles, and spread out to fling their net across the path of the oncoming rider, keeping to cover till it was too late for him to elude them. However, he chose to maneuver. In the concealed shelter of a cut bank, Pat waited till the faint clatter of racing hooves strengthened and drew close. At last he forced his horse into the open, throwing up a warning hand at the horseman as he came thundering forward. Haul up, Ambler, he commanded sharply. We're taking you in charge. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Ambler's 6-gun blazed as he swerved wildly aside, the slug fluttering past Pat's cheek. His horse was game, striving to turn on a dime as the puncher flung all of his weight on one rein. Harsh yells from Ezra and Sam confused the horse, however. It stumbled and sought to recover itself just as Ambler fired again, his shot flying wild. Next instant, horse and man fell in a heap, Ambler flinging himself clear at the last instant and rolling over. Pat spurred his horse close. Unhesitatingly, he dove out of the saddle and landed on Ambler in a flying tackle. Jack never knew what he was all about. He struggled violently for a moment before Pat's superior strength told. When his gun bounded from his grasp to tumble in the dust, Ambler relaxed and Pat got up. Well, that's better, he growled tensely, retrieving Jack's gun. Get a hold of yourselves now and maybe we can talk. Ambler looked at him dazed.
Stevens, isn't it?
He got out with an effort.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand? Pat asked shortly.
You could have downed me easy when I was throwing lead at you so wildly.
The words seemed forced out of him.
You've little reason enough to love me, Stevens, as you see it. See, you went out of your way to nab me without so much as pulling a trigger.
Maybe I felt like doing it that way, Pat retorted colorlessly.
That's no answer.
Sitting up, Jack faced him squarely.
You still think I'm one of those rustlers. Don't you deny it.
Pat's grin was unabashed. Sure of that, are you? Wonder who it was that tipped off the law to go out to Batwing when we were being held prisoners while there was still time. It couldn't have been McGill. Ambler's show of confusion was marked.
Did somebody do that?
He strove to cover up promptly, yet his delay dispelled any doubt Pat might have held that his guess had been a good one. Pat's nod was firm. Somebody did, Ambler. That was my first inkling, he continued levelly. That somebody was capable of worrying about anybody besides Julie, shall we say? Jack flushed violently.
Why drag her name into this?
He demanded, almost sullenly. I'll be frank, Ambler. I think it's solely on her account that we found you where we did, and doing what you were doing at the time.
You mean in Rip McGill's camp?
Ambler rasped out hoarsely, unable to hold the question back. That's it exactly. Pat's tone was confident now, still making its demands upon the other. Ambler started fiercely and then froze. His lean face hardened.
Well, I'm afraid to face it, Stevens, he groaned. I still hate to believe it, but it don't mean what you think it does.
I'm perfectly satisfied I know what it means, Pat replied bluntly. Your mistake, Ambler, is trying to conceal who it was that you were striving to shield. Why don't you admit you followed Julie to that outlaw camp in the first place, and it was her that you tipped off when you fired those warning shots?
Ambler displayed growing excitement. You mean you wouldn't hold it against Julie because she's... He stopped. He couldn't go on.
The three men exchanged glances, smiling tolerably. So you'd had it figured we'd dislike Julie for sticking up for her daddy, Ambler? Pat shook his head quietly. Reckon you don't know us anywhere near as well as you thought you did. Jack appeared dazed.
But old Rip,
he began. He's a bad apple, that one. Pat nodded. Nobody'll give you an argument there. Right now we're wondering if you and Miss McGill are strictly out of the same basket.
I swear we ain't, Stevens, Ambler burst out. Matty McGill's struggled half her life to keep that old reprobate straightened out. He's gone worse lately, and she's got her suspicions all right, but so far she's refused to give in.
And Julie's loyalty don't even question the right or wrong of it, Pat added soberly.
Ambler hesitated. She knows the difference, Stevens, but she seems to feel dead sure he can be saved.
His face nodded with a renewed struggle over some tough problem of his own.
I ain't been able to persuade her that a good scare may not succeed in jolting McGill back into the straight and narrow.
But meanwhile, you've been breaking your neck to help her anyway, Pat contributed evenly.
What else could I do, Stevens?
Exclaimed Jack harshly. Maybe I can help you there. It hasn't taken me long to make up my mind about Julie McGill. Too many persons around her are doing their best to ruin the girl, Ambler. She may have made some mistakes, and she may make even some more, but she's a fine girl, and don't forget it. Your play is to stop Rip from using his influence upon her, and the way to do that is to help us grab him and his friends so we can put them away. Jack plainly dreaded such a course, but he found no means of refuting Pat's hard-headed arguments.
If there's a chance I can do it and keep pretty much out of the picture, I'd just have to persuade her afterwards that it was all for the best, he added finally. You mean you're with us?
Sam broke in gruffly.
Well, that's sensible, Ambler. Going the way you were, you'd only getting deeper without helping the girl anything at all. We'll make sure we see you through, he encouraged.
Pat could have asked for no better outcome. He was inclined to believe in Ambler's honesty, and it did not take him long to conclude that he had been asked for no better ally in pursuing the outlaws. Ambler might yet copper Cal Dwyer's aces. They turned south towards into the Outlaw Trail once more, riding slowly but steadily. The character of the country continued to alter as they proceeded, growing steadily more wild and arid. The ragged line of Cap Rock extended before them, unbroken and endless, marching along on their right. Sam and Ezra eyed the shadowy canyons gnashed out of the bleak walls in intervals. In times not long ago, the Kiowas, the Tonkas, and the Crows had made life miserable for the Texas settlers, striking repeatedly from the safe haven of those hideaway canyons. And even now, the nefarious activities of fruit of outlaw band made that part of the panhandle unpopular for ranchers. Only an occasional hardy soul like Cass Bonard mustered the courage to settle down near the district. Long, empty miles, fraught with unguessed dangers, separated the settlers.
Reckon there's still plenty of old panthers prowling around them old crags,
Sam observed, scanning the wild scene.
Yeah, the two-legged ones, you mean?
Ezra corroborated tensely.
Sam laughed. Well, with a curly old wolf like you along, not to mention a young wildcat to boot, I ain't exactly worrying.
Working steadily southward, they were getting into warmer country. The sun blazed down out of a coppery sky, and lizards darted from their path.
Sure could use some shade,
grumbled Ezra, breaking the afternoon quiet. The others remained too indifferent to respond to any such idle comment as this, but an hour later Sloane pointed out the spot where some kind of branch left the faint trail that they were following to run towards an imposing gap breaching the high mesa wall.
Something or other over there, he hazarded. Maybe a shack where the owl hoots lay over, or it could be a Mexican ranch or something. Should we pass it up?
Pat was asking himself the same question. He settled the matter by turning his mount that way. Easy enough to be sure instead of sorry, he murmured, and the others, they followed him. The break in the rocky wall loomed high and wide over their heads as they rode through, the canyon floor cluttering the ancient gnarled mesquite trees.
It's a blind box canyon,
Ezra announced, nodding to the four.
Looks like some water in there, though. Perhaps a spring.
Rounding a bend, they saw unexpectedly a sizable adobe structure, comfortably disposed on a bench beside the seamed canyon wall. A battered, slug-punctured tobacco sign beside the door apprised them of the nature of the establishment.
Well, danged if it ain't a store,
Ezra exclaimed gruffly. He had grown wary in a flash and was darting sharp glances about. A mercantile establishment in any such wild remote country as this could serve only one purpose, supplying the needs of men who dared not show themselves in town.
Real old-fashioned deadfall like as not. Should we shove in there?
Pat's curiosity had been aroused by the drowsy look of the place.
I wouldn't miss it,
he grinned. Who knows what we'll run into?
You mean excitement or maybe even some information?
Retorted Sam, with an edge of scorn in his voice. But Pat's good humor, suddenly restored, did not abate.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
In silence, they rode up the narrow trail to the bench and paused before the store. The place they now saw was divided into two parts. One of each was the unmistakable look of a bar. A sleepy, single horse stood at the hitching rail outside. At a nod from Pat, they swung down and stepped inside. It was not easy to see in this shady interior after the hours of glaring sun, but they made out a rough bar across the sanded floor and moved towards it. A bald, ivory-skinned sphinx with dark, deep-lined cheeks and heavy, inscrutable eyes stared at them, speechless. Sam looked him over with a rash interest.
Same to you, old boy, he nodded satirically. We'll have a shot of ginger beer or anything else you might have on hand.
There had been no one else here besides the graven image behind the bar when they entered, but at that moment a rattle of hooves sounded outside, and Pat returned swiftly to the door. The horse they had seen dozing at the rack was gone, and the rider already nearly gone from sight down the narrow bench trail. Pat moved back to the bar. "Price of being a stranger in a strange land," he murmured. "Seems nobody trusts us." He sighed. The silent man behind the bar served them drinks and took their money. Pat conned the dubious chance for persuading them to do anything like loose talk. "Wouldn't figure a store would pay, way out here in the brush," he began artlessly.
Think what you want,"
came the rustled response after deliberate delay, insulting in its tone of indifference and rejection. Sam chuckled.
"Well, don't tell him that,"
he protested.
"He's dang nigh unmanageable now."
It didn't win even a begrudged smile. About to say something further, Pat paused to turn his ear once more towards the door. Hooves scraped out there softly this time, and there came a muffled squealing of saddles hastily abandoned. A moment later the outside door darkened, and a half-dozen wooden-faced men strolled forward, glancing over Pat and his friends with seemingly casualness as they gathered at the other end of the bar. "Uh-oh," Ezra lowered his voice. "Some of Dwyer's cronies closing the trail for him, isn't it, Ambler?" Jack shrugged uncertainly. He, too, feared as much, but there was no break in Pat's stony serenity. After a cursory survey of the newcomers, Sam and Ezra returned to their bantering, confining their remarks this time to each other. But all four were set on a hair trigger, well knowing that this was an outlaw hangout into which they had stumbled. From the signs, the only law in force here was carried on the hip. A broad-shouldered six-footer amongst the strangers, manifestly their leader, kept glancing down the bar as if puzzled. Blunt-minded and elementary of instinct as he was, he finally pushed up beside Stevens and tapped him briefly on the shoulder.
"Mind saying who you are, friend?"
he inquired calmly when Pat turned without haste to glance into his eyes. "Not at all," was the lazy answer, delivered in a drawl and accompanied by a level regard which did not waver. "Any good reason why I ought to?"
"Well,"
the tall man glanced towards his friends.
"there's 5 of us, and maybe we can rely on talkie in a pinch."
He nodded significantly to the scowling barkeep.
"I know that he's right curious." "Don't talk so much, Nevers,"
the latter growled with short patience. Pat knew this casual use of names was by no means accidental. He had never heard of Nevers before. Doubtless the outlaw was well and unfavorably known here in Texas, and without hesitation he grasped the pre-offered opening. His manner thawed. "Well, so you're Nevers," he exclaimed, as if finding the knowledge welcome enough. "It's a small world, ain't it? Never expected to get this far down the trail," he proceeded easily. "But I'll be sure to tell Butch I run into you." The offhanded reference to Butch Cassidy, the notorious long rider with whom Pat and his friends had tangled with before, was not lost on the watchful outlaws. Nor did the inference escape Nevers that Pat and his companion were frequenters of the Outlaw Trail. The silence in the place was now profound. Nevers' friends, hard cases one and all, were listening with strained attention, and even Talkie, the taciturn proprietor, kept his hands well below the bar. Nevers himself had grown stern, continuing to eyeball the four with bleak eyes.
"What are you doing here?"
he rasped. Pat pretended surprise. "Well, if you're so anxious to know, Nevers, I'm trying to overtake Dwyer," he flung back with curt brevity. He had not made a mistake in using that name. Nevers' slat-colored pupils batted briefly.
"So you know Cal too, eh?"
he got out unwillingly. "Know him? I should smile." Pat glanced right and left at his friends. "Wouldn't you say so, boys?" Ezra had the wit to respond. He'll know me better anyhow next time we meet, he said angrily. It was walking on thin ice to venture this kind of talk here, but Pat's hunch continued to pay off. Never's hardness relaxed slightly, his curiosity upmost. "So what's your quarrel with Dwyer?" he inquired softly. "It's sort of a matter of horseflesh," Pat returned shortly. "I long ago learned that horses are movable property, Nevers, but when you latch on to a likely bunch of 'em, you don't look for a double cross from those you consider your friends." Nevers could not wipe off the grin which stole across his rocky jaws as he began to comprehend. "So Dwyer and his friends put a fasten over ye other, did they?" he returned gruffly, frowning as he ended. Pat's nod was firm. "A fool might have said it was Rip McGill's work," he went on baldly, "but I know better. Dwyer will too after we catch up with him." Never's manner showed growing respect. "I've heard something of the kind about Dwyer in the past," he allowed. "It do not do good to pass over such tricks, that's a fact." His tone grew quizzical. "What you gonna do now?" Pat shrugged. "We'll take those roans away from him, that's for darn certain." His voice held the unyielding rasp of iron. "And after that, I don't know. Depends just how bold and bad Cal reckon he is." Every word now was carrying him and his friends into safer ground. Nevers appeared to accept them at face value, while at the same time his claims rang true to his cynical knowledge of the wild bunch. Dwyer and Rip McGill would not be the first to break the outlaw code. Yet these listening men registered the same sour disapproval which this fall from grace always invoked. "I had a word with Dwyer when he came through here," Nevers announced coolly. "That's so?" Pat waited. "Maybe it wasn't worth repeating." "I don't know." Nevers was carefully vague. "I seem to gather they was planning a job of some sort down below, either at Fort Davis or Marfa. I don't know what it could be, though. You might run across his boys before you get that far," he continued craftily. "Stay in the sand hills west of Wild Rose Pass." Pat nodded sagely. It was as near to a tip as he would be likely to get from these close-mouthed men. "Could be. Have a drink with us, Nevers." The big outlaw accepted a glass and downed its contents in a gulp. "Good luck, boys." He turned away. "Same to you, Nevers." Sam could be bland when he chose. "If you should find a choice roan in your corral sometime, just think nothing of it." Pat was grinning to himself as they moved out of the place a few moments later and then found their horses. His own smooth tongue had brought them out of a tight corner unscathed, for they could now ride out of this place without further hindrance from the hard-bitten outlaw foregathering here. But it was Salone, the Gid Lily, with his gilb suggestions, sounded only too much like a half-promise, but which in reality were no promise at all. "You and your choice roan," he muttered scathingly as Sam swung up, and Sam chuckled. "He can think what he wants," he retorted innocently. "I'd sure be surprised to find a strange horse in my corral at any time. Reckon he will be too, if it ever happens." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. 2 days later, the great ragged wall of the Cap Rock swung away from the quartet as they rode, running off into the west. They were leaving the staked plains behind. The wild Texas border lay before them, purged now of its ruthless red hordes, but still a lawless and little explored wilderness. Rugged and hilly, scarred and burnt by centuries of storm and sun, this land was a wilderness of maze of cactus, mesquite, and heskate. Only the faint winding trace of the Outlaw Trail led them on. 2 flinty foot, to reveal with certainty the marks of any recent travel. Unremittent persistence brought them to the Horsehead crossing of the Pecos late in the day, and here they were granted their long-sought reward. 4 or 5 horses went by here. I'd say about a day or two back, Ezra announced, scanning the sandy clay around the crossing. Heading south, Pat nodded, having his lone look. It's them all right, there's no two ways about it. Sam sat on his saddle on the river bank, gazing across the desolate hills beyond, painted now in the melancholy pascals of the sunset. It's Dwyer's crowd, he confirmed slowly. Can't be anybody else going that way. They ain't losing no time heading straight for the Big Bend. The section he named was the wildest and most remote corner of all of Texas, a huge mountainous area laying within the blight of a great curve of the Rio Grande. For years it had enjoyed a notorious reputation as the worst, most perilous sanctuary of every wanted outlaw and renegade in the Southwest, to say nothing of the bloodthirsty Mexican Revolution rabble under General Juan Cortana, who made that rock-ribbed and forbidden country their favorite stamping ground. The thought that they might be forced to follow their quarry into such an area was more than enough to give pause to even the lightest of heart amongst their number. Never mentioned a stop over in the Sandy Hills, Pat said quietly. Ever been in this country, Ezra? I reckon I know a bunch of sandy hills when I come to 'em, the lanky one parred gruffly. Pat winked at Sloane. There's a bare chance that we all will, he responded lightly. I was hoping we could ride in from an unexpected quarter. Might be not a bad idea. I've heard Dwyer speak of Sand Hills Station, Ambler said finally. From his talk, it's across the Glass Mountains from Fort Davis. Does that help any? All three of them nodded, glancing their approval at him. You got some good ears, Ambler, Ezra told him. Sam and me, we've been to Fort Davis. I got a hazy remembrance of them Glass Mountains, too. That'll give us something to go on. Wading the rolly Pecos low at this season, they camped on the farther bank. Towards dawn, a creaky rumble on the marvelously still air dragged them all out of a sound sleep. Sitting in their blankets, they watched a string of half a dozen Mexican katanas grind across the ford, followed by a freight wagon. The big-hatted, dark-faced freighters glanced their way without pretense of recognition, themselves presumptuously wary of an attack. In a short time, the falsetto cries and the whip-cracks of the caravan died out up the trail. Pat rolled out, sizing up the fresh, invigorating morning. At this hour it was always cool and keen. Before the others had fairly stamped on their boots, Pat had a fire going, and breakfast was not long in preparing. It vanished even more quickly, and by the time the sun rose red over the eastern horizon, predicting another hot day, they were in the saddle. Mid-morning found them sweeping the tumbled low mountains to the fore with a keen gaze, and Ezra pointed out the rugged range of the Apaches, stretching out its serrated barrier across the west. Reckon that's the Glass Mountains off east there, he continued. We'll drift on over that way. Later a marked gap appeared in the ragged hills, where it could only be Wild Rose Pass, and reining up on the rocky ridge, Sloane pointed off to the left, where a pale patch showed on the tangled slopes below the pass. Them's gotta be the Sandy Hills, he said positively. Pat's nod was one of agreement. That's our target, boys. It may prove to be a lost in motion, but We'll comb those hills real good before we shove on. The Outlaw Trail led by a circuitous route in the general direction they were taking, but several miles from their objective, Pat swung off the trail, striking towards the lower hills on a course of his own choosing. If Dwyer's crowd should be laying over at Sand Hills Station, they'll be sure to keep an eye on their back trail. In that case, we'll just make certain that they don't spot any strange riders jogging their way and get suspicious. It's possible to see a long ways in this country without having to use glasses either. Indeed, in a single sweep of their eyes in almost any given direction, they could scan an outflung scope of country that could take days to ride over. Nowhere was there any visible sign of life. And yet, as they worked closer to the sand hills, by slow degrees Ambler's tense manner grew steadily more taut.
What are you going to do if you ride into that gang, Stevens?
He demanded at length.
I'll grab our horses and give Dwyer and old Rep a spanking lesson, of course,
Sloane flung out carelessly.
What do you expect?
There'll be gunplay, I suppose, Ambler persisted. Like as not. Pat's glance was probing. Does the idea make you nervous, boy? Jack shrugged briefly, and his answer came out in a blurt.
Well, you might as well know, Stevens, that Julie rode out of Tucson 10 minutes after you, and I couldn't catch her. Right now, I don't really know where she's at.
Pat's eyebrows hoisted sharply. You think she's gone to warn her dad? Is that what's bugging you, Ambler? We don't shoot any women. And she may not even be with that crowd after all. Ambler's harassed impression revealed how thin of a hope he considered this to be.
She's got to be with her father. She can't be anywhere else,
he argued strongly.
I'd never forgive myself if anything should happen to her.
Well, don't forget that job they're supposed to be planning at Fort Davis or Marfa, Pat pointed out. What's more reasonable than that Dwyer and his rough should lay over here in the hills while McGill shoved on to size up the outlet? Nobody would ever be suspicious of a crusty old codger and his daughter wandering around town.
You think so?
The bare possibility cheered Ambler more than anything else that had been said.
By golly, you got a point there, Stevens. I sure hope that you're right.
He was so deeply in earnest that Pat glanced at him curiously. You don't seem too sure of Julie's safety in that bunch, are you? He guessed shrewdly. Who is it that you got in mind? Jack's dull flush showed that Pat had hit the mark. He doggedly refused to relinquish his nagging fears, even at the cost of dragging them out into the open.
Cal Dwyer's had his eye on Julie from the start,
he confessed soberly.
He's known her from when she was just a kid and pretends to treat her as such now. But he ain't fooled a minute. The way he hangs around her and teasing and pestering every chance he gets. I only hope that she wises up to him.
You think maybe she isn't? Ambler's answer came reluctantly.
I reckon she is, Stevens, but she knows Cal's influence over her dad, too. Dwyer dangles a quick, easy fortune in front of Rip, and McGill rears up like a horse after a juicy carrot. Julie don't know how to break it up, but she keeps trying. I'm only afraid that she'll try just once too often.
The words went far to confirm Pat's original opinion of Cal Dwyer's true status. Dwyer was using McGill for all he was worth in the furtherance of nefarious schemes. And now it was apparent that the renegade cherished designs on Rip's attractive daughter, perhaps not urgent as of yet, but assuredly hovering on the horizon. Ambler had grounds for his secret apprehension. The fact only steeled Pat's cool determination to take decisive action before it should prove too late. They drew steadily nearer the sand hills as they talked, and the time came when Pat signaled for silence and alert. attention. All studied the molten white and brown pattern of the hills with narrow interest. They presented a bewildered jumble of secluded swells, streaming this way and that, without discernible order or system. The area appeared forlorn and utterly deserted, a deceptive impression which only added to their sinister aspect. "Well, looks like we're going to have to go in blind," Pat murmured. 10 to 1, their Owl Hoot station is buried deep in that jumble, far from its edge. I haven't spotted a lookout yet, but we won't go off half-cocked. We'll split up, circle round, and close in through the hills. Got it?" "Sure," chorused Ezra and Sam with gruff readiness. "One more thing." Pat was speaking sharp and quick now. "Grab their lookout if you can, but if you can't, knock him off. This here's for keeps. After their capper on the bat wing, the shot may give the others warning, and probably will, but at least they won't know what they're up against." Ambler mastered his taunt nerves, paid strict heed to those tense instructions. All had drawn their saddle guns, and after a few more words, they split up to work in opposite directions around the outermost rim of the hills, spreading their net wide before attempting to close in about the quarry. Indeed, the sand hills were far flung, leaving the four hunters widely spread out, that Pat seriously doubted whether their trap would prove effective unless sprung with the utmost precision. He thrust the thought aside, working around the sandy swells and over their shoulders, meanwhile keeping a sharp watch for an inevitable outlaw lookout posted none knew where. The others rode with their solitary thoughts, ignorant of what the next hour might bring. Sam alone shoved his plodding horse along methodically, pausing only to examine briefly the hollow openings before him, or ground tying the horse before he scrambled puffing up some yielding sandy slope for a careful look over the surrounding crests. Once and again he swept the deserted hills without result. The third time he did so, he looked long and was about to turn away when a faint discordance in the dull coloring of those confusing hills several yards away caught his attention. Crouching in the shrub, alert as a deer, Sam watched with slit-looking eyes. Finally, he grunted. "Well, there's their lookout," he murmured. "Perched over and keeping watch of the trail. Wonder if any of the others spotted 'em." All he could be fairly sure of was that they had not yet themselves been spotted. It mattered little. Sam's course was clear. He knew how little hope there was of getting close enough to that guard to take him prisoner, and left only one other alternative. Sam scrambled down to his horse and set off, cautiously and without undue haste, in the direction of the outpost. The twisting and turning passages lying between these unstable hills were confusing even to a veteran. Before 10 minutes had passed, Sam was no longer sure of his direction as he had wished to. "Better grab a fresh look," he grumbled, brows knitting as he gazed uncertainly about. "Pat said to be sure and not let that hombre slip through our fingers." Presently he was panting up another slope, clinging to the scant shelter of scattered stunted brush, and slowing as he neared the top, lest an unguarded movement give him away. Parting the brush at last, he gazed out. This was a higher crest than the others round about, affording an even wider perspective. But to his disgust, he was still a considerable distance away from the outlaw guard, whom he spotted immediately. This time he saw as well the outlaw's pony, tethered by its bridle rein to a brush clump near at hand. Glancing about before he retired, Sam suddenly froze. He had caught a glimpse of Ezra, much nearer the lookout than Sam himself, and closing in fast and purposefully. Ezra was behind a brush-covered dune, less than 50 yards from the guard, and in fact was pushing his pony harder than the precarious situation dictated. "Why hasn't he slowed up?" the stocky little man breathed.
He's going to give himself away for sure, ramming around like a crazy bull.
Even as Sam watched, the redhead drove his mount straight at the rising slope before him, as if intent on hurling it to the top without any more ado. But the going underfoot proved unstable in the extreme, and the plucky roan slipped, pawing at the sliding surface frantically, and lost his balance altogether. The animal reared backwards as Ezra swung hastily out of the saddle, crashing into the brush, thrashing wildly in the effort to regain its feet. The lookout heard that crash, as indeed Sam himself had at an even greater distance, and sprang to his feet to run towards the edge of the hill and look sharply about. Cursing under his breath, Sam knew his own gun would be useless at that range. He saw Ezra scrambling awkwardly up and racing through the brush towards the top. Carbine in hand, Ezra made it. Getting a bare glimpse of the outlaw guard, only a matter of rods across the space separating them, and well within range, Ezra threw the gun to his shoulder. The outlaw saw his peril. For some unexpected reason, he did not appear to carry a rifle himself, nor did he bother to yank out the 6-gun that was swinging on his hip, but whirled, instead, to run swiftly in the direction of his horse. Expecting momentarily to see the man stumble and go down to the crack of Ezra's carbine, Sam could not understand the delay. The outlaw reached his horse, hurled himself into leather, and still no shot came. Ezra had lowered his gun, and was working at it frantically as if something was wrong with it, and he flung it up once more, the glinted barrel leveled.
"Why doesn't that blasted fool shoot?"
Sam raged, beside himself with impatience and bitter disappointment.
"He's letting him get away."
Blatantly, the carbine sprang. Once, again, and without visible effect. A handful of hair in his grasp, Sam groaned, and he saw the outlaw gallop from his post, dropping quickly from sight and clattering away. Well, that finished it. Not again would the same chance of capturing or downing the fellow present itself. He was fully warned now, and carrying word to his friends. Bellowing his exasperation, Sam fired twice in the air with his Colt, and twice again, as an unmistakable warning to Pat and Ambler. Then he stumbled down to his horse, leaping onto the saddle, dashing off in the direction taken by the guard. Racing through this jungle of brush and sifting sand at breakneck speed was quite a difficult thing, from picking one's way forward with a circumstance of care. Before he could do so much as pick up the outlaw tracks, Sam was forced to slacken speed. A crack on a brush at one side, and a few seconds later, whirling him about. Ezra pushed in the open, once more astride his horse, his eyebrows constricting thunderously.
"What the hell's the matter with you, Butterfingers?"
Sam bawled at him violently.
"Heave that lousy carbine overboard and let's go."
They broke into a well-defined path and shoved ahead as fast as they could. Just as they reached the edge of an open hollow, a band of horsemen swirled away from the sagging pole corral beyond and darted into a fold of the hills, stringing out as they went. Gunfire crackled as Ezra and Sam raced across the hollow. Sweeping around a brushy shoulder a moment later, they came across Pat Stevens, standing spread-legged as he gazed ruefully down at his horse, laying sprawled out in the brush. It had been shot and was weakly kicking its last. "Something tore loose," Pat said bitterly, glancing up at his friends with hard eyes. "They jumped me before I even knew they were on the move, and I couldn't save my horse." Sam guessed that it had been the horse, acting as a willing bulwark, which saved Stephen's life, but he made no comment. "Licked again," he nodded tensely. "Them hombres left a couple moth-eaten broomtails back there in the corral to choose from. They pulled out so fast. Not so much use trying to fog after 'em now, though." "They're hightailing it," Pat assented as briefly. "The way they know those darned sandhills, we don't stand us a chance." He looked up as Ambler came hurrying his pony forward. Caught at a greater distance, the latter had been unable to come up in time. Relief flickered in his eyes at sight of them all still intact.
They got away. Did any of 'em get hit?
He asked with an effort.
I reckon not, Ambler.
Ezra was gruff.
Did any of you see Julie?
Jack pressed on, searching their faces.
No, I didn't.
Supplied Sam innocently enough, and Pat shook a silent negative. Only the big one-eyed redhead turned away, refusing to answer. Ambler dropped his reins, sprang in after Ezra, and grasped him roughly by the arm.
Speak up, Ezra. What'd you see? Tell us, will ya?
End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. That Ezra had no thought of giving a direct answer to the question was plain from his dogged expression. Sam Salone peered at him intently as Ambler voiced his accusation. The pudgy, bristle-jawed little man appeared to suspect something. He was not long in making up his mind.
Ez,
he asked easily,
is there something wrong with your saddle gun?
Ezra glanced down at the weapon, still slanting in his grasp, with something like confusion.
No,
he returned grumpily, not at all desirous of pursuing the subject. Pat was watching them both with close attention. Why do you ask, Sam? He put in quickly. With a look of sly triumph, Salone told how he had witnessed the big red-headed advance on the lookout and the incredible manner in which he botched the whole operation.
When you did finally shoot, sure wasn't hitting,
Sam told his tall partner flatly.
A baby could have done every bit as well. It's your fault those birds got away from it this time, and it wasn't no accident neither,
he concluded darkly. Ezra fired up with a great show of indignation, his one eye smoldering. That's all a dang lie. What kind of talk is this? He roared angrily. Pat paid scant attention to his gusty vehemence. Who was it that you saw, Ezra, that you were so careful not to shoot down? He demanded briefly. Still struggling with himself, Ezra would have stamped away in a huff, but Pat's next words halted him. Was it Julie, Ezra? Stevens asked softly. It was a moment before the big man could bring himself to answer, and then he only nodded. Studying him steadily, Pat understood. There was more at stake here than Jack Ambler's indignant feelings of apprehensions for the girl, and Ezra felt obscurely ashamed of his own softness, but some iron streak in his character made him refuse to back down. Well, I sure wish it had been one of you, and damn y'all, he bawled at Sam furiously. If you're so anxious to have her knocked off, do it yourself. A long pause ensued, during which the whiteness of Ambler's strained face was marked. Ezra did right. Pat broke the silence at last. Lord only knows what pressure was brought to bear on Julie to make her stand with watch for those hombres.
That's got to be Dwyer's doing, Stevens, Ambler exclaimed hoarsely. I can read his earmark a mile off. He's trying to drag her down to his own level, doing all he can to destroy her self-respect.
Pat's nod was slow. You could be right, boy. From here, it looks like it can't be anything else. At least, he proceeded coolly, Dwyer's rotten game has settled one thing in our minds. We know beyond any question where the girl is.
And she might as well have been just gotten dead.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Jack, Pat responded mildly. You're all upset about this. There's still a good chance, and from right here, the chance could get better. We know where Julie's heading.
Yeah, straight for the sheriff's custody, if not an army guardhouse.
Anyways, what'll come next, she can't be under any illusions about her dad, Pat pointed out plainly.
When the break comes, I predict she'll be more than ready for you to snatch her away from those blacklegs. Don't you see that, Ambler?" But the young fellow was too restless to be brought to see reason.
"What do we do now, Stevens?" he demanded. "We're just going to stand here all day, or are we going to shove on?"
Pat overlooked his offensive tone, aware of the heavy burden which many an older man might crack. Turning, he led the way back to the open hollow. Sand Hill Station was not a particularly impressive establishment. The stone and timber dugout, a squad shelter at best, and a lopsided pole corral or two were all it amounted to. Worn-out articles of clothing, a discarded saddle, and the blackened remains of old fires lay strewn about. The two ratty-looking horses abandoned in the near corral were probably a lot tougher and more wiry than they looked. Stevens uncoiled his rope and snaked out one of the pen, allowing the other to escape to the hills in the process, and then proceeded to throw his saddle on.
"Watch your step now,"
Ezra advised as he prepared to mount.
"That Jughead's probably a thoroughbred renegade, too."
The bucking and pitching displayed by the uncurried horse, which Pat swung astride his back, bade fair to carry out the analogy. Expert horseman though he was, Pat soon straightened the kinks out of him. "This'll do just fine," he grunted in a brief approval. They wasted no time in striking out for the hills, nor did they seek again the hidden turnings of the Outlaw Trail. Ezra set an undeviating course in the direction of Fort Davis across the mountains. There proved to be more than one chain of heights to cross before they got there. It was hard going, West Texas never having been designed for easy travel. Late afternoon found them bucketing down the barren lava slopes, with Fort Davis laying baked and brown below. It was a fagged and trail-worn foursome that jogged out of the bleak parade ground an hour before sunset. The last military outpost on the wild Texas borderland, Davis was not a large place. It had seen busy times, and even now a Negro detachment was maintained here which had seen rugged patrol service for 100 miles and more along the unpredictable Rio Bravo. The fort lay on a broad flat, loosely hemmed in by curved and weathered rimrock. Along the edges of the parade, lines of wooden barracks and supply depots and officer cottages extended. On the south side, tall cottonwoods stood in graceful rows along a ditch, and beyond could be descried the scattered adobe and frame buildings of the civilian settlement that was just off the post limits.
"Reckon it's down there that we best get looking,"
Salone murmured, gazing about. At first glance, Fort Davis didn't appear at all a likely setting for outlaw activities, with its strict policing and general air of frugality. But there was a supply store and a saloon or two which gathered up loose cash in considerable amounts following the paymaster's visits. After being questioned by a sentry as they left the parade, the four rode down into the village. It required no great attention to size this place up. So short was the dust-churned street that it could be swept from end to end with a single glance. A lumbering freight team, a few soldiers on leave, and the usual mix of army hanger-oners were all that they found to attract their curiosity. Indolent Mexicans moved here and there in the shade of the buildings. No examination of the few hitch racks revealed a glimpse of the sleek Bar ES roans that they sought. Pat hauled up before the general store, which looked much like a prairie trading post. "Well, maybe we can snap up some news in here," he remarked. They dismounted and then tromped inside. It was a large and dusky interior, jammed with merchandise of every description. Soft-spoken soldiers were eating canned fruit at the grocery counter, and a rancher carried out heavy bundles and bags. Clerks bustled about. Pat
moved up to the counter. Selecting a few items of food and a box of shells, he sought to engage the elderly, suspended clerk in a conversation. "Many strangers drift through?" he inquired easily. The bored clerk shrugged.
There's some.
"We're on the watch for some acquaintances of ours. They might have come this way." Pat described Dwyer and Rip McGill briefly, and then paused for the reply. The clerk wasn't not at all interested.
Ask the major there.
He gestured towards a tall figure of military bearing who had stood by all this while, following the talk. The man stepped forward crisply as Pat turned towards him with a polite interest. His worn uniform was smart, his straw-colored mustache was bristling with formality, but the outstanding features of his severe face was his keen, appraising eyes.
"What are you men after at Fort Davis?" he demanded curtly. "You're not horse dealers, I believe. Would it be cattle for the commissary?"
Calmly, Pat described any such connection. "We're riding through, Major, making some inquiries about some fellas that we hope to locate. Perhaps you—" He got no further.
"No, sir,"
the officer interrupted, coldly and finally.
"I've no information for you whatsoever. May I advise you to ride on, and quietly and without delay."
Pat's hoisted brows showed his astonishment. There was no friendliness here, no desire or even willingness to help, but only flat rejection. Nor did Pat's efforts to induce the major to unbend avail in the slightest.
"This is a warning, mister, in case you didn't understand me," came the clipped, unyielding accents. "Ride on."
Pat's shrug was unconcerned. Outside, the four exchanged glances while fastening their few purchases on their saddles. The major was still watching alertly from the door. "So much for our looks," Pat muttered as they mounted and jogged away. "It's plain the military maintains a mighty strict watch here." There was no censure in his tone. Sam nodded, reading his thoughts.
"Reckon it's sense, too. Wouldn't you say that answers the questions of whether McGill or Dwyer will try any of their shenanigans in that place?"
"I think you hit it," Pat assented. "I don't think there's any point in looking further here." His brows knit in thought. "Major may have taken us for owl hoots, or he may have not. Doesn't seem like he's taking any chances, and I imagine the same goes for the Dwyer's gang, supposing they showed up. Let's go shove on for Marfa." They camped that night a mile or two from the post and went on in the gray of the morning. The town of Marfa lay a half-day's ride to the south. Before midday its buildings rose above the dune plain, and an hour later they were jogging in at the head of the wide main street. Ezra and Sam looked the place over, remarking about its characteristics with their usual bluntness. "They sure could do with some shade here," drawled Ezra, squinting in the unbroken glare of sunlight. Marfa was a mixed population, with many a Mexican in evidence, and the number of cowboys and buckboards in the street indicated that numerous ranches lay scattered about the lava-capped mountains.
"We scouting for our barry-ass horses?"
inquired Sam. Pat shook a negative. "Just take it easy, Sam. We'll stick the horses in a stable first and then sashay around. If any of that McGill crowds are here, which I doubt, I want to see them first." They did as he suggested, afterwards seeking a restaurant where they enjoyed a good meal and then split up as they looked the town over. Foregathering later at the bar, none had any startling news to report. No sign of Rip McGill or Dwyer or any other member of the outlaw gang had been seen. Pat was not discouraged. "Well, it's a good sign rather than otherwise," he hazarded. "If they aim to pull a job here,
They won't circulate around too much.
You reckon the bank's their target? Some of 'em should show up there sooner or later. Did you look that over?
No, we'll go head over there now, Pat said. They had their look at the Marfa Bank, a 2-story frame structured adjacent to the Rim Rock Hotel. It was the alley, opening between the two buildings and leading to the livery stable at the rear, which gave Pat his idea. Nothing to stop us from taking a room at the hotel, he murmured, and watching for McGill or any of the gang to show up. They'll be sure to case the bank before they make their play. Well, we may even get some kind of line on their plan. It was a shrewd enough suggestion to put promptly into effect. As far as they knew, not a soul had thus paid them the slightest heed in this town. But on Pat's advice, they stayed close to their rooms overlooking the bank. During the remainder of the afternoon, at least one of them, and sometimes two, would watch every minute of the time.
What you staring at?
Sloane demanded, noting Ezra's strange actions at the window as the shadows were growing long.
Watching that phony-looking Mexican down there,
growled Ezra, pointing the man out.
Reminds me of that spring Bonnard, so said was riding with Dwyer somehow.
Oh, you must be seeing things,
Sam scoffed.
Who ever heard of telling Mexicans apart?
At any rate, the Mexican soon slouched on out of sight and did not reappear. Ezra shrugged. Nothing further occurred to arouse their suspicions. Supper over, the four retired to their rooms to discuss their own plans in broader detail.
They got a marshal here. I seen him today, offered Sam. You calling in the law?
Pat opened his lips to reply when a brisk knock came at the door. They looked silently at each other. It could be the hotel clerk. Come in, Pat called. The door swung back, and a softly smiling man stood in the opening. He stepped in, shut the door, and leaned back against it. There was something pantherish in his lithe frame.
Reckon we ain't met before, he murmured. The name's Hall. Doc Hall.
Sam Sloane half rose from the bed from where he was sitting and then sank back again. He said nothing. Ezra was equally wordless. It was Pat who broke into a jarring but genuine chuckle of appreciation. Well, howdy, Hall, he nodded. Sam was just asking if I'd called in the law. I didn't exactly expect to be in the ranger service. Hall's smile was gentle. There was no badge on his clothes, nor anything about him, unless it was the self-confident tilt in his hat that identified him as a Texas Ranger. But his words dispelled any lingering doubt.
After you rode in from Fort Davis today and bothered to get a room overlooking the bank, I thought it'd be just as well if we had us a little talk. He let drop in his soft voice. How are things on the big trail, boys?
Ezra startled. His gaunt features reddened.
You know we come down the Outlaw Trail? Ain't been talking to the birds, have you?
Hall's shrewd smile didn't change.
Jailbirds, you mean?
He asked. Pat's lean face was a mask of thought. He shook his head slowly. Oh, you got us all wrong, Hall, he told the ranger. Not that I blame you, though. Maybe you got wind of Cal Dwyer's game somehow. Anyway, we're not part of his gang. We're not here sizing up the bank for a stick-up, as you think. Hall, finding in this frankness unusual, hoisted his eyebrows up politely.
Seems to me I heard different.
He paused, his glance straying to Ambler.
If you heard I've been riding with the Dwyer crowd trying to pry Rip McGill's daughter loose from them and nothing else, Hall, then you heard the truth.
Ambler blurted out heatedly.
Well, well.
The cool ranger's grin was broadening now.
Who was it said folks in this country won't talk?
Pat caught the faintly satirical note in his voice. Maybe it's a lucky thing you stumbled upon us, Hall, he said evenly. We could use some help in grabbing Dwyer and his cronies over down here in the strange country. Want me to tell you the whole story, or are you not interested? Doc Hall's non-committal nod conceded nothing. He listened, however, as Pat outlined events from the time of McGill and Dwyer's arrival unheard at the Barrias. Pat spared nothing in their strange adventure on the trail, nor did he omit an explanation of Jack Ambler's position. You could wire the sheriff at Powder Valley or Cass Bonnard in the Panhandle. Either will confirm our identity, and then we can get down to business.
I guess I could do that.
Hall nodded, evident little doubt now of what he would learn.
Meanwhile, Stevens, if we're to nail down that Dwyer crowd, it seems to me that you're overlooking a good bet.
Pat followed his meaningful gaze and then caught on. You mean Ambler? Oh, give us the rest of it, Hall.
Oh, he's got an in with McGill,
Hall said reasonably.
Why not capitalize upon it?
He looked at Jack again.
Would you consider rejoining the gang, Ambler, and keeping us posted? It might work, but what if they watch me too close?
The younger man muttered reluctantly. Hall shrugged.
Well, it's just a chance that we ought to run. Well, don't forget, this is in the girl's interest, too.
Ambler thrust his jaw out.
Will you promise to go easy on Julie, Hall, if the rest are caught?
He demanded harshly. Hall's nod was deliberate.
Oh, it's a deal. Unorthodox, I'll allow, but I'll see that it sticks,
he said without hesitation. What about the marshal here? Pat asked. The ranger shrugged.
Oh, just leave him out of it. Bagley and me, we ain't exactly friends.
He did not elaborate, his smile bleak. Ambler gulped.
Oh, I hate to do it, but I'll join Dwyer's gang if I can find him and learn what I can for you, but, Hall, if you forget your promise about the girl, I'll never let up.
End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12.
Take the lower trail after you come down the forks, Ambler,
Doc Hall instructed, reining his horse down.
Wander off through the scrub brush like you's lost. You won't have to travel far, I don't imagine.
Jack looked at the quiet-eyed ranger uncertainly.
You sure I won't have trouble finding him, Hall?
His tone was uneasy.
I don't want to waste any time over this.
They were 5 miles from Marfa in the midst of a desolate stretch which, from its air and uttermost forlornness, appeared to be lain empty since time began. It was nearly dark, only a few faint streaks of light lingering low in the west as a remembrance of a departing sun. Overhead and to the east the stars were beginning to shine, high and bright, without casting any light on this shadowy range. Ambler had screwed up his courage to rejoin the outlaw gang, and the cool ranger was advising, out of his own knowledge, how it could be best done. Already the young fellow was beginning to regret his bargain.
Them birds are liable to shoot first and think it over later,
he muttered, gazing into the gloom.
Do as I said,
Hall insisted calmly.
You'll be all right until you run into him. After that, you're on your own.
Ambler squared his shoulders and girded himself for the ordeal. They parted after a few more words, and after pushing on into the shadowy world over which night had steadily thickened. He was in no haste. The trail showed only a pale thread, winding on through the brush. His bronc picked his way over some loose stones, slowing to take an occasional downward slant or cross a crumbling wash. A mile beyond, Ambler came to a fork in the trail. Shapeless rock monuments and scattered ledges rose all about him here, reducing what slight visibility there was. Taking the trail that Hall had named, Jack gazed about him uneasily. He had no idea where he was going. How could he possibly find anyone in this pitch darkness? After an hour later, the faint red glimmer of a distant fire caught his eye. It snuffed out immediately, but it worked, and in that direction he finally made out what could only be the dim reflection of a campfire against the dark brush. Hall was right, he muttered. They're hiding out in that shrub, if it ain't somebody else. He broke out, refusing to consider the possible result. Could he run into some entirely strange outfit? Later, forging steadily on, he raised his voice in a hail. It would not do to create the impression that this was a surprise visit, regardless of who it proved to be. "Hello, the camp!" The call invoked no response whatsoever. Dead silence blanketed the brush, and pausing to wait and listen, Ambler asked himself if any human life could exist within miles of the spot. Afterwards, the flickering gleam appeared again and reassured him. He was drawing closer. "Is anyone around?" Ambler sang out, shoving ahead steadily. He no longer looked for a reply. It was enough that he was unmistakably announcing his own arrival. Reaching the fire, he glanced about in bewilderment. This gap in the brush had been used as a camp, and there could be no mistake in that. That it had been hastily abandoned only moments before was equally plain, for there was no one about now, nor did any blanket rolls or any items of camp gear lay about. Then, why had this bed of coals not been stamped out while there was yet time? Many thoughts flashed through Ambler's brain as he sat staring down at it. What if Dwyer's crowd had dusted out for good, without even waiting to learn who he was, dragging Julie with them? Or had they gone at all? A chill congealed his spine at the idea that even now a gun might be trained on him from the darkness. He was backing his pony hastily away from the faint circle of light when a harsh voice smote his strained ears, coming from startlingly close at hand. "Stay there where you are. Don't be moving," the voice ordered with hard authority. Ambler could not prevent himself from whirling in the saddle. "That you, Dwyer?" he whipped out thinly. A shadow glided near, and a hand fastened upon his cheek rein. "Get down, Ambler." Jack recognized Puff Harson, a middle-aged, homely man in cast-off clothes, incredibly pragmatic of manner, who rode with the gang. "Howdy, Puff," he greeted with apparent relief. "My gosh, thought I'd never find you. Where's everyone?" Harrison ignored his question and gave a low whistle, which must have been a signal, and watched him sourly. After a moment, the brush thrashed faintly, and a sound drawed near. Cal Dwyer appeared in the light, his round, cat-like face alert as an animal's, and Rip McGill slouched forward behind him. He glowered at Ambler silently, brooding eyes suspicious. "You, huh?" Dwyer cast mesquite twigs onto the fire, and slowly it came to life, blazing up redly. "How'd you find us?" Making every pretense of welcoming this meeting, Ambler expounded strongly. "What do you mean, how? I dang near didn't." He peered into their faces bleakly. "Lost my way over an hour ago, and then finally I spotted the fire. All I dared expect was company for the night. Never dreamed it'd be you.
I might have been more cautious.
Sure. Rip nodded sentimentally, intolerant of Ambler's feeble joke.
And got shot for your pains.
The fourth member of the gang, Hayes Kilden, a gangly, red-bristled individual of 40-odd, advanced to gaze steadily at Ambler with reckless eyes in which red flecks gleamed. None of these men were glad to see him, but Ambler's pulse leapt at the knowledge that this fugitive gathering in such a place only confirmed the worst suspicions of Pat and the ranger.
What do you want, Ambler?
Dwyer always spoke curtly and to the point, without wasting words.
Me? I don't want a thing,
retorted Jack coolly.
I'd a whole heap rather be somewhere else, but Miss McGill's plumb worried about Julie. She's here, ain't she?
Any other reason for showing up just at this time? Dwyer persisted colorlessly.
Well, I've been hunting for several days, if that's what you mean. Ever since Julie disappeared there in Tucson. Reckon she told you how she untied me and we slipped away together there at the Batwing.
He did not accuse them of carelessly abandoning them whatsoever, but it wasn't his voice.
What'd you tell Stevens and them others about us, Ambler?
The inquirer cracked like a bullet.
Nothing,
averred Jack stoutly.
They grabbed me and took after you. You know that. Julie found me before they had a chance to put the screws on.
He showed some impatience.
Hell, Dwyer, what are you worrying about? Have I got the gall to come here now if I was giving anything away?
A pause fell. Inwardly tense, Ambler waited for the reply. He had to gamble that these men knew nothing of his association with Pat Stevens. Their own dread of the man, and their haste to put distance behind them, was his best protection.
You run into Stevens anywheres up the trails?
McGill said arrogantly. Ambler glanced at him with a thin scorn.
Well, you can judge whether I'm anxious to run into him or not,
he threw back briefly. It carried weight. Dwyer turned to the fire and gazed into the flames thoughtfully.
McGill's girl is with us, Ambler, if it's any comfort to you,
he said at last.
You ain't taking her back this time. Well, who said that I aim to?
Jack bristled. The outlaw brushed us aside with cynical indifference.
Listen to me.
He was watching the other now with a hawk-like vigilance.
We're going to be busy for a few days, and we need her help. And now that you're here, too, you ain't leaving. But if you plan to stay near her, you'll have to work, too.
Ambler did not miss the bleak ultimatum concealed in the words, and he pretended an increased interest.
Planning a job, huh? What's it going to be, Dwyer?
Cal's colorless brows twitched briefly. He rubbed a roughened patch of palm on the side of his holster.
Damn your brass, kid,
he exclaimed harshly.
What the hell have I gotten into blind? I'm in, of course,
Jack continued hastily.
That's if you want me. I reckon you did from your talk. Any harm in being curious what's it going to be?
Dwyer congregated his inconceivable wolf-like suspicion uttermost.
I reckon we could use you at that,
he allowed without enthusiasm.
It's the bank in Marfa, boy. You ready to watch a street and use a gun if necessary?
Ambler read Dwyer's object without difficulty. Such a job as this cold-blooded renegade proposed was likely to wind up in smoke. The men in the street would bear the brunt of any counterattack by determined Texas citizens. Dwyer was willing that Ambler would cast away his life to cover over their retreat once the bank had been stripped. His nod was Johnny.
I'll do anything you say if my cut's big enough. When's this coming off?
The outlaw's eyes glazed.
Never mind, he growled. We'll let you know, and just remember, we ain't none of us slapping you on the back, Ambler, till you proved your nerve.
Jack passed over the cold warning lightly.
Is Julie riding with us?" he inquired innocently. "She is. Somebody's got to hold the horses, and she won't be noticed until too late, anyway."
Dwyer appeared done with the subject, once satisfied of the full compliance of this new recruit. He had few illusions concerning Ambler's intentions towards the girl, but he chose to ignore them, doubtless feeling competent to dispose of any such obstacles to his own plans when the time arrived. He turned to the others.
"All right, let's roll in," he growled shortly. "And tomorrow we're going to move camp. If Ambler can stumble upon us here, others might do the same." "Is Julie with the horses now?"
Jack asked casually. Her father's nod was curt.
"Yeah, she crimps over there."
Puff Harson led Ambler's horse away into the dark, and the latter dared say no more. He soon learned that the surveillance over him was to be a rigid one. Hayes Kildren bedded down where Ambler's slightest move during the night would waken him, and in the morning Jack was advised gruffly to stay at the fire. Ambler saw Julie for the first time at breakfast. Clad in Levi's and woolen shirt, the girl consciously avoided his pleading eyes, and she was short with Dwyer when the outlaw leader hovered over her with rough gallantry. Jack would have given much of it for a talk with Julie, but there would be no chance under the stern eye of old Rip, who chose to be harshly authoritative towards his daughter. Her warm charm was, in fact, a disturbing element amongst these men. Dwyer recognized it with a grin, by ordering her to move the horses immediately after eating. The routine of camp was simple. Harrison and Kildren were dispatched to strategic points armed with carbines, which they acted as guards. Dwyer departed shortly to ride off in the direction of Marfa.
"Think he's casing that bank alone?"
Ambler asked Rip. The pair had been instructed to move the camp a mile back into the rocks during the leader's absence.
"You'd think he wouldn't want to be seen." "Leave that to Cal," Miguel said sourly. "Grab the coffee pot, and then we'll be going."
They were working their way towards the new campsite, taking their time, when the bush crackled and parted, and Julie burst into sight. She looked wildly at Ambler and her father.
"One of the horses spooked and ran off," she exclaimed. "It was a wildcat or something. I can't catch him now."
"We'll help you," Ambler sang out.
"Which way did he go?"
The girl pointed, and they spurred their mounts into motion, and loudly condemning Julie's carelessness, McGill rammed off into the brush. He was soon gone from sight. Reining the other way through the jumbled rocks, Ambler joined the girl, who drew rein at his appearance. "Good for you," he said in warm approval. "I was wondering how I'd manage to talk with you."
"Jack, where'd you come from?"
She cut across his good cheer earnestly.
"These men will shoot you down at the first move."
Ambler sobered. "What are they doing to you?" he countered directly. She made an impatient gesture.
"That doesn't matter. It's Dad I'm thinking of. But now you've only added yourself to my troubles."
"I can tell you this much," he shot back. "I'm here to break this business up, Julie. I've been riding with Stevens and his friends, and I want you to break away and join us. They're in Marfa, and you'll be safe there." She paid no attention to his overriding tone.
"Jack, you've ruined everything,"
she exclaimed tragically.
"Dad'll be caught and then thrown in jail and perhaps even shot."
No, that's been arranged with the ranger." He was growing gruff.
"Rip can be saved yet, Julie,"
she gasped, paling.
"The Rangers? Jack, how do you know? How did you do that to me?"
Her brown eyes were desperate.
"I'll tell Dwyer I can't let Father ride into that trap."
He grasped her by the arms and shaken her gently. You can't tell Dwyer," he ground out. "And it means my finish. They'll kill me." She whitened.
What will you do now?"
she managed in a strained voice.
"I'm going to ride out and tell Stevens their plans,"
he said.
When does this stick-up come off, do you know? If I disappear, they may give the plan up. You'll never get away. They won't let you get out of their sight. As if to bear out her prediction, Rip McGill appeared at that moment, driving the stray horse, his beady eyes piercing Ambler. Same old game, huh? This'll stop Ambler when I tell Cal. His dry tone was menacing. Get back to your job, he snapped at Julie. Ambler looked at the girl. How much more lay between them to be said? He had not even learned the time set for the hold-up, but Julie knew better than to protest that harsh parental tone. And as she looked off into the brush after her charges, her shrug was resigned. Rip did not let Ambler out of his sight again that day. But for the girl, Jack had been bowled the old blowhard over without ceremony and fled. Together, they set up the new camp, and later Puff Harson came in for a meal. He drew McGill aside for earnest, low-voiced talk, none of which the other fellow caught. Cal Dwyer's manner was curt when he showed up shortly after dark. We're going to ride in the morning, he announced. Allow for 2 hours to reach town, and we'll get there by 10.
Tomorrow, huh? Puff Harson's lazy eyes were slitted. Might as well get it over.
Their talk was long as plans were ironed out and perfected. Julie was called in to attend the talk, and she volunteered little, but didn't look at Ambler at all. Jack's sleep was fitful during the long hours of the night. Gone was his slim hope of warning Stevens and Hall in time, but probably they would read the signs accurately. So intent was Ambler on his own vague plans for dragging Julie out of the robbery by force if necessary that he moved through their scant breakfast like automation and saddled up and began the fateful ride as if in a dream. The 2 hours which carried them at a sedient jog to the edge of Marfa passed with incredible swiftness. Ambler looked dazedly at the busy townspeople moving about. Was he soon to be shooting at these men, regardless of firm resolve to preserve his own life or worse, that of Dwyer and Rip McGill? In a harsh voice kept carefully down, Cal Dwyer superintended preparations for the raid. They were few. Julie was left with the horses at the trough on the side street. In silence, the 5 men walked towards the bank. Stay here on the corner, Dwyer told Ambler. If lead flies, keep the street clear. We won't be long. Jack nodded, swallowing hard. Still in a daze, he watched the others advance to the front of the bank. Kildren went on in alone, brazen and assured, to take up his post beyond. Rip McGill's natural air of authority stood him in the good stead as he stepped into the bank with Dwyer and Puff Harson at his heels. Ambler could scarcely understand the indifference which with other men glanced at them in the passing. Fighting the hard lump in his chest, he wanted to run, to grab Julie and flee. Anything but standing here and awaiting the inevitable. But Rip McGill's presence held the girl rooted here in town, and he had no choice. What was happening now at the bank? Glancing up and down the street nervously, Ambler was unable to fathom the absence of Pat Stevens and his friends. Had something happened to delay or mislead them? Should they fail to appear, the situation was helpless. From the first, Ambler had counted on Stevens as his one hope of being extracted from what must otherwise prove a wholly disastrous dilemma. It looked very much as though he must relinquish that one slim thread of hope. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Pat Stevens swung out of his saddle in a cloud of dust before the Rim Rock Hotel and, whipping the reins round a post, strode directly into the bar. Doc Hall was there alone. Pat did not look at him, passing behind the ranger and fronted up to the bar a couple feet away. The bartender poured Pat's drink and moved off before Hall as much as glanced in his direction. Pat spoke under his breath, without turning his head.
"They're riding into town right now," he murmured. "I waited long enough to make sure it was them. They'll be here in 10 minutes.
All of them?
Slipped from Hall's immobile lips. "Well, there's 6 anyway," Pat breathed. "Ambler's with them. I expect this is it, Hall." Doc nodded curtly and then pushed away from the bar. Pat was close behind him as he made for the door, and he tossed a significant look at Ezra and Sam that were sitting idly at a nearby table. The partners rose and then sauntered out as well. The 4 paused in the street, slanting keen eyes looking this way and that. Doc Hall had never seemed more casual. "Let's go get set," he murmured. They watched him stride across the street in accordance with some prearranged plan, to enter the door of McEwen's Hardware directly across from the bank where he would take up his post. Pat nodded to his partners. "All right, Ez. You can cover the street from the window from our room." Ezra stepped into the hotel and made for the stairs, and Sam departed in the same unhurried pace, passing the bank and disappeared into Jake's tobacco shop on the same side of the street. Nodding to himself, Pat moved into the hotel lobby and sank into a chair from which, through the big window, he could have an unobscured view of the street each way. Waiting there, he opened a week-old Dallas paper, holding it up to shield his face, but his glance remained glued to the gap betwixt his hat brim and the edge of the paper. Time slipped by, and the town went on about its humdrum morning chores. He asked himself what the Outlaws' program was to be. Unfortunately, Ambler had failed to get word back. Would they ride boldly in, haul up before the bank, and strike with a crashing swiftness which often proved effective? Keying up, in spite of himself, at the prospect of action, Pat received a jar as Rip McGill, Dwyer, and 2 other men readily recognizable from Ambler's description abruptly sauntered past the hotel. They had then left their horses somewhere. Eyes slit, Stevens raked them through the glass with a measured scrutiny. Any doubt of their identification, for he had never actually seen these men before, faded when they paused before the bank, one of their number passing idly on, while the remaining trio stepped coolly and purposefully in at the door. Pat understood the function of that 4th man, loitering on up the street beyond the bank. He'd been set to guard that getaway. There ought to be another one, though, a rod or 2 this side of the bank. Turning to glance that way, Pat experienced a slight shock as his eyes fell upon Ambler, standing there on the corner. Dwyer had dragged him into the business with a vengeance. Even at this distance, Ambler's wrought-up condition was manifest. Arrested, Pat watched him for a moment before noting the direction of the young fellow's gaze. Ambler was watching something, or someone with a traced attention. Pat saw a tumble-down ranch buckboard ambling up the street behind a rack of bones of a horse. The dark-faced lout who was driving appeared to be a Mexican, a common enough sight in this border town. But leaping thought began to race through Pat's agile mind as he continued to watch the fella. The attention Ambler appeared to be paying this humble rig was marked. Surprise and dismay were in it. Could the wagon form a cog in the complicated plan even now ready to unfold? Pat recalled the Mexican member of the Dwyer gang described days ago by Max Christiansen. Outlaws often went to fantastic means of smuggling their rifles, otherwise so difficult to conceal, through town to the scene of a robbery. Quite possibly the tumbled tarp in the back of this wagon box might conceal a deadly arsenal designed for the use of McGill, Dwyer, and their gang. Much depended on whether the harmless-looking rig pulled up before the bank, as if casually done so. Pat's muscles stiffened while it drew nearer. Then he sighed his relief as the ramshackled wagon creaked on past the front of the bank and, after turning into the alley, disappeared on its way to the livery barn behind the hotel. Pat's attention was whipped back to Ambler. Dwyer McGill and the other men had been in the bank long enough for things to have happened in there. Perhaps Doc Hall could see something from across the street. The heavy seconds dragged like lead now. Ambler was wiping the sweat from his brow when the muted crash of a gun ripped him through the morning quiet. It came, as Judge Pat could, from the interior of the bank. Then glass shattered with a nerve tingling as a rifle sprang, and a window in McGue's hardware dissolved into fragments as Hall fired directly across into the bank. The sleepy street of Marfa sprang to alert attention in a twinkling. Harsh voices rang out, and a cowboy raced down the street with a diminishing clatter. Whipping his Colt from the scabbard, Jake Ambler fired twice in the air and sprang behind a gallery pier at the hotel corner. Obviously, he was not going to assume any major part in the action to come. The Dallas paper went sailing aside as Pat reached for his feet and sprang for the door. Pausing there, gun in hand, while he scanned the open, it was strange that Dwyer and his crew had not yet come out of the bank. The red-bearded outlaw guard was the only other man that was visible in the street, and he had a 6-gun in either hand, the barrels of which he chopped down in steady strokes as he let fly at every movement that caught his attention, his space shots pounding the hot air in sinister regularity. Ezra's carbine slapped once, and then again from upstairs, and the red-bearded owl hoot staggered, caught himself, and went on firing as he backed into the cover of a doorway. Sam's heavy Colt .45 joined in from another door or two down below. Another 5 minutes passed, stretched out for like an hour, while the town gathered his wrath, and still no bandits ran hurriedly from the bank. Pat could not fathom this strategy, unless Hall was keeping them pinned in there. He stepped out into the gallery and motioned Ambler sternly away. "Get out of this fast, boy," he growled. A slug slammed into the post at Pat's elbow, whirling him around. Puff Harrison burst out of the bank door, brandishing his gun, his legs working like pistons. Doc Hall was standing in McGue's door, his rifle leveled. At its crash, Harrison went down as if rammed. He was up again almost as quickly. He had guts. A wild slug from his gun fluttered through Pat's shirt sleeve, and the ranger ducked at the same time. Up street, Sam was having his troubles with Hayes Kildren. A rapid exchange of shots rattled away up there, and Pat saw Sloan hurtle into sight and plunge determinedly after the outlaw. He hauled Kindrell roughly into the open and hurled him tumbling into the street, angrily kicking the outlaw's gun from his hand. Kildren plunged after it to come up shooting, and Sam hammered him into the dust with a single deliberate shot, and the owl hoot withered briefly and then lay still. All this happened with incredible rapidity within a space of seconds. Hall and Puff Harrison were still bitterly dueling it out, the thud of their guns reverberating against the buildings. Pats held his fire till Dwyer and Rip McGill, choosing their moments, came pelting out of the bank at last, shooting as they come. A saddled paint pony and 2 duns stood hitched at the sagging rail before the bank, tossing nervous heads as the lead slang about. The obstruction of the horses had hampered Doc Hall from the start. He had had to fire under their bellies and across their uneasy backs in his effort to get at Harris, but the black-headed outlaw was down finally, gasping out his last. Dwyer and McGill scarcely bothered to glance down at Harris as they ran past. A heavy fire was concentrated on the front of the bank now, which even a charmed life could scarcely expect to survive for long. The 2 outlaws sprang for the tethered horses without a loss of moment. McGill had a leg over the painted horse when it went down, drilled by a ball from Hall's rifle. Pat dropped and near done, while Dwyer was still fighting to reach its head.
Give yourselves up!
A lusty roar reached the hard pair.
We'll blast you to daylights if you don't.
Pat wasted no time in determining who was the owner of that stern voice, though he suspected it was the town marshal. Nor did McGill or Dwyer heed the summons to surrender. Except for a scratch or two, neither had been hit as of yet. Abandoning the horses, they wheeled and scuttled into the alley separating the hotel and the bank. Ezra's rifle thudded from above as the scrape of their boots died out. Pat sprang into the street. "Get after 'em, Sam!" he cried out as Stallone came puffing up. "They're cutting through the lever yard on the side street." Shoulder to shoulder, they hastened to the corner. Catching a glimpse of the outlaws already ahead of them, they broke into a run. A shot from Pat's 6 gun sent Dwyer's hat sailing, and Sam's shot puffed up dust beyond the pair.
"Hold it right there!"
a bull voice roared suddenly.
"I'm grabbing you too, or no why."
Stallone broke stride, staring open-mouthed at the burly individual, wearing a star on his flapping vest, who had burst out from the corner of a barn to confront them, his gun trained on them at point blank. Halting abruptly, Pat raked him with a look of savage contempt. But it was Sam who voiced his exasperation in almost a yell.
"You silly lunkhead, there goes Yowl Hoots there!"
He pointed after Dwyer and McGill, now several hundred feet in advance.
"What are you holding us up for? We're trying to grab 'em."
Ace Bagley, Marshal of Marfa, was a headstrong, opinionated man. He did not so much as take his eyes off them as shooting broke out afresh in the direction indicated by Sam.
"We spotted you waiting for horses,"
Bagley rasped.
"Reckon they'll be grabbed too, and we'll have y'all."
They scarcely heard him, gazing transfixed upon the firing. Ambler had hurried back to rejoin Julie waiting for the horses. He was there when McGill and Dwyer came running up. Pat saw him helping her hold the spooked horses as lead began to whistle about. A horse went down. It was Dwyer's, or had been, after been stolen from Sam and Ezra's ranch. All those horses down there were readily recognizable as Barry S. Roan's. Swiftly, Dwyer mounted another just as McGill swung astride his own. Ambler was urging the girl up into the saddle. He had all but lifted her sturdy small frame as Rip reached across and hauled her up from the other side. The outlaws started away with Julie in their wake. Ambler was striving to get foot into the stirrup when he abruptly sagged and went down limply. And seeing that, Julie screamed, and she would have turned back, but McGill, jerking at her reins, hauled her away. In a moment, the clattering horses faded from sight beyond an intervening shed.
"Ambler's down,"
ejected Sam unguardedly. "I'm going up there."
"Know 'em, do you? One move, and it'll be your last,"
Bagley bellowed. It jerked them back to reality in a flash. Pat jerked his chin up sharply.
"Damn it, Bagley, you've let them get clear away." "Yeah," the marshal sneered. "They wasn't carrying no bags of loot with them anyway. Didn't do so bad grabbing their leader, though."
He was glowering significantly at Pat and handling a pair of manacles from his back pocket when Ezra came sliding up hurriedly and he was still carrying his rifle.
"What's the idea of them irons?"
he hauled at the lawman scornfully.
"Are you aiming to handcuff the corpses?"
Bagley turned back to Pat and Sam unimpressed.
"Well, they'll soon be stiffs if they try anything funny,"
he grated. Ezra glared, and color rose to his prominent cheekbones and a red tide.
"You mean these fellas? You don't dare lay a hand on 'em, why, you dang stupid dumbhead." "Easy with that talk," Bagley flared. "I'm figuring on taking you in for questioning, too. You're all strangers talking mighty tough, you know, and mighty free with your guns."
Ezra's homely face nodded with resolution.
Sure we are. Back up, you lame-brained galoot, before I break your head with this gun stock.
He swung the gun up menacingly. Here, here, a fresh voice put in. Easy does it, Ez. Wait till we hash this over. Then if you can't see no way out, you can go to work on Bagley. Doc Hall grinned at them engagingly, his cool glance touching the marshal. What seems to be the trouble, Bagley? We stretched out two of them gang in the street. You provoked because you didn't get into the play? I saw the big bug slipping through your fingers.
Not so that you'd notice,
retorted Bagley, impervious to this stinging sarcasm. He indicated Sam and Pat.
I managed to grab these two, covering for the others. Reckon they thought I wouldn't catch on.
A frown flitted across Hall's bronzed features. Not at all, he countered. These boys were working with me from the start. Does that answer your doubts? Ace Bagley's disbelief was patent.
Well, it's no great surprise to learn that they're cute enough to get around you.
Hall's tone only grew milder as his patience grew thin.
Drop the nonsense, Bagley,
he advised the marshal curtly. Why, Sloane here finished off that gin-whiskered owl hoot on the street, at a considerable risk to his own neck, and he's got a half-dozen witnesses, too. Townsmen, running forward from every quarter, gathered to listen to this chat, were quick to corroborate the ranger's story. Salone's on the level, Bagley, if that is his name. Those other fellers, too, we seen it all, a man assured him. A hard man to convince, Marshal Bagley did not back down without an argument.
This hombre Stevens took you all in, he said darkly. If I'm wrong, where's the money from the bank? I already pointed out that them fellers that got away wasn't packing it, but it's all gone just the same. Ask Hafner at the bank if I ain't right.
The bank president, arriving at the moment, nodded an agreement.
The vault was cleaned, boys. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 17,000. I don't know for sure till we completed our audit.
Silence fell over the group in the street at this gloomy intelligence sang home. Indeed, it posed a knotty problem. Pat racked his brains to account for the mystery of where the money had gone, without success till a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Recalling how long the bandits had remained in the bank, he found the fact sufficient for now. Somewhere behind that apparent purposeless circumstance lay a solution. He was about to accost Hafner of the bank when a shout was raised down at the trough where Julie McGill had held the horses. Men came forward, half dragging, half pushing young Ambler. His face, stained with dried blood, was a graze, and he was groggy but able to navigate.
Here's one of your owl hoots, Bagley,
a captor voiced.
A rake across the scalp knocked him out, but he can talk now. Ask him where the money is.
Bagley whirled triumphant, only to feel the ranger's hand on his arm arrestingly.
Hold on, Ace,
Hall interposed. Strange as it sounds, but that guy's one of my men, too. I had him join the gang to tip us off other plans. Bagley gave an incredulous snort.
Seems you know everything but where the money's at.
Hafner, Stevens managed to put in. Is there a back door in that bank building, and does it open?
Yeah,
the banker answered wonderingly. Only the arrogant marshal was indifferent to where this might lead.
What do you want to know for?
Bagley asked carelessly. Well, take us back to that lever yard, retorted Pat. This is only a hunch, but it might just pay off. They tramped that way. Behind the hotel, Pat suddenly halted, staring about in apparent dismay. Where'd that Mexican go? He exclaimed. He drove a ranch rig in here. Ezra, step out into the street and see if that hombre's in sight. Ezra pushed through the crowd on his errand before Bagley or anyone else could protest the move. They saw him gaze down the street, only to start off running. He was gone for several minutes. Bagley glared at Pat disgustedly. "Expect him back, do you?" Ezra did come back, leading a buckboard in which a Mexican rode, venting guttural imprecations. Men gathered about the rig, wondering what Pat might reveal. "Search that wagon," he said, scanning it narrowly. Many hands grabbed at the tumbled tarp in the wagon box hauling aside, and then suddenly there was a shout. A man holding up a gunny sack, leaking bundles of currency from its holes. It was the bank money, found where it was least expected and just in the nick of time. Pat eyed the nonplussed marshal across the wagon with hard intent. "There's your loot, Bagley. All of it by the looks. Now call off your dogs. Even you can't accuse me of hiding it in such a place." End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14. Things are not nearly as black as you paint them, Bagley. A couple of those bandits got away, yeah, but 2 others are dead and a third one's caught. With this ranger's help, Stevens and his friend succeeded in blocking the robbery. Hafner, the Marfa banker, was speaking straight from the shoulder. "Near as I can determine, your biggest beef seems to be that you weren't called in to engineer this whole business." It was strong talk, calculated to demolish for good, and all the marshal's theme that in refusing to consult him, Pat and Doc Hall had gravely endangered the security of the town. They were gathered in Bagley's office, where the Mexican had been escorted immediately to after the discovery of the bank's money in his wagon.
"Dang it all, Hafner, I was appointed to keep law and order," Bagley blared hotly. "You can't deny there's something funny going on here, with one owl hoot excused as a ranger spy, a girl mixed up in the business, and Stevens knowing just where to lay hands on this Mex when it was a case of saving his own hide." The clear insinuation that Pat was now mixed up somehow in the robbery disgusted even Hafner. A few townsmen strove to shame Bagley out of his stiff-necked attitude, offering some cutting comments. But Pat insisted on explaining his hunch for the benefit of all. "I learned a week or so ago up in Colorado that there was a Mexican in this gang," he declared. "He didn't show up with the others when they rode in to do this job, but I smelled a rat the instant this hombre here drove into the livery yard while they was in the bank. I thought he was bringing them their rifles, and when I found that that wasn't the case, it threw me off for a few minutes."
"It's a big lie,"
roared the Mexican, beginning to recover from Ezra's mauling.
"I know nothing at all, I tell you. I never knowed there was money in my wagon at all."
Pat eyed the glowering man sharply. "Making tracks awfully fast, wasn't you?" he inquired. "For a man who has no reason to run."
"Well, I was scared, that's why I go," the fella cried. "When these gringos, they start a shooting, Pancho, he leaves."
"And what if he's telling the truth?" Bagley growled. Pat brushed aside these protests as pointless. "Dwyer and McGill knew the money would hamper their getaway," he went on coolly. "After they gathered it up, Rip slipped out the back door of the bank and cashed in the wagon under that tarp. Either they all figured to meet at some rendezvous later, or McGill expected to stop the wagon on the road and pick up the money when the heat was off. It was a shrewd enough scheme, and it might have worked. But the operation took Rip a shade longer than he expected, and that tipped me off." "If McGill snuck out of the bank the back way with the loot, why didn't he just keep on going?" heckled Bagley sourly. "Well, that would be because that would have given his carefully planned play away," retorted Pat scornfully. "Don't forget that Rip was acting under Dwyer's orders either. Like it or not, he did what he was told." The Mexican strove to give voice once more to a protest of innocence. Doc Hall quickly shut him up, snapping a pair of Bagley's manacles upon the man. "Take him in charge, Ace," he directed easily. You got one up for the hold-up. If you have any trouble getting this story out of him, I'll help you." "Well, it ain't this feller I'm worried about," Bagley tossed back gruffly. "What about that other hombre? I'm serving notice right now that he ain't getting away neither." Hall looked him grimly in the eye. "Didn't you hear me before?" he inquired, with a notable softness of tone. "I told you Ambler's one of my men. Don't make any mistakes about what that means. I know it looks bad as things turned out, and that's why we put the boy under ranger protection. He was doing work he wouldn't have been able to manage in 1,000 years. You'll never lay a hand upon him, Bagley." "I'll inform the commissioners how you're taking it upon yourself to supersede my authority," the marshal threatened blusteringly.
"Don't forget the ranger captain of the district as well," Doc rejoined agreeably. "He'll thank you for any report of my work that I won't bother to turn in. And while we're about it," he added with infuriating calm, "I'll give you a better reason to complain, Bagley. Here comes Ambler from the dock office now. He's all patched up good as new, and I'm taking him with me."
Bagley's thick features turned bilious. "You mean you'd refuse to let him be held a known outlaw?" he rasped.
"That's right," Doc nodded. "The ranger service owes him plenty, Ace, and I wouldn't have anything happen to him, like your well-known brand of justice, for instance."
Ambler stepped in the door at that moment, a bandage encircling his head. His dogged expression said that he had come here fully expecting to face the music. "Howdy, Ambler," Pat smiled. "Feeling better now?" Jack met his look gloomily.
"Julie," he began.
Pat's faint, warning head shake halted him. "I'm glad you're here," Stevens proceeded smoothly. "We were about to lay plans for going on after McGill and Dwyer. As town marshal, it's not Bagley's job, and Hall thinks that you'd be willing to ride with us." Ambler, alerted as to the shock of the unexpected freedom, ran over his strained nerves, but he failed significantly to exhibit any marked elation.
"Where'll we be heading?" he wanted to know.
"Straight for the Big Bend," Hall answered positively.
"They know that they're plenty hot, Ambler, after this fiasco. They'll likely be running for cover, and that's the nearest, just about the safest for their kind anywhere."
Pat measured the ranger curiously. "You're planning on going down there yourself?" he inquired.
Doc's grin was chilly. "I wouldn't a pinch, Stevens," he assured Pat simply. "Not that it would do any good. I'm too well known in this country to ride 10 miles down there unnoticed. I was hoping I could count on you to get me off the hook."
Pat's assent was immediate. "We'll go on, of course. On account with Dwyer isn't quite settled by a long chalk. I intend to grab him with help or without it."
"Good," Hall exclaimed. He frowned then. "Of course, you know the Bend isn't exactly an easy place to get into. It's almost a country just by itself, Stevens."
"That's what I understand." Pat was unmoved. "I've already considered that. Wherever Rip McGill goes, I think we'll be able to follow somehow."
Bagley was attending this talk with faint scorn. "Riding down into the Big Bend, eh? Who should we notify, Stevens, if you don't come back?"
Hall glanced at Pat in some amusement.
"I guess we better ought to talk this over in greater detail. Should we move out where the air is fresher?"
Bagley watched with suppressed fury as they stepped out of his office. Sam winked at him jovially over his shoulder.
"Sorry you won't have any of the reward, Bagley," he said, "but we'll remember that you wished us some luck."
The marshal fumed impotently and slammed the door on Sam's heels. Ace had yet to arrange for the burial of Harrison Kildren, and he didn't relish the chore. Hall led the way to the hotel, where they settled comfortably in chairs lining the gallery. Marfa had returned once more to its wanton activities, and they were not molested beyond an occasional curious stare. "What do you suggest, Hall?" Pat opened up. The ranger shook his head slightly, looking bothered. "No point in you rushing off half-cocked after that pair," he replied. "They'll be behind the wall with the gates shut before you come anywhere near. It's gonna be a long hunt. You won't get anywhere just by picking up and shoving down into there either." Pat's brows knit. "You mean this is Cortella's guerrillas?" Hall laughed humorously. "That's only one bunch," he growled. "The bend is crawling with wanted men, as well as Mexican bandits working the border on their own." "That bad, is it?" Doc's glance was sour. "Stevens, every single man in that strip of country is either an outlaw or a law enforcement officer on his trail, and they all know it." The prospect was less terrifying to Stevens and his companions than might have been supposed. They had passed through similar situations before and emerged unscathed. Pat recognized the difficulties confronting them, however. "What do you say is bound to make it hard to locate Dwyer's crowd?" he observed philosophically. Hall was watching him shrewdly, approval in his ice blue eyes. "You take it easy," he commented in turn. "I'm beginning to think that you might do a good job down there, Stevens." Sam Salone showed his snaggle-toothed grin. "Oh, we could have relieved your mind sooner of that, Hall, if you'd asked. Why do you suppose me and Ezra put up with his bossy ways if he wasn't used to getting results?" "Have you got a plan, Hall?" Pat interrupted this banter matter-of-factly.
"Well, yes and no." The ranger fell into musing abstraction, gazing about. "It isn't altogether clear to me yet, but something's got to be rigged. When do you plan on starting?"
"Whenever you say," Ezra threw in impatiently. "Tell us what to do and we'll get about her." Still the cool-eyed ranger put him off, pondering. Such comments as he made thereafter were not particularly illuminating, but he left the impression that there was certainly arrangements of his own which he was desirous to complete. He did consent to offer a courtesy sketch of the current conditions of the Big Bend, never lending itself to an outstanding order. Just now the territory was more or less under the domination of the swashbuckling Mexican general, Juan Cortana, who was in irritable habit of bolstering his endless campaigns below the border with levies of American horses and other supplies obtained through the lawless element of either race hiding out in the Big Bend country.
"Cortana's peldos have overrun the Rio Grande, Stevens," Hall declared. "You'll have to find some way to get along with them, in appearance at least, or else you'll be going under. You make a hit with them, and you're perfectly capable of handling McGill and Dwyer over to you, but not as law officers. Don't make any mistake about that."
They talked a while longer, and finally the ranger left, his sole advice being that they would do well to pull out at night, and before too long a time had elapsed.
"We'll see you again, will we?"
Salome put in. Hall seemed uncertain.
"Yeah, you may or you may not. Don't let that bother you none. Whatever I work out, I'll be playing my own hand."
He nodded farewell, then sauntered off up street, a deceptively indolent, self-reliant figure. For half an hour the four friends discussed their position, rising at length to go in search of dinner. Since nothing was to be gained by deliberate delay, they arranged to pull out that night, and preparations for departure took up the greater part of the afternoon. In Marfa, Pat disposed of the scrubby bronc commanded at the Sand Hill station, and the Barry S. bronc Dwyer was riding had been shot, and he had taken Kildren's. But the roan which Puff Harrison was no longer needing had broken away at the time the outlaws escaped with Julie. It had been picked up, and Ezra and Sam had no difficulty in establishing ownership. This was the horse that Pat elected to use. They checked out of the hotel before dark, and still Doc Hall did not put an appearance.
"He ain't coming back,"
Ezra said with conviction. "Well, he practically told us that as much when he left," Pat pointed out. "No occasion for any fuss. That Hall, he's a mighty smooth article in his own way. We'll pull out when we're ready, and he can play his own cards just as he chooses." Full dark saw them saddled up at the livery stable. Ambler was unable to get Julie out of his mind.
"Dwyer and old Rip would be fit to tide over this business," he growled, "and she's with 'em. Can I help it if I'm be worrying about her?"
"Don't even try, Jack," comforted Pat quietly. "It's to your credit to show a little human feeling. Rip would have been far better off to have done the same." They left town inconspicuously, not courting the attention of any watcher who might find his attention in carrying word of their coming down before they were into the south. Pat led the way, avoiding all but the dimmest trails. There was the thin sickle moon on this early hour, and they had no particular haste. A few miles below Marfa, they found themselves already in the midst of savage, lava-fanged country where it was not only seemed impossible, but only more than likely of anything to have happened.
"Looking empty enough around here,"
Salone remarked, gazing about their rugged and ghostly surroundings.
"It's certainly good country for spooks, I reckon."
"Well, you're not far wrong there," Pat agreed. "See those shadowy peaks up ahead? That's the Chillos, Spanish for Ghost Mountains." The rocky heights were aptly named, rising in silvery splendor against the dark, tumbling bulk of the Cameron Ridge, 20 miles away below the international line. Cactus appeared with increasing frequency as they passed on south. Now and again they saw patches an acre or more in extent. Lava ledges threatened the legs of the horses. They hauled up at a late hour in a sheltering grove of mesquites. Rest might not be coming their way from here on out, and for the present Pat counseled a strict avoidance of haste. A brilliant sun, already blistering, awoke them in the morning. Sam Salone, leaping 3 feet, shaking out a torter rattler which had shared his blanket during the cool hours. Little was said this morning, an inner tension gripping them all. Breakfast was done, and they struck off into the south, riding in a close group, all scanning the anemic brush with alert attention. But the morning wore on, and they saw absolutely no sign of life.
"Well, do you reckon we're well into the Big Bend now?"
Ambler broke the silence to ask. "We have been for hours, boy." Pat nodded.
"Sure, you best keep your wits about you,"
Sam seconded.
"You watch us, Ambler, and be sure to follow suit. They don't allow for second mistakes down here."
He was enjoying himself immensely, as he invariably did in the prospect of action. Pat's laugh, recognizing the fact, brought a tight grin to Ambler's lips. The endless mesquite range rolled on as the tumbling shoulders of the Chillos loomed closer. None had ever seen wild or more forbidden country.
"Dang queer we ain't seen nobody at all,"
Ezra grouched incontently. The words had little more than left his mouth when the echoing, hollowing clang of a rifle broke the heavy silence, coming surprisingly enough from their rear. All jerked to a halt. A second shot rang out, and the slugs zipped across the brush near at hand.
They're circling us, and they mean business," Sam ripped out. "Come on, let's head for the rocks."
Hurtling the horses forward, they were soon in full flight. Other rifle shots cracked, but they could see nothing at which to direct a returning fire. The shooting continued, steady and methodically, forcing them to work gradually up the long slope of the Chios. This slope appeared to extend for miles, and they were scarcely halfways up. Ezra reined down in a hump to peer back intently. He caught a flash of movement far below.
"Hell!" he burst out harshly. "What's going on here, anyhow? I ain't no Mexican army down there. It's that Ranger Hall that's fogging us, or I'll be eating my boots."
Arrested by this surprising intelligence, they sat gazing down the slope so keenly that none observed what was coming above and behind them, until the raising clatter of hoofs yanked them around in the saddle. A reckless band of tatterdemon Mexicans in enormous hats swept past them in breaknecking speed without casting so much as a look in their direction. Rifles limbering, the wild riders began to pour a hot fusillade down the slope, rushing forward in utter disregard of life or limb.
"Well, I'll be damned!"
ejected Ezra, staring at the incredible sight. Echoing his sentiment, the others watched in frozen surprise. Whatever they expected, they had never looked for any such wild crew of Mexican Tartars as this to come to their aid, and they saw Doc Hall break from cover far below and skim away in frank flight. His horse, a good one, showed amazing speed, and it was only a matter of minutes before the attacking Peraldos recognized their utter inability to overtake him, and they wheeled around and turned back. "Leave your guns strictly alone, boys, and let me do the talking," Pat muttered. "This looks like a tight squeeze coming up." He had not changed position, nor did he do so now, but scanning the dark wooden faces and wiry eyes of these unpredictable Mexican rabble as it advanced. The lean-faced man from Powder Valley understood with grim acceptance the shrewd ruse perpetrated by their friend the Ranger. Hall had introduced them to the Big Bend in his very best manner. The end of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. There are nearly a dozen men in this heavily armed band, which jogged forward with bold confidence to confront the four Americans. Pat's non-committal glance ran over their ranks thoughtfully. He recognized the breed. They were Chihuahuas, armed surprisingly enough with Winchesters, one of the most uncertain and dangerous combinations known. One of their number, a burly six-footer of rough aspect, obviously their leader, pushed his horse to the forefront. His glittering black eyes, if not downright hostile, held a cold reserve, and Pat greeted him presently with no break visible in his iron self-confidence. "Gracias, senor," he nodded. "You sure came just nicely in time and no mistake." Crowding forward, the curious Peldos surrounded the four as if bent on satisfying themselves once and for all. Their leering faces were more than enough to give any man cause for sober thought. Ambler alone displayed uneasiness. Pat's good-humoredly disengaged the grasp of the stolt bandito, who would have drawn his carbine from his saddle boot. Ezra as coolly presented the heels of his skittish roan to another who had been pressing too close. A touch of his spur caused a rear hoof to fly outward in warning. "Not too close, hombre," the one-eyed man advised. "I'll get nervous without plenty of room." Still, these sinister men didn't open their mouths, save for muttering a word or two amongst themselves. It was a ticklish moment. All four understood how narrowly the suspicious eyes were measuring them, inch by inch. "You go where?" the burly spokesman demanded gruffly, with great deliberation. Pat pointed south. "That way, amigo. We're going fast." He grinned easily. His interlocutor grunted. The other Peldos exchanged blank looks. Manifestingly, their command of English was rudimentary at best. Pat scanned them comprehendingly. "We follow two hombres, two and a boy." He indicated the number with upraised fingers. "Who rode this way?" Explaining in Spanish, Pat called attention to the Bar-ES brands of their own and on the partners' horses. "Have you seen this brand before, perhaps?"
Holy smoke, Stevens!
Ambler broke in a muttered protest.
"You're taking a long chance, aren't you? What if Dwyer left a warning against us?"
Pat gestured silence. The leader followed this by play with a bland, impenetrable pupils.
Dwyer.
He echoed the word experimentally, as if testing it.
Dwyer.
"Si," assented Pat smoothly. "That man we seek, senor, he went this way on horses bearing this brand of ours. Did you see him?" The bandit turned to his fellows, the crossed bandoliers jingling faintly on his barrel chest.
Dwyer?
He repeated questioningly to them. They looked at one another and shrugged stoically. The name conveyed nothing to them, or so they chose to pretend. The leader turned back. He spread his thick hands. "No compre. We do not understand this name," he rattled out quickly in his native tongue. Pat nodded, showing no sign of his inner satisfaction. The danger Ambler had suggested was a real one. Had Dwyer been able to leave a warning behind him, they might have been forced to acknowledge defeat on the outset. As it was, their mission meant nothing to these border watchers. Moreover, their appearance after so long a time on the trail, with clothes badly worn and beards started, went far to bear out the impression that they were indeed what they seemed, owl hoots on the run. Doc Hall could not have selected a better means of introducing them to the Big Ben than the one he had chosen. "Well, no matter," Pat returned lightly. "I guess we'll go on, senor, with your approval. Soon, if God is good, we'll find the men that we're after." Curiously enough, rough as these peldos undoubtedly were, politeness and a dash of piety went far towards allaying their deepest doubts. If the moment had passed when the fate of the four Americans was being debated in their dark minds, they failed to show it. After a delay, the husky leader pulled his horse aside. "Go with God," he growled. "Gracias." Pat nodded again, as if he had never expected anything else. "We'll be sure to remember your kindness, my friends." Without haste, Ezra reined his bronc out and started away. It was to be noted that Ambler clung kind of close to Salone as they followed suit. The last to depart, and Pat lifted his hand in a salute, which included all the sober horsemen. The Pueblo leader responded with a grunt. "You sure laid her on kind of thick," Ezra grumbled, once they had drawn beyond earshot. Pat's smile was brief. "That was just the finishing touch," he returned. "It was Hall who issued our passport into this jungle. From now on, we're all hoots." It began to appear that not soon again would their credentials be challenged, regardless of how they chose to brand themselves. This bleak triangle of wild country appeared wholly abandoned by God and by men alike as they thrust on south. Ever more savage and gloomy and remote, it was enough to test the endurance of the hardiness. Brush thinned out as the rocky canyons grew deeper and more difficult to travel. Giant cactus alone sentineled the deep gullies and the sun-blasted ledges and lonely slopes.
"It's one swell hideout for a man, if he can live on air,"
commented Sam at the end of a long day's travel, which apparently had got them nowhere in particular.
"Yeah, and our big mistake was in letting Rip and Dwyer ever reach this country,"
seconded Ambler gloomily. Obviously his hopes of locating the two here had long since waned. nor did it bolster his spirit to recall that Julie was wandering somewhere virtually unprotected in this heartless wilderness. They hauled up in a stony gulch where a catch basin offered barely palatable water, and snakes lurked in this place, and Sloane, particularly sensitive to their crawling malice, shot 3 within 10 minutes.
Lay off!
Ezra roared at his squat partner disgustingly.
Them critters ain't bothering to bite anyone as ornery as they are. You reckon they don't know that they're only gonna bend their fangs on your tough hide?
The fire reflected its light briefly that night from the gloomy rocks. All were tired, and beyond tethering the horses in a secluded spot, Pat didn't bother about extra precautions. Dawn saw them on their way again. They were drawing near the Rio Grande Gorge now, the granite plateaus rising higher above their heads. In the torrid afternoon, small Mexican ranchos began to appear, tucking away whatever meager water, and a scrap of brushy grazed range offered scant support for a handful of sheep or maybe even a goat or two. Sloane's speculative gaze measured these remote establishments as they rode on past. Silent and for the most part deserted, the crumbling adobe shacks looked harmless and at the same time somehow forbidden.
"Where can we go, Stevens?"
Jack Ambler asked.
"We only seen enough to know this country nowhere near as empty as it looks. Probably more'n one rifle barrel has followed us past these tumbled-down ranches. You surely don't hope to just run into Dwyer down here somewhere, do you?"
Pat glanced at him. He knew that monumental and multiplying obstacles had daunted the young fellow from the hour of their departure from Marfa, but Ambler's courage was still stout. It was his understanding alone that was sadly bewildered. "This game, it's as old as Adam, boy. It runs along like moves on a checkerboard. Dwyer and McGill couldn't altogether avoid us in hell. You'll see." Far less concerned than their young companion, Ezra's elementary mind was nevertheless fully as puzzled.
"Where will you look, then?"
he demanded crustily.
"Can't you even answer the feller's question?"
Pat winked at Sam. "We'll try Pirate Island for a start, Ezra. That satisfy you?" Ezra grunted. He'd heard of the place. So unsavory was its reputation even in far-off Colorado, moreover, that when Jack inquired curiously, the big man put him off. Midday saw them riding out of a windy bluff overlooking the famed canyon of the Rio Grande. The scene here was breathtaking in its savage grandeur. Behind them lay miles of tumbled mountain wilderness. Across the rolling, sinuous brown river rose range on range of craggy peak, motionless underneath the blasting sun, hard and bare and featureless as iron. Unwritten history had had its way with this uncompromising stretch of river. For countless years smugglers had crossed in this area undetected. Outlaws swarmed in hidden camps. And since Indian days, the swarthy bandit generals raided Texas for cattle and horses had come this way. Murder, rapine, and worse were fireside tales for 500 miles along the border.
"Where's this Pirate Island, anyhow?"
Ezra growled, surveying the wild scene. Pat delayed, casting about in some doubt, and then finally waved toward the west. "Over that way." The major canyons, running southward through broken plateau land, rimmed the Rio Grande on this side, made cross-travel all but impossible in the broken rocky maze. Forced continually back towards the north, they despaired of ever making time in this ragged country. But in late afternoon, a wide chasm opened before them, slanting down toward the river, which Pat said that they would follow. "Watch for trails," Pat told Ezra, whose trained tracker eyes could be depended upon to pick up the least sign on this barren, sun-blackened rocks.
In the canyon bed, the lanky one worked from side to side between the cracked and crumbling walls to return with triumphant air. "There's a trail over yonder," he announced. They turned that way, but even as they reached it, they could hardly believe him. The faint scratch or two of iron-shod hooves was all that showed. "You made those marks yourself," Sam accused him. Ezra only glared at him and then set out to follow the faint trace. Soon enough, they saw where softer rock had received the unmistakable imprint of considerable travel, and even Ambler's waning hopes revived somewhat. Sunset, painting the crags overhead a lurid scarlet, saw them forging steadily on. In the long, silent, orange-tinted afterglow, which seemed to dye the very air with its color, they rode down, at last, to the river. "Widening out down here a bit," Ezra declared. It was so, and at this point, the conspicuous Rio Grande level and spread far, the Mexican mountains drew back to afford a broad flat. Finally, they came out on a heavily beaten trail. Plain shoe prints and scattered horse droppings attested to the fact that this was a main traveled way. "That must be the island out there," Pat nodded. Long and shapeless, in the soft, rosy light, its surface an unbroken snarl of thick mesquite, Pirate Island lay, a 2-mile strip of land on this side of the river. Some years back, the international boundary had loosely defined as following: the present bed of the Rio Grande River. Since that time, the channel had shifted its course, swinging down into Mexico and back, and with the result that, actually no true island at all, this 2-mile strip, really a part of Mexico in technical fact, lay on the American side, a lost and abandoned fragment under the jurisdiction of neither country. Outlaws, and particularly the wily breed of Mexican bandits who preyed on the border, required no more. Pirate Island had speedily become a lawless sanctuary, knowing no rule save the wayward will of its inhabitants. A man carried his own safety into such a place, and his touch was to be light and sure. The trail they followed led out into the shadowy brush. Ambler visibly hesitated before shoving his horse that way, and Sam grinned at him. "I won't call you no names now, boy. You're plumb right to be scared. Reckon I am, too. A little." They had barely entered the flat, Pat and Ezra in the lead, when horses could be heard coming their way. In another moment, several riders appeared who hauled up sharply at sight of them, and then whirled sharply to dash back the way they had come. Pat neither checked nor increased his speed. His lean face turned forward alertly, revealing nothing whatsoever of his thoughts. 5 minutes of unhurried advance brought them to a thinning of brush near the center of the flat, and they saw a cluster of adobes ahead. "There's hell's headquarters there," Ezra muttered gruffly. It was eloquently suggestive of what they could hope to meet with here. This settlement might have been as deserted as all the others when they jogged in, except for the round-tailed, swashbuckle figure advancing in the center of the trail. Yet his fearless glance above a flowing mustache and the challenge of his out-thrust jaw indicated he knew himself to be well covered. "Howdy, amigo." Pat drew rein, smiling down. "Don't believe we met before." The fierce-looking little man, out of those obsidian pupils, unadulterated evil, peered unashamed, tapping himself on the chest importantly. "I," he said with conscious arrogance, "am Ogan." If he waited for the announcement to have its effect, Pat didn't surprise him. "No!" the latter exclaimed in patent surprise. "Not the Severo Olgan." Olgan drew himself up pompously. "King Olgan, hombre," he rumbled, "and don't you forget it." Pat suppressed a smile. Despite their typical bombast, there was nothing comedic opera about this puffed-up breed. They could one and all turn out to be rank poison at the drop of a hat, as much as an arrogant American had doubtless already learned. Olgan's ready command of English was not surprising either. Probably his nefarious exploits deep into Texas had led to his final retirement to this unassailable stronghold. "It's all right with me," Pat noted coolly. "We're just passing through."
What do you want in this place?
The bandit ruler demanded, with the air of an ultimatum.
Man named Dwyer,
Pat told him promptly. "There's a McGill with him, too."
"Hang it all, Stevens!" exclaimed Ambler. "One of these days you're going to go too far flinging them names around."
Pat did not make the mistake now of attempting to cover up this protest, but turned easily. "Oh, slack off, Jack," he grinned. "Our differences with Dwyer can mean nothing to these men. They don't really care one way or another."
Dwyer.
Olgan repeated the name, as others had done. His shadowy face expressed nothing.
"You have quarrel with this man, no?"
You could call it that," Pat returned carelessly. "Have you seen him, Olgan?" The king of the pirate island adjusted himself rapidly to the tone of these hard men.
"I don't think,"
he began. Before he could continue, Pat reached down coolly to grasp him firmly by the shoulder. "Think harder, chum," Pat suggested in a voice that grated like a file. "We don't want to have to take this place apart." Challenge and defiance passed between them in tight silence. It was Olgan's snaky glance which dropped first. He shrugged free.
"They rode west, mister, towards El Paso," he muttered.
Straightening up, Pat nodded. It was enough to tell him that Dwyer and Rip McGill had ridden through here, probably passing on east. "Let's go," he told the others. Turning back down the trail and keeping a wary lookout, they left Pirate Island behind them before darkness at length forced a halt for the night. The uneasy hours wore themselves away when they bedded down in a protected nook far off the trail, and dawn saw them pushing deeper into the river chasm. The walls closed in again, and it was rough going through the craggy heights. The time came when tower and cliffs put an end to all progress on the American side.
"Where now?"
Ambler inquired, gazing about those awesome surroundings. Pat gestured across the river. "Well, there's plenty of open going over there," he remarked. Ambler looked at Sam and Ezra and shrugged. They splashed across the river, the horses swimming the last few yards, and after climbing out, pushed on downstream. In forbidding country now, at the mercy of any dark-skinned bushwhacker who caught sight of them, they progressed with double caution. In mid-morning they came upon a pinyon goat herder before he could fade into the brush.
"Where you go?"
He covered his fear with a show of bravado. "What lays over that way?" Pat parried, pointing with sweeping arm down the river. There was a notable pause.
"Mission Dolores,"
came the response, as if dragged out reluctantly. It sounded innocent enough, and Pat's acknowledgment was calm. "Well, then we go there, amigo. Adios." Shuddering even as he stared, beady eyes covetously taking in their guns, the peon crossed himself devoutly before turning away. He had no more to say, and it seemed enough. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. The river canyon closed in as they proceeded. In gloomy shadow they picked their way along the rocky trail a few scant feet above the oily brown flood still on the Mexican side.
"Hey, have a look at this,"
sang out Ambler. All three reined in their horses to stare at the bleached skeleton of a man propped in a niche in a granite wall. A rusted bowie knife still caught in the gaping rib cage after months of withering, and attested to the matter of death. That the grim spectacle had not even been removed seemed symbolic of this dark and violent land. A mile beyond, light flooded into the river gorge. On the American side, the walls drew back to reveal the mouth of the wide cliff grit canyon that was running down to the Rio Grande. "Looks like the ruins of a big adobe building across them bluffs there," Ezra said. He was right. The roofless maze of walls, looming above the river, crumbling now but still imposing, had once been evidence of something important. Still called the Presidios, it was unquestionably dated back to the Spanish occupation, and none troubled to guess how far beyond that. "I can see some men moving up around there," Ambler exclaimed tensely. Pat nodded. "And there's a Mexican down at the edge of the ford. He's looking this way."
"Sure, he's seen us," Salone concurred tensely. "Ain't bothering to pass no signal. They feel safe here."
The fatalistic solitude of the men in this mysterious Big Bend country had long since ceased to surprise them. Inevitably, it called forth their own stoic alertness. They rolled boldly out to the water's edge and started across. The crossing proved unexpectedly shallow. At this point, countless ox-drawn carts of Mexican smugglers had splashed towards the promised land. Revolutionists had found it as a natural highway. With Pat in the lead, the four forged on, finding irony in the fact that this crossing towards the United States territory should coincide with their approach to the most dangerous outlaw hideout in the Southwest. The cotton-clad Pialdo on the far bank moved idly away as they drew near. Staring back out of slitted black eyes, he didn't offer to accost them. Climbing out of the ford, they ignored him, examining with some wonder the imposing features of this broad canyon opening up to their gaze. Half a mile in width, enclosed by turreted marble banding walls, the canyon seemed vast enough to accommodate a city. From the river's brink, the great ruin of the Presidios loomed larger than ever, its broken walls as long as a city block. Climbing up a rocky trail to the level of the bluff, they were struck by the presence of a tiny rock chaparral, still at the state of preservation, crouching against the canyon wall. Its cross rose in lonely dignity against the coppery sky. Sight of the brown-robed padre shuffling in at the door, his leather sandals whispering on the worn stones, fetched a grunt from Ezra. "Kind of a dang queer setup," he muttered, peering wearily about. "You figure we're sizing this place up all wrong?" Pat's headshake was barely perceptible. "These shag-barked Pialdos from the south of the line are a primitive breed," he muttered. "They find nothing wrong in a mixture of religion and banditry. This country never has been anything but Spanish-Mexican, anyways. Well, after the Indians. To them, we're rank interlopers, regardless of where the international line may run. You're in a foreign country now." The appearance of other rough-looking Mexicans wandered about a huddle of wattled mud-brush jackals bore out his words. A kind of a village plaza extended before the broken-down sand-redstone gateway of the Presidio. Pat spied a disreputable-appearing American leaning idly about against the massive gate-post, who abruptly turned and then disappeared inside, out of sight of them. "You riding in there?" Salone inquired, low-voiced. Stevens was no hurry to decide. "We'll circle this layout first." He indicated the dun wall. "Must be a couple hundred rooms behind those walls. I aim to see what we're walking into." Shoving on, they avoided the scratching chickens in the plaza
Ezra's dancing horse scattered a dozen clamorous dogs of scrawny half-starved aspect, and the Mexicans eyed them stoically without observed interest, and Ambler pointed out a low, dirt-roofed adobe standing off by itself. A dozen saddled horses, tied to ramada posts, indicated its character.
Well, that's probably a tequila joint over there, Sam muttered.
If they were watched as they jogged past in the blazing sunlight, no one bothered to put in an appearance. Pat concluded that shabby-dressed Americans were a common sight about here. Passing on, they rode along the uneven wall of the great Porceldo building. Falling almost to the ground in places, it revealed a maze of inner walls forming countless cubicles and corridors. Doorless gaps pierced the adobe at intervals, and the whole presenting an appearance of forlornness and desertion. Even the lofty bell towers had been allowed to crumble and sag.
Do you reckon it's an army post?
Hazarded Sam with some interest. No doubt in days gone by that this was a pretty busy place, agreed Pat, his eyes busy. Slowly they circled the huge ruin, taking a thorough look.
Ain't seen hide nor hair of Dwyer McGill here,
Ezra growled as they passed along the blank wall that was facing the river bluff. Not yet. Pat was unruffled. The owl hoots from up north probably hole up inside this place, or even have stabled their horses in there. He paused. Good idea, for that matter. We'd do the same as them. Divining the boldness of what he proposed, Ambler sat up straight. He tightened up quickly and followed without comment as Pat rounded the corner and made for the main gate. A hard-jawed man stepped out to the bar and blocked their path as the four rode through.
"Where are you going?"
he challenged roughly. Pat reined his pony directly at the other, forcing him hastily aside. "Take it easy, Buster," he growled affably. "We're moving in out of the weather. Any objections?" With Ezra's baleful gaze dwelling on him steadily, the outlaw grumpily subsided, and the four took time to glance about them curiously. What had once been a large reception chamber in this roofless wreck of a palace now formed a sizable patio within the thick walls. A weathered tower dominated it on one side, and a number of wide openings on the inside walls gave access to a tangle of tumble-down rooms beyond. A glance told them that this patio was a public gathering spot. A number of horses dozed against the adobe walls, and a flickering campfire at the center served as a focal point for nearly a dozen booted and heavily armed men gathered there in a familiar informality and craning about curiously to observe the newcomers. Ambler's jittery eye jumped to Cal Dwyer, standing behind the four cross-legged card players. McGill was with him, but it was the cat-faced outlaw chief on whom Jack fastened his attention, obviously expecting a crashing gunplay on the instant, and showing suppressed astonishment at Stevens for deliberately riding into it. Nothing of the kind happened. Looking at Pat as if he were seeing a ghost, Rip McGill cursed harshly under his breath, and then turning away with a hang-dog air. Eyes stony, Dwyer only waited in watchful impassivity, ready for anything. He clearly did not plan to force the first move. Not far from the fire, the quartet dismounted to face these strange men coolly, Pat at their head. Lazily, a big, wide-shouldered man sauntered forward, hard glance and sweeping upon them.
"Never seen you birds before,"
he let drop indifferently.
"Barry S. Bronx, huh? Well, now, that's familiar. Reckon you run into him before, Cal?"
He tossed over his back.
"I know 'em,"
was Dwyer's toneless answer. He did not attempt to amplify the statement.
"Rip, too.
the outlaw spokesman pursued blandly. Moving deliberately near, he leered into Pat's face.
If I'm any judge, Mr. McGill don't want you around.
Pat's blow caught him wholly unaware. Before the sarcastic speech was complete, there was a sullen smack, and the beefy allhoot staggered back, lost balance, and crashed headlong into the fire. No one bothered to follow his antics as he rolled away with a ludicrous haze. Another man at the fringe of the group had gone into action swiftly, snatching his gun out. The weapon bounced at his feet as Ezra's snapshot from the hip ripped a red furrow across the fellow's forearm. There, instantly following this electric movement of a dead hush, bleak eyes clashing, and then Stevens subtly relaxed. Anything more you'd like to know? Or was that learning it a bit too fast? He threw at the man he slugged contemptuously. The big outlaw scowled, shrugging.
I ain't McGill's keeper,
he muttered.
Do as you mind to.
It was their cue to establish themselves without further ado. Pat turned to his companions. We'll hole up in here. He pointed towards a gaping doorway given upon a corridor space where other doors showed. In silence, they led their mounts back there, entering a group of 2 or 3 roofless rooms from which it was possible to see much of what went on outside.
What now?
Ambler inquired, on edge with suspense. We'll camp, Pat said.
But if Dwyer decides to give us away to that crowd, Stevens, we'll be cornered in here like rats.
Pat's smile was sour. Dwyer ain't talking, boy. Or McGill either. Give us away, and they'll be giving themselves away, too. Can't you see that? They dragged us here. It won't be calculated to make 'em popular with the boys, and they both know it. Ambler turned to attend to his horse, but he was nervously alert at every slightest movement from this sinister space. They all kept to themselves as sunset deepened the bronze-hued sky that was arching overhead, and Jack was finishing his supper in moody silence when suddenly he sprang to his feet and made for the outer doorway. A flicker of color outside had attracted his eye. Reaching the opening, he saw his hunch confirmed. Julie McGill was moving along the deserted corridor, an expression of loss and forlorn sadness on her lovely face. She was alone.
Julie,
Ambler ejected.
It hardly seems possible to find you in such a place.
The vivid transformation which overspread her features was instantaneous, and like a whirlwind she rushed to him, grasping his arm with clinging steel-like hands.
"Oh, Jack! It's pure hell here,"
she half groaned.
"And you in this awful place. Get out and hurry. Get out while you can and be still alive."
He stared at her stricken face, paper white with the fears gnawing at her plucky spirit. Even as she turned to hurry away, he grabbed for her too late.
"Julie, come back."
His voice rose.
"You must know that you're in danger. You can stay with Pat, me, and the others."
She rushed on towards the patio, waving him back frantically. He started that way, determinedly only to halt with a sudden understanding as Julie stumbled forward to join her father, appearing at the moment. They moved off together. Whirling, Ambler rushed back to rejoin his friends.
"It's Julie," he burst out. "She's here, Stevens, in this damned hole. We can yank her right away from here."
Pat's cool tone stopped him in his tracks. "Hold your horses, boy. She's the main reason why Dwyer hasn't already tossed us to the wolves and damned the consequences. Make a wild play now, and you'll never save her," the tall man warned evenly. Driven half frantic as he was by knowledge of the girl's nearness, Ambler gave in only after a considerable argument. Peering outside as the evening wore on, he saw only the careless outlaws gathering about their fire, drinking and roistering in light-hearted fashion. It would go on till late hour, but Pat said that they would turn in anyway. He posted Sam to watch till midnight or thereabouts. Ezra was to follow, and they stretched their blankets. Pat was sleeping soundly when the one-eyed man shook him rudely awake some time during the small hours. "What is it?" Pat was instantly alert. "Listen," hissed Ezra. Clearly some unusual activity was afoot outside. Late as the hour was, they heard men yelling distantly and the grating rumble of wagons. "Coming from down along the river," muttered Ezra. "But it's around here, too." Awakened by the muffled uproar, Sam silently rose to follow as they moved out to the patio yard. Still the racket poured in through the big sandstone gate, and they went over there. The sight that met their night-bewildered eyes drew their breath in sharply. A dull red glow in the sky, thrown up by fires already kindled in the plaza, showed them the dark horde of men who looked like a ragtag army of soldiers pouring across the ford of the Rio Grande. "Uh-oh." Ezra's tone was colorless.
Good gravy! Why, that's the whole Mexican army!"
Sam exclaimed. "I'm afraid it is." Pat drew in his upper lip, considering. "It's Cortana's rabble, without a doubt." If he was asking himself what this unexpected arrival spelled for them, there was little enough doubt of how the outlaw band would look upon it. They rolled out of their dirty blankets, scuffled to the gate, and they watched with glistening eyes, their voices eagerly rumbling. Pat spied Rip McGill, cocky as any rooster. The old reprobate was frankly elated.
"I knowed they'd get here,"
he exclaimed gruffly, glowering at Pat and his companions in malevolent triumph.
"Now we'll see who our friends are."
It sounded so much like a forced and deliberate brag that Pat took note of the fact, for McGill obviously expected this mass influx to cancel decisively any revengeful plans that entertained by Stevens and his friends. Meanwhile, the bustle grew apace. Great activity was in progress all around them now, and Pat started to saunter out into the midst.
"Good God, Stevens, get back here!"
Ambler called to him hoarsely.
"Your life ain't worth a plug nickel if that pack of coyote turns on you."
Pat paused to glance back at him remotely. He had heard, but he gave no sign, then he went on, disappearing behind an unloading supply wagon. This ragged army was busy at 1,000 tasks, officers calling guttural orders and men running hither and yon, shouting, more than a few of them drunk. Horses stamped and whistled and milled. The din was terrific. A rear guard of camp followers had already caught up. Women, gypsy horse handlers, and even a scattering of children were in evidence. In this confusion, Pat's slow strolling presence was not noted. He watched it all with cool detachment, stilling abruptly at sight of a straight-backed elderly officer. Calm and resigned amidst this pandemonium, the man was not a Mexican, but a European by his looks, though he wore the gilded brand uniform common to the Mexican officers of considerable rank. Certainly the ragged musket-toting soldier arrows heeded him with a deferential respect. Making his mind up quickly, Pat accosted this man. "Stevens is the name," he smiled. "Glad to run into a calm man in all this racket." The officer started sharply. Used to forming snap judgments, he did not delay now.
"Wool is my name, Stevens. I was a general once."
A thin smile quirked the stern lips.
"You one of the men awaiting us here, I presume?"
There was a foreign burr to the clipped and dry voice. Pat's continuing smile might have meant anything. "I hope this," he indicated the noisy activity surrounding them, "doesn't spell any more grief for Texas, General."
"No,"
Wool said quietly.
"Chino's recruiting the men with the rest. It's a chance to pick up the beef, and extra horses expected here as well. We'll be crossing the river again in a few days, a week, maybe a month.
He shrugged expressively. Pat understood. These were indeed Curtilla's forces, Chino being the great man's nickname. Pat gathered, in fact, even more than Wall may have intended he should as they talked on. The Coloradoan face was sober when, a half an hour later, he returned to his friends, leading them back to the horses with a jerk of his head. "Cortana's expected to meet Dwyer and McGill here," he announced. "They were supposed to supply cattle and a herd of horses for the army."
"Oh, and we blocked that ourselves."
Sam pretended to wince at the unsavory news.
"Well, that sure puts us in one beauty of a spot if the Mexicans ever hear how it happened."
Pat's nod was slow. "At any rate, we've landed Dwyer and Rip into a terrific jam by chasing them down here empty-handed. They'll wiggle out of it if a way offers."
"Yeah, at our expense,"
Ambler said explosively. His face was pale and hard.
"We can't face this, Stevens. McGill will squeal on us to save Julie, not to mention his own neck. We gotta grab her and clear out, or we're sunk."
To his consternation, the still-faced man stood firm. "No, we will see this thing through, boy." Pat spoke in measured tone, impossible to mistake for impetuosity. "I don't believe in hunting dynamite with a lit match, but as you say, Julie's in this with us all. It's to her interest that we stick."
"But hang it all, it may be too late."
Pat answered with a single word, and it was final. Wait. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Not that night did the rag-bag army of General Cortana bed down for rest, if the hubbub emanating from their widespread bivouac was of any consideration. 3 o'clock in the morning was the hour of their arrival. By dawn, the sprawling camp was still a veritable ant heap of agitated activity. The noise alone was enough to wake one from the dead. Sunrise heralded the opening of another blazing, sultry day in the airless canyon. Still, a spirit of devil-may-care recklessness seemed to imbue the outlaws holed up in the old Presetto. Before breakfast was fairly over, a bottle could be seen circulating amongst them around the fire. An hour later, they moved boldly out into the sandy bluff overlooking the Rio Grande. A blanket was spread and the cards shuffled, and soon an engrossed stud poker game was in progress. "Purty cocky they are," muttered Ezra, watching these proceedings with a jealous eye. "Case of old Nero fiddling while Rome is getting hot round the edges, if you ask me. Sure like to listen in on their talking," he added after a moment.
"Hell, it's a poker game. You can't keep your itchy fingers out of it, that's what it is,"
Sam said scoffingly. Knowing his lanky partner as he did, he wasn't far wrong. But for once Pat was inclined to support Ezra's stand. "Might pay off at that, to know what they're making of this business," Pat observed quietly. Ezra required no more. He shambled forward, accosting the card players in a tone he knew how to render gruffly careless. "Any reason a man can't get into this game?" he inquired. They glanced up at him measuringly. Cal Dwyer had taken a hand. His round feline face expressed nothing, nor did he speak. The brawny owl whom Pat had slugged last night, Durkin by name, grinned wolfishly.
"Offering us some revenge, are ye?"
He appeared ravishingly and indifferent to whom he played with, so long as it proved fast and exciting.
"Cover your hand with some spending stuff, old boy, and you're in. Long as you can stand the gaff. Of course, we follow house rules."
He leered serving notice that any evidence of sleight of hand manipulation of cards would be dealt with accordingly to in its dubious matters. Ezra hunkered down with a non-committal grunt and was dealt in. Sam Sloane wandered out and took up a careless position behind the big redhead to cover him and observe the proceedings. A few minutes later, Rip McGill put in an appearance, bearing a fresh bottle of liquor lightning, which he had gone to procure, and he too got into the game. Pat waited long enough to assure himself all the proceedings was going quietly, and then turned away. He returned to the horses and fell to making repairs on a weakened saddle cinch. He was busy with that when a young Ambler came hurrying up to him a half hour later. "There's a big row starting out there, Stevens," he said. "We both know Ez oughtn't to have gotten into that darned old game." "Is it anything he can't handle by himself?" Pat looked up from his task mildly. "Sam's out there too, Ambler. Between them, they're pretty near a foolproof combination." Jack returned restlessly to stare out the big gateway. He loitered there, and not for a minute this morning had he ceased to keep a vigilant eye out for Julie, but up to the present the girl had failed to appear. Ambler didn't know what to make of it, and 10 minutes later he saw it, and Pat sighed again.
"I tell you, Stevens, that Rip is trying his hardest to pick a quarrel with Ezra," he declared urgently. "Dwyer's pushing it, too. They're out there yelling their fool heads off."
Pat could not suppress a grin. "Ezra must be getting into their pockets," he chuckled. "Leave it to him to sting them where it hurts the most." But it was not the outlaw's pockets on which Ezra's uncanny skill with the pasty boards was levying a toll. Before Pat could get out there himself to see what was going on, the one-eyed giant came striding in through the gate with Rip McGill at his heels and arguing heatedly at every jump. "Stow your gabbin'," Ezra whirled to snarl at him. "You got into that cutthroat game of your own accord. You and Dwyer put up them Bar E.S. roans thinking you couldn't lose, and I won 'em. Now I'm claiming my winnings." Pat's twitching brows hoisted as he comprehended the nervy deal which Ezra appeared bent on shoving through. With a verve not uncommon to him, the big man had won back the stolen horses, and he was firmly fixed on thrusting home their losses to the luckless outlaws. That the moment might be packed with dynamite, not even Pat could deny. The quarrel had broken up the game outside on the bluff. Cal Dwyer's usual blank face was thunderous. The other outlaws followed him into the patio, far less concerned over the game's outcomes, but waiting with the ferocity of wolves to learn whether fireworks were to result with the crash and swiftness characteristics of this unheated breed. Dwyer halted there in the patio, leveling a finger at Ezra.
"Don't you be touching them horses,"
he rifled coldly. Ezra gave him a burning stare and shrugged. "You played and lost, Dwyer," he reminded the outlaw. "These other fellers seen it. It's your own hard luck." He started to step towards the crumbling doorway behind which the Bar E.S. roans were stabled, and Pat arrested him with a hand on his arm. "Let's not rush matters, Ezra," he advised quietly. "If you won them back, all right. They're not going anywhere. Let's leave them where they are for now." The crusty giant's brows jacked up. "Dang it, Pat, I won them horses square," he protested vehemently. Misinterpreting altogether Pat's motives for halting the other, Dwyer was grinning.
"Pure imagination, big boy, just trying to lay hands on 'em,"
he scoffed threateningly. Pat stifled Ezra's explosive rejoinder, leading him away. Instantly they were beyond earshot, however. The lanky one turned on him hotly. "What's the idea? Blocking the neatest trick I ever took," he demanded. "You ought to know." Pat was grimly cool. "Can't you see how near you come to tipping the apple cart?" Ezra remained suspicious. "Well, spell it out, then," he growled. "Why, those gents are counting on the horses to clear them with Cartana's rabble. Haven't you got that yet?" Pat's talk was crisp and decisive. "Once they lose those horses, they'll do anything to sneak away from here and leave us holding the bag 4 against an army. Taking the horses now would be the craziest move you ever made." Ezra swiftly sobered. "Huh. Maybe you're right," was the extent of his concession. Whatever else he was about to add was cut off by a rising clamor in the patio, which drew their attention and brought them whirling around. But it was not any fresh aggravation on the part of Dwyer's crowd this time. The outlaws were facing towards the outer gate, with a score or more of Mexican soldiers were crowding into the patio with General Wool, the officer with whom Pat had met, at their head.
"Which of you,"
the general tossed at the knot of outlaws,
"is called Dwyer?"
Pat saw Dwyer hesitate, asking himself shrewdly what this preceded. But the summons couldn't be ignored. Cal took a step forward, and Wall eyed him sharply and nodded.
"Perhaps you'll accommodate us with a conference, now, at once,"
he clipped off, with a conclusive air which said refusal was not among the possibilities to be considered. Dwyer staggered out.
"Cartana's idea, I take it?"
he growled, as if weighing his consent. Wall shook a curt negative.
"As a matter of fact, that's no. The general is concerned with affairs of state at Boquella's. He will arrive, I assure you, and we are prepared to report for His Excellency."
A thin smile wreathed the disciplined lips.
"You may safely deal with me, my friend. I am fully authorized to conduct the general's affairs."
There seemed some more or less formal wrangling, with Dwyer obviously holding out for a delay, but he could find no valid excuse for putting the moment off. A conference was arranged in the open space outside the Paseo walls, and Dwyer and McGill reluctantly moved that way. Pat nudged Ambler as a curious crowd gathered out there. "We'll take this in," he murmured. "Dwyer'll be asked to produce his cattle and horses, and then there's going to be an explosion. I want to know when it comes." Leaving Sam and Ezra to watch the horses, they moved over to the gate. The milling rabble in the plaza would have been highly colorful had it not been presented in even more sinister aspect. Guns and ugly-looking machetes were carelessly evident in this ragged army. In its center, a circle had been left, across which Dwyer and the other outlaws faced General Wool, surrounded by several gaudy Mexican officers of various ranks. After brief formalities, Wool inquired politely whether the Americans were prepared to supply the promised stock. Pat's eyes widened as the number of cattle he named. Dwyer ducked that one, clinging shrewdly to the question of payment, which he pretended to find important.
"Mr. Dwyer,"
the general at length shut off his hangling with a dignified show of military pomp,
"did you bring badly needed beef for my soldiers, or did you not?" "Well, let's not get in a hurry."
Cal was doggedly gruff.
"Wait till you see the horse flesh I brought for you in Katana, Wall."
The officer glared at him blankly.
"Horses," he rasped. "Are you telling me that there's no beef for my hungry men?"
Wool's insistence on the one commodity he was unable to supply daunted Dwyer, nor did he relish the growing storm of growls from the Mexicans that were hemming him and his friends in.
"I understood this was supposed to be a private talk, Wall,"
he ripped out arrogantly.
"Have we got to put up with this damn uproar and crowding?"
He strove mightily to register righteous indignation. General Wool only stared at him stonily.
"More evasion," he snarled contemptuously. "Perhaps that answers me fully." He allowed a long moment of silence to drift by. "Why haven't you brought the beef herd that you promised?" Dwyer grasped at the question, ignoring Rip McGill's worried muttering at his side. "Why?" he flared angrily. "I'll tell you why. Because we was flogged and hounded all the way down here from Colorado, that's why. And furthermore, I'll tell you who did it." Pat sensed Ambler's rigidity at his side as Dwyer whirled dramatically to stab an accusing finger straight at their direction, deep hatred and baffled fury in the gesture. "It was that hombre there." But a rising rubble from this aroused guerrilla force drowned out anything further the outlaws strove to articulate. A hair-raising buzz filled the plaza as the Pieldos gathered at last that no juicy Texas beef was to be forthcoming at the conclusions of these negotiations. General Wall, waving a clenched fist at Dwyer and his companion, was unable to make himself heard. Dwyer himself was rapidly losing what little temper he had managed to retain, seeming oblivious for the moment of the situation of grave peril rapidly building up for him and his defenseless comrade. The crowd began to sway, shoving him this way and that. Weapons were being brandished threateningly. "Dwyer!" Pat hurled the name over the bobbing heads with the full strength of his leathery lungs. "Make your break. Get over here, you fool, before they tear you down. The walls will save you." Indifferent to whether General Wall had heard him now or not, he watched Dwyer pause to gauge his position. Next moment, the outlaw plunged forward, McGill at his heels, the two knocking the surprised Pieldos out of the way with reckless abandon in their determined dash for the gate. They made it, and Dwyer flung Pat a piercing glance as he thrust inside, McGill staggering behind him, his clothes torn. Sam and Ezra came running, attracted by the fresh uproar. A gun crashed once or twice as the white-clad soldiers started to crowd in through the gate. "Back up!" the fierce, one-eyed giant roared at them, waving his Colt in their face menacingly. "Get! You lily-livered excuse for an army! Clear out of here, pronto!" The tide paused, noting that better than a dozen stern Americans faced them, ready for anything that might develop. The Pinions begrudgingly gave ground. Still, Ezra crowded them back. Before some heedless directed bullet could set off that teetering powder keg, General Wall's deep-toned voice could be heard, bellowing the order for retreat. The Pieldos retreated, casting evil glares behind them, but leaving the gateway open. Standing there, under repression of imminent death, Dwyer was first to speak, relaxed with dogged courage typical of his kind. "Hard lines, Stevens," he growled with mirthless grin, "but I ain't sure you didn't land yourself smack in the middle of this." Pat was curt. "Get your friends busy," he said. "We'll throw some of those old beams across the gate. It'll make a barricade of a sort. We may need it yet." Ancient bulks once crowded the Piseldo walls, and supporting its roof lay about haphazardly. A few were dragged forward and flung down across the opening in the wall, affording a thin promise of respite in the event of determined attack. Looking out, Pat saw the army camp in a turmoil, knots of angry Pinions gathering and jabbered heatedly, gesturing towards the Piseldo. General Wall had retired, perhaps to lay his plans for combat in this stalemate. The outlaws kept a wary watch, with Pat and his partners moving amongst them without comment. Ambler was watching the horses alone when a flurry of movement jerked him about to face the door. Julie McGill stood there, her face pale. "Jack!" she exclaimed, probing his hard young face with beseeching gaze. "I blamed Ezra before for almost causing trouble about the horses, but what will happen now?" Her tone was tight. Oh, God only knows.
He could not stifle the involuntary exclamation.
You better stay here with me, Julie.
He drove on steadily as he could manage.
I'll watch out for you.
But this is all so impossible. It's father I'm most worried about, and he doesn't care. We must get him away. She broke off, seeing his face set. Oh, can't we all leave here some way at once?
How?
He killed her blind hope bluntly.
We're surrounded. We're kid-penned in here like rats. It's up to Stevens from here on out. He'll get him and his friends away if that's possible. I'm not sure just how much he loves your dad, though.
He interrupted himself at the sound of harsh voices reaching them loudly from the patio. Something was afoot out there.
Cover them, hombres!
Dwyer's whip-cracked tones rang out.
They're up to some game heading this way.
Hold it! Stevens exclaimed quickly. That's Wall coming back again, under flag of truce. He wants to talk.
Damn his talk!
Dwyer yelled belligerently.
I'll gut shoot him.
Do that and I'll hamstring you. Wait and I'll handle this. Pat strolled boldly to the gate. When the general had plodded up, he nodded curtly. What'll it be, Wall? Wall gestured to the sentries accompanying him, clambering up on the pile of beams. His cold eyes swept the patio, lingering on McGill and Dwyer, and then returned to Pat.
We want those two men. Falsifying their promises, they're no different from deserters. This, he said heavily, it cannot be avoided, Stevens.
You mean Dwyer and Rip? You want to shoot 'em, huh? Pat paused as the outlaws waited for his reply. Well, that's simple. Take 'em if you can, Wall, he retorted flatly. The renegade general calculating glance was running over the impregnable walls behind which the quarry had taken refuge. It was not difficult to follow his cunning thought.
I can do that if I must. It will save time, he proceeded in a lower tone. If you'll hand Dwyer and his friend over, in your own way, of course, Stevens.
I see. Pat understood the bargain being dangled before him. You mean the rest of us will be handed a safe conduct out of here if we do that? Is that it?
You have it, my friend.
Wall nodded.
My personal guarantee of safety for you and your friends in exchange for those two persons within an hour. I doubt if I can hold my men off any longer, he added with thin significance. Speak up over there,
Dwyer called out harshly.
We can't get what you're saying.
Is it a deal, Stevens? Wall demanded, still in his rapid undertone. Pat's face was wooden as he faced the man. Anything better to offer, General? No. Suddenly his voice changed with a rasp.
Then get down off that barricade and go on about your business. Sorry I can't see my way out to deal with a treacherous skunk like you. Get it going.
Wall hastily retreated, staring back with a puzzled air as he went. A smirk stole over Rip McGill's haggard face, and Dwyer was gruff.
He acts like you turned him down, made him kind of plumb mad there, Stevens. I reckon I knowed that you wouldn't throw us fellers down.
Pat whirled on him with a grim manner. Don't fool yourself any, Dwyer. It's not on your personal account that I'm doing this. I'm with you now, and I'll stick with you to the scratch. But get this and get it straight. I never would back a pack of crooks like you on my own accord, and this isn't a case of Americans against Mexicans or anything of that sort. It's a matter of human lives against ravenous wolves. Now get off your brag and act like you're as grown up. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18.
If Cortana's ragged corpse had never heard of the military device known as War of Nerves, they appeared thoroughly to understand the principle involved. An hour dragged by, and the diminutive garrison barricaded inside the old Presetto might have meant nothing to the churning horde of men filling the plaza. Fists were waved in their direction, and the silent sandstone gateway was given a wide berth. But nothing whatsoever happened. While the slow trickling minutes contributed inevitably to the heavy atmosphere of suspense, Pat knew a council of war was in progress out there between General Wall and the other officers. Beyond a doubt, the Presetto would presently be stormed. By sheer coolness and force of will, Pat had constituted himself commander of the tiny group of defenders. His simple preparations proceeded so serenely that Ambler questioned whether the others realized the full seriousness of their dilemma. The barricade across the gate was built higher, and several of the outlaws posted themselves directly behind it. Others climbed to the top of the wall to crouch below its parapet. At Pat's direction, the big outlaw Durkin and another man clambered up through the ruined tower to a point enabling them to survey the outer walls. Durkin had barely reached his position before calling down through the thick morning hush. "There's a gang of hombres up there prowling along the side wall, Stevens," he announced harshly. "Give 'em a blast or two to break it up," Pat called back. "But no target practice, Durkin. We can't be wasting lead." The Alhoot's carbine cracked, and it brought forth a rattle of musketry from below, and dust puffed from the tower walls. The balls did no damage. "Keep a sharp watch there at the gate," Pat warned. Sam was behind the barricade. He ducked and turned. "Well, that shooting sure made 'em mad," he called. "They're surging up this way. Ain't no officers with 'em neither. This is a mob of mad dogs." The white-clad soldados rolled towards the gate in an angry wave, yelling and throwing up their guns. Their words could not be made out, but it was plain that they meant to seize Dwyer and McGill. Pat watched them swing forward till it seemed he must surely be delaying too long. "This may be it," he muttered tensely. "Let 'em have all you got, boys." A dozen guns crashed out in unison, a fusillade flying out of the barricade. Hit in the legs, a couple of pinions went down, and a third screamed in pain, and the line wavered and then broke. Pat saw an officer dart forward, yelling at the riotous peldos and waving them back angrily. "That wasn't an organized sortie," he said. "This rabble is showing signs of getting out of hand. No telling how soon the real push will come." The line of battle was thrown up raggedly against the plaza, the soldiers taking an occasional pot shot towards the impregnable walls, and it became harder to determine what went out there as military order slowly suspended into chaos. Dwyer was as defiant as ever, striding about the patio like a caged cougar. Pat caught him making for one of the doorways leading back into the mysterious rear portion of the ruin. "Get out of there and stay with the men where you're needed, Dwyer," he ordered curtly. "I know that you're itching to sneak out the back and save your own skin. You're not doing it this time." Cal's snarl of blustering contempt said that Pat had hit the mark accurately. "I'll fight as long as you do, Stevens." "Let's see that you do, then." It seemed less important what Rip McGill might find to do with himself. If not yet demoralized by fear, the old bluffer was thoroughly rattled, prowling about restlessly as if lost, fingering his gun and muttering to himself. Ambler saw Julie watching her parent with consternation from one of the inner doors, and he moved towards her. "Julie, you gotta stay back under cover," he urged. "Slugs are flying all around, and it's gonna get worse." She seemed scarcely to have heard what he said. "Jack, I'm worried to death about Father,"
Can he hope to come out of this alive? Can any of us?
Unself-consciously, her hands grasped his arm in dumb supplication. Ambler could not help marveling at her continued stoutness of spirit and her blind loyalty. She seemed to have all but forgotten her very own predicament in her concern for her worthless father. Useless to point out to her the fact that Rip had gotten himself into this fix. In an anguish of apprehension for her alone, Ambler rose to the heights of guile.
Julie, it's strictly on your own account that your dad stuck it out till things have come to this pass, he declared soberly. With you once in the clear, we'll break this combination up in a hurry.
She studied his face with questioning eyes.
But I can't fly, she reproached simply.
His arm circled her urgently.
No, but you can hide, Julie. In this place?
She shook a slow negative.
No, Jack. Not anywhere that those wild wolves wouldn't certainly find me in the end. It's not possible.
He waved the idea aside impatiently.
Not here, but there's the chapel, Julie. There's sanctuary for all. They wouldn't dare touch you there. I can talk to the padre in keeping you safe.
She caught at that.
And you believe Father would be better off if I was out of this altogether?
Only too plainly she was relying implicitly now on his superior judgment. Ambler laughed her hesitations gently to scorn.
Can you question it?
He countered, throwing all his persuasion into the argument.
Why do you suppose Pat voted for making a stand here? For the love of Caldwire?
She reached her decision swiftly, hard as it was for her to face.
If we could only just reach the chapel.
Come on. He turned instantly, before second thoughts could halt her. Pushing through the crumbling doorway, he led the way back into the lonely maze of the ruin, and within a matter of minutes succeeded in thoroughly losing himself. Stumbling and hurrying, they worked down a long, brush-cluttered corridor, and after some careful reconnoitering, Ambler led the girl to a breach in the massive wall. With bated breath, they peered out. The rocky bluff lay before them, empty of life. Below wound the rocky trail leading up from the ford.
We'll climb down there, Ambler muttered, and reach the chapel before anyone spots us.
They worked downward, panting and scrambling over the jagged rocks. Scarcely had they gained the trail when a raucous outburst of laughter made them spin around. Half a dozen Mexicans were within a dozen yards, stepping into the trail around the boulder behind which they had lain in ambush. Ambler went tense as Julie stifled a scream.
Hold your head now, he snapped at her sharply. Our only chance is to get back with Pat and the others.
She saw clearly enough that they were cut off from any hope of reaching the chapel, and from the brutal smirk on their faces, these jackals belonged to Cortana asked no better than to grab a girl for hostage. Ambler they would not be so particular about. Keeping in front of the young fella to cover him, she began to crowd towards the rocky slope.
Hurry, Jack, she whipped out, low and tense. Duck in amongst the rocks before they...
She had no chance to finish. Grasping her arm, Ambler whirled her around roughly behind him. His face was grim.
Get going yourself,
he gritted, his gun in his hand. She wasted no more time, but scrambled up the rocks as rapidly as she could manage. Once she threw a glance over her shoulder, and her marrow froze as she saw one of the Mexicans in the act of lifting his rifle. It banged once, and the slug smeared a rock at Ambler's elbow. Before the pinion could fire again, the leader of the Squirmish party knocked up the barrel of the gun, venting a flood of guttural Spanish.
Hustle, Ambler grunted. They aim to grab us alive.
She understood. No chances were to be taken of a strange rifle ball striking herself, nor was it because these brooded-faced men felt any slight stir of pity for her. Up the rough slope the pair fought, perspiration bursting from their pores. Behind, terribly close, swarmed the Mexicans. Ambler waving his gun, but he dared not fire lest he set off a
retaliatory fusilage which would cut them both down. But something had to be done, and quickly. The goat-like Mexican scrambled after, steadily gaining, and with a cry of wrath, Ambler whirled jagged rock in his upraised hand. He dashed at the nearest pursuer, a direct hit. It tumbled the man, and Ambler wasted time to grab up another chunk and heave it with a grunting power. Then whirling after the girl, Scarlet, from his exertions. They barely made the bluff. Had only been there to intercept them, they would have been lost. But as it was, they darted for the gaping hole in the wall from which they emerged, and Ambler turned to fling a warning shot behind as they ran panting into another corridor. "No luck," he groaned, slowing to look scrupulously at her face. "I was sure you'd be safe at that chapel. It never occurred to me that we'd run into an ambush. I'm sorry, Julie." To his surprise, her head came up proudly. "I think I'm glad," she returned simply. "I'd prefer to stay with you. And, Dad, whatever may come. As for Dwyer," she broke off, a catch in her voice. "You don't trust him no more'n I do." Ambler nodded tensely. "He'll toss Rip to the wolves in a minute, I know that." They had better luck finding their way down to the great patio, and the beleaguered men there might have never suspected their absence for all the attention that was paid to them. "Get Julie back behind these walls," Pat directed the young fellow sharply. Something new was astir in the plaza just then. Dwyer was cursing, and others joined him as he peered over the barricade. Pat moved that way alertly. "They're getting a big wagon ready down there," Sloan exclaimed. "Looks like they're aiming to shove it right up the gate or something." Julie exchanged an eloquent glance with Ambler. Quite plainly the situation had grown no easier. It bade fair to build up to a climax long before the blazing sun overhead was slanting into the west. Pat was equally concerned for their shifting fortunes, moving from point to point of their defenses to keep posted on the enemy's maneuver. He climbed the wall agilely and cautiously looked over this latest move by Wall's forces. What Sam had said was true. The Mexicans were preparing a large and cumbersome wagon for some purpose, piling its bed with crudely bundled bales of hay. Pat's eyes narrowed with apprehension. This strange engine of war he saw being made ready was meant to supply a barricade for the advancing insurgents, no doubt in a determined effort to breach the main gate. That the outlaws understood as quickly was attested by an increase of their firing while they sought to break up the activities out there. It was without avail. The thick wall of baled hay steadily mounted on the wagon. Sooner than Pat had any liking for, it was ready for use. Rip McGill, crouching at the barricade alone, appeared contemptuous of the Mexican's design. "Ha!" he snorted blusterously. "Wait till they try and hitch a team of horses to that rig. We'll drop 'em in their tracks. That's as far as they'll get." Pat was by no means so confident. A few minutes later he detected ropes being attached to the front axle of the wagon, and nodding his understanding. The wagon was intended to be pushed up to the wall and guided safely from the rear as it advanced. Cortela's Mexicans were beginning to mass back there, calling orders gruffly and bustling about. Few of the defenders in the Presidio failed to stifle an inward groan as the high-piled wagon swayed clumsily and lurched into motion. Slowly it trundled forward, a yard or two at a time, often creaking to a halt. Loaded down as if it was with a solid wall of bales impenetrable to rifle fire, it must have borne a tremendous weight, which required many brawny and thrusty shoulders to move it. "Dang it, Stevens!" Dwyer ripped out. "If they get close to the wall behind that thing we're licked, they'll swamp us before you can pull the trigger." "Well, you should have thought of that while you was making a deal to deliver beef you didn't have," Sam Sloan tossed at him shortly. Cal had no response beyond a murderous glance.
To his credit, he failed to show any sign of losing his head in this dire emergency. It was McGill who yelled insults and imprecations at Sam, almost beside himself with excitement and rage. Pat paid no attention to the bickering, maintaining a sharp watch out in the plaza. A frown puckering his brows. There must have been 30 or 40 of Wall's most reckless and headstrong men creeping forward in the shelter of that grumbling, swaying wagon. It did not advance directly towards the gate. Pat saw it swing aside in a rude curve, as if to avoid the direct fire of the defenders. From its general course, it appeared that the aim of the attacking party was to draw up under the shelter of the high Pressetto wall and advance beside it to the gate. Stephen's eyes slit thinly. A moment later, he whirled about on the crown of the wall to call down into the patio. "Ezra, Dwyer," he called sharply. "You and one or two others, crawl up to the foot of the tower there. Take sticks or anything else you can find. Start digging at the wall. We got to bring that tower down if we can. We may have time yet."
"Why don't you climb up there yourself, Stevens?"
Cal hurled at him sarcastically, but he lost no time in following instructions, not a man in this crowd failing to recognize Pat as the leader now. Pat crept along the wall, joining the men as they clambered up. Intensely he directed their activities and would have been taken apart himself had not the scattering fire from the plaza grown hotter. Covering them as best he could, he watched the lumbering advance of the barricaded wagon. Steadily it crept towards the wall, the Mexicans behind it whooping and yelling as they scented conquest. The tower wall was unbelievably thick. As he threw the feverish workers a glance from time to time, Pat's hope sank. It seemed impossible to undermine the support of that ancient pile within an hour. But as the sweating men perspired, great chunks of the wall crumbled and fell away, and soon there was a sizable breach in the base which widened as they hacked at it. "More on this side," Pat called curtly. "If you don't drop it just right, you might as well forget the whole thing." They did as he said, and the ragged tower, 10-foot square, trembled and groaned with every blow that was struck at its base. Yet it still stood staunch. Pat peered over the wall. The wagon barricade was almost underneath now, grinding and crunching with fateful deliberation towards the gate. "Give her hell!" Pat yelped, whirling fiercely at the crew of diggers. So sure was he that they were bound to prove too late that he was as surprised as any of them when the tower gave a sudden lurch and started to lean. "Get out of the way!" Ezra yelled, and he and the others leapt from the wall spread-eagled. Pat waited till the last instant, gauging the fall of the towering mass of adobe. It seemed sure to fall too far outward, and then, at the last, some quirk in the base caused it to swing towards the wall, and down it come with a swish and rush, gathering tremendous momentum as it neared the ground. The last thing Pat glimpsed before he sprang clear was the hay-piled wagon directly underneath the impending mass of the disintegrating adobe. The tower struck with a thunderous roar, shaking the patio walls like an earthquake, and a pall of dust puffed outwards thick enough to cut with a knife. Nothing could be seen through the murk, but all knew jubilantly what had occurred.
"Damn it, Stevens, you're all right,"
Dwyer admitted with a grim laugh.
"You made hash of them hombres. They won't be trying that trick again." "Somebody said they seen Wall himself behind the wagon," exclaimed Sam. "You reckon we got him with the others?" "Wall? Ah, damned renegade!" Rip McGill exploded in a heady wrath. "He's responsible for all this. If he's out of there, by Joffrey, I'll scalp the devil himself."
He sprang up the log barricade before anyone could stop him, and leaping through the archway into the open. "McGill!" Pat cried piercingly. "Get back here, you fool! You'll be killed out there." An instant later,
They heard Rip's bull-like bellow through the dust pall outside and a quick spattering of shots. Julie screamed, looking like a ghost, her hand on her mouth. "Blast him!" Stevens ground out. "Come on, boys. We'll see what we can find." In a body, they burst through the gate, diving into the shroud of dust, and before he had gone 5 steps, Pat stumbled over something. He hauled up sharply, just as a musket exploded almost in his face. The Mexicans had taken advantage of the obscured dust to run forward and examine the wreck of the wagon and the crushed bodies of their raiding party caught by the fall of the tower. Crouching down, heedless of danger, Pat turned over an inert form and peered into the lifeless face. Ambler, almost barging into him, hurried forward, and he found Stevens grim. "It's McGill," he rapped out. "He's gone, the blasted fool. Get a hold of the arm, boy. We'll drag him back inside ourselves before they smother us out here in the open." End chapter 18. Chapter 19. The hasty makeshift funeral service with which Rip McGill was laid away in a shallow grave inside the patio, wet by Julie's tears, made little difference in the grim siege in the Persetto. 10 minutes later, peering arrogantly out over the barricade, Dwyer almost fell when a musket ball whistled close to his head and then scrambled hastily back out of the way.
They doesn't seem like they're forgetting about you, eh, Cal?
Sam grinned.
"One down and one to go. That's Wall's motto."
Dwyer scowled, and the significance of all this was not lost on him for a moment. The other outlaws had taken to glancing at him sourly, as if asking themselves why they bothered to put up with his unwelcome burden. He got it, and oddly enough, it often tended to augment his cold defiance.
"He's due to go off the handle and land us all smack in the fire,"
Ambler muttered uneasily to Julie, striving to get her mind off her loss. Still in a state of shock, the girl turned to him now without reserve.
"Jack, I'm afraid,"
she confessed, her small face emptied of that stalwart courage which had sustained her for so long. With the death of her father, worthless as she knew the man had been, had gone the last prop and support of her sturdy self-reliance.
"Well, just keep a stiff upper lip,"
Ambler adjured, studying her anxiously.
"You've done fine so far. You've gone through more than enough to make any girl wilt."
But she seemed to have come out of a bad dream, tragically aware now of the stark peril which, for the sake of her parent, until now she had resolutely refused to see. She shook her head slowly, with dolorous conviction.
"If we don't make it," she whispered, clinging to him, "you'll know what I've always thought of your goodness to me."
"Pah!" He strove to cut her off, to crush this hopeless pessimistic.
"I only did what any fellow would. Why, Pat and his friends would have done the same, Julie."
"Have they?"
Her forlorn smile said that she was not fooled for a second.
"It was you who risked yourself for Dad and me, there on the Batwing. And at Tucson you fought. I haven't forgotten."
Ambler sought to awake her to the possibilities of the future.
"Well, shucks, when we get out of this."
A harsh-voiced altercation broke through their preoccupation from outside in the patio. Starting, Ambler glanced out. Gunfire from the besiegers had commenced again, and slugs thudded dully into the adobe wall, and outlaws were firing a desultory return. In the center of the patio, Dwyer was arguing hotly with Pat Stevens.
"I'll do as I darn well please,"
the venomous outlaw leader bellowed.
"It's my hide that they're after."
"And I'll say that you'll go when I tell you, and do as I say," Pat thundered. "It's my own hide that I'm trying to save, and you ain't tossing it away. Get up there on that wall and don't be wasting your lead." Dwyer looked ready to balk at all authority, red flecks glinting in his eyes. The sudden burst of increasing fire from outside the walls made him think better of it. He ran to his position cursing, and just in time. The swelling rattle of musketry presaged a determined attack.
Stay back, Ambler warned the girl swiftly. They need me. I gotta get going.
He ran out to join the battle, his colt roaring as he caught sight of dodging figures beyond the gate. This proved to be the most violent attack yet. Rifles sprang along the thick walls, and the acidy smoke of the gunpowder drifted on the heavy air. The Pieldos broke again and again from the cover of the wagons, making for the gateway, only to be stopped each time by a flashing fuselage. Time seemed deceptively to drag by during the tense moments, which was actually fleeing away on wings. It was already past noon, the boiling sun glaring down on the turmoil in a pitiless indifference. Ammunition began to run low among the defenders, and still the ragged white-clad army mounted sortie after sortie. Doubtlessly, General Wall, directing this heavy besiege, had determined to breach the defenses if possible before waning day hampered his efforts. Afternoon stretched out with no marked change in the terms of the contest. The shadows were growing long when Pat saw Dwyer spring from his post with an oath and start for the barricade gate on the run. "Hold on now." Pat swung him around with a rough hand. "Where do you think you're going?" Cal hardly saw him, face rocky with bitter resolve. "Hell, them crazy Mexicans can't hit a barn," he whipped out recklessly. "I just spotted that damned wall out there, and I aim to run him down and smoke him, Stevens. That'll break this fool thing up in a hurry." Pat shook a flat refusal to allow any such attempt, even while conceding Dwyer's bull-headed bravery. What you're proposing is suicide, man," he said shortly. "You might reach Wall, but you'll never get back here alive." "Well, damn and blast, Stevens." Cal was in no mood to go browbeaten now. "If you're in charge here, do something, or I will. My belt's empty, and I'm sick of stalling." He broke off with a ferocious glare. "What's it gonna be?" Pat understood that, regardless of sense, the man was on the ragged verge of exploding into violent action in almost any direction. He thought swiftly. "Will you stop choking the horn if I explain my plan?" he asked. "What plan is that?" Dwyer was ugly. "We'll take to the horses, of course," Pat tossed back. "That's the last thing they'll look for, and I think it's going to work." "You mean sneak out the back?" The Alhoot strode tone rejected that. "This place is surrounded." "Not the back. Straight through the gate, Dwyer, and right through the middle of 'em all. I've found," Pat drawled, "that surprise always works with their kind if it's big enough and sudden enough." The outlaws had drawn close, and listening to this talk, they discussed the plans in quick, gruff tones. All seemed of the conclusion it might be just mad enough to succeed. Ambler alone demurred, and he was vehement. "You're asking Julie to ride through that cutthroat rabble with the rest of us, Stevens?" he demanded. Dwyer unexpectedly rounded upon him. "And what are you doing here, punk?" he ground out. "Let the men talk. If you hadn't insisted on following the girl like a sick calf, you wouldn't be here at all." Gritting his teeth over a useless retort, Jack started away. "Ambler, you and Julie get the horses ready," Pat instructed him levelly. "And when we go, it's going to be fast." The young fellow whirled. "You mean soon?" "I mean whenever they least expect us to," Pat retorted coolly. The fire from outside increased in volume as the long afternoon waned. Still, the skitterish Pieldos had not worked up to the point of an all-out rush. Pat wondered if he could accurately judge the moment when it might come. Sunset was flooding the canyon with dreamy light when Ezra called down in the warning from the wall. "Something's cooking out there," he told Pat. "They're scurrying around getting ready for some sort of play." Within a matter of moments, the thunder's gunfire increased. Probably Wall intended this to be a showdown. The outlaws watched warily, conserving their fire. There was not enough shells left amongst them to stave off a major assault, and Pat measured the outlook with grim brevity, and he made up his mind.
All right, boys. He waved them down from the walls, and they gathered about him swiftly, sensing some decisive action. He glanced about them sharply. Is everyone accounted for? All right. Well, we'll take to the horses. There was iron in his curt tone. Let's get out of this. With a rush, they made for their saddled mounts. Swarming abroad, one of the roans, Dwyer looked sternly triumphant once more. All these men felt obscurely sure of themselves in the saddle. Julie, Pat turned to the girl, you'll ride in the middle, crouch down and stay between Ambler and me, no matter what happens. She nodded mutely, crouching her reins with bloodless fingers. Outside, the crackling of guns was mounting still higher, and it seemed impossible that men could ride through such a storm of lead and survive. But Pat was counting even more heavily than he admitted to himself on the element of sheer surprise. They rode out into the patio, lined up, and paused for a last tight glance all around. All were as ready as they'd ever be. Make for the gate. Take that barricade on the fly, Pat ordered tensely. We'll shove straight up the canyon if we get through, but keep on going regardless. Dwyer triggered the rush by abruptly hurling his pony forward, and the others were not far behind. They strung out slightly to allow for room at the gateway, and with a fiendish yells echoing off the walls, they burst out of the saddle like rockets. Cortana's army had looked for no such startling move, and for a moment the rattling of muskets slacked off completely in what must have been sheer stupefaction, as an officer or two here or there amongst the wagons let out a bellow of rage, and then the whole cut-throat army vented a thunderous roar. Taking the lead in this helter-skelter flight and flogging the extra Barry-esque roans ahead of them for cover, Ezra and Sam laid a zigzag course through the wagons, the hooves of the flying roans striking sparks underfoot. A luckless soldier, unable to dodge back out of Sam's way, hurtled end over end as the horse rammed into him and raced on, and Pat snapped lightning shots towards the few tense figures showing through the boiling dust, and Julie rode as if borne on the back of a pony. Recovery from dull astonishment came to these stoic pinions slowly, presence of mind they never succeeded in wholly recapturing. A dozen muskets flashed at the fleeing riders, but most of the rattling pildos managed only to fire haphazardly into their own ranks. A gust of wild firing pursued the fugitives as the horses broke past the outer edge of the encampment, and scarcely believing in their own escape, the tense riders gazed ahead. Orange twilight showed them the empty canyon stretching to the fore, shrouded in mesquite and chaparral.
We made it!
Dwyer turned back, jubilation brightening his hard face. He seemed cockier than ever, his thin lips twisting, and he came to himself with a jar as Pat shoved his horse up alongside. I'll bother you for that gun, he told the outlaw curtly. You won't be needing it, Dwyer, and for some innocent person might get hurt. Cal's eyes went wide with astonishment.
What do you mean, Stevens?
He strove to bluster.
I helped you out of that jackpot, and we're in the clear now. I'll as soon as be saying so long to you.
You'll be saying it in 10 minutes after you say hello to Ranger Hall, Pat retorted briefly. Maybe you forgot a few things, Dwyer, but I haven't. Give me the gun. Taking his chances on the temper of the other outlaws, he reached over for the pistol, which Dwyer reluctantly yielded up. Now shove along and don't make the mistake of trying to pull it away, Dwyer, because this time you're not going to be making it. A scattering rattle of firing from the rear told them that some of the pildos had mounted a chase of sorts. The balls whistled overhead or tore through the brush, but no one was hit. 10 minutes later, even this feeble harassment ceased, as darkness cloaked their flight. For 2 hours they drilled on at their best pace, taking no chances. Mission Dolores might lay safely behind at last, but the Big Bend still stretched about them, mysterious and vast. Midnight found them still forging on, and now, having climbed out of the canyon into the wild southern flanks of the Chiatos, they could feel confident that Chano's Cortana's wild rabble had been shaken off for good. "We're pulling up, Stevens," Durkins declared gruffly. He was serving notice for himself and his fellows that now the crisis had passed, Pat's rule over them could now be considered at an end. "All right, Durkin, we'll do the same. Lord knows we all need rest." He faced the outlaw frankly. "I may as well say in plain words that my interest in your movements has ended. You can pull out or stay, and you've got my hearty thanks for your help. But that don't be going for Dwyer," he warned thinly. "He's our meat, and we're taking him with us." "It's all right with me if you bury him in the sand," Durkins growled carelessly. "He's caused us fellers plenty of headaches. I hope he gets 50 years. Only Julie showed an uneasiness as they hauled up and off-saddled in a rocky gulch. Some meager food as they had with them was soon cooked over the fire. Yet it was a cheerful, bustling camp. The owl hoots were light-hearted after their narrow escape. Their jests flew thick and fast. Sam and Ezra stuck conspicuously close to Dwyer, yet the outlaw did not seem particularly concerned. It was all Julie could do to force down a few bites, still bewildered as the girl was by the cruel rapidity of events. Handed her a blanket, Ambler led her off into the shadowy rocks. "Pick out a comfortable spot, and I'll stay between you and the camp," he told her reassuringly. Julie looked her thanks. Emotion welled up in her, but strength appeared to have deserted her small frames tonight. Murmuring a few words, she moved apart, and seated, back against a rock, he heard her rustled movements as she settled down for the night. The men at the fire were still moving about, and he watched them warily. "We'll be pulling out early in the morning," Durkin was advising Pat. "Probably not your way." Pat merely nodded. "Good luck, boys," he returned as quietly. The camp fell silent as men sought their bedrolls. Jack knew that at least one man must remain awake to guard Dwyer, but thick shadows clustered in the defile as the fire died down, and he could see nothing. Night dragged on, with its wheeling stars. After long hours, someone got up to move about for a few minutes and tossed more wood on the dying fire. Ambler watched the flames for a long time. It must have been drawn on towards morning, and the fire was only a heaping glowing coals once more when action broke forth suddenly and violently in the shadowy camp. The first Ambler dreamed that anything had gone wrong was when racketing gunshots ripped the night's silence. Frozen with amazement, he saw the lancing muzzle bursts and divined their aim. The knowledge jerked him to his feet, trembling. "It's them owl hoots on the rampage," he whipped out. "They're murdering Stevens and the boys in their blankets." It was too dark to see down there, but a rush of stamping boots followed, and Ambler sensed the rapid movement of stumbling bodies. Gun in hand, at his wits' end where to turn in this sudden emergency, he hesitated for only a moment, torn by indecision, but that short fraction of time proved a grievous mistake. Before he could break from his immobility, something hard and cold crashed down on his skull, and brilliant lights flashed in his brains and went out, and he dropped like a sack. It seemed like an endless time before he heard faint voices far away, and struggling back to consciousness, he suddenly started up, staring wildly about. Steady, boy. You'll be all right." Supporting him, Sam Salone eased him back gently. "You got an awful thump of a knob, from the looks of her. Or take her, just rest here a minute." Ambler saw he had been carried to the fire. Only Pat, Salone, and Ezra were standing in the light now, their faces grim. Ambler struggled to his feet and started away. "No use looking, Jack.
Sam spoke with an effort. She's gone, if it's your Julie you're thinking of.
Ambler stared at him, tragic of countenance.
Dwyer again? Cal always swore he'd have her at the inn,
he exclaimed.
He said she had more nerve than some men.
He glanced at Ezra and Pat.
I thought you gents were done for.
Pat nodded briefly. And so did some of them outlaws. Evidently they got to thinking about the Bar-S horses and decided to grab 'em. They fired into our blanket rolls, and as it happened, he continued dryly, none of us was in there at the time.
Ambler's brows hoisted. You mean you was watching for just such a play?
He made no effort to suppress his surprise at the keenness of these cagey men. We've still got the horses, if that's what you mean, Ezra retorted. But Dwyer got in the clear along with the others. Reckon he's probably got a grazed rib or two, but he grabbed the gal and took out.
Oh, no,
Ambler groaned.
It's too bad, boy.
Sam commenced hastily reading his face.
We'll go after Dwyer and the girl, of course, soon as daylight comes, but if I know that cussed rat, it may be too late by the time we overhaul him.
Well, you're thinking the same as I am, Ambler charged sharply, only his hurt eyes pleading dumbly for contradiction. Sloane refused to see it, however.
Reckon so, boy.
He nodded heavily.
I'll have been mistaken if Cal Dwyer wastes so much as a single minute before he gets himself married to that fine girl tired in her drum.
End of chapter 19. Chapter 20.
Keep that bronc moving and don't make no mistake about dropping things.
Dwyer snarled in a tone all the more fierce for being carefully guarded.
Come on, shake it up. I'm your guardian now, and act as if you like it.
Night was a grateful shield for Julie McGill's withdrawn forlornness, while she numbly complied. For all that had happened to her to overwhelm stoutness and dwindling courage, this was the crowning blow. Roughly awakened by Cal Dwyer, she had stumbled dazedly into the open, knowing his heartless willingness to strike her down for a whim. Somehow she struggled to stride one of the horses the outlaws had managed to procure. There were muffled sounds of other shadowy forms moving about. Thundering away into the darkness, she was too stunned to ask what would happen to her now, and in this darkest hour before dawn, with Dwyer's heavy hand clenched upon her bridle rein, she knew only that she was leaving safety behind with every stride of the horses. A mile further on, Cal reined down wirily as the other shadowy riders drew close. The girl recognized the harsh voice of the outlaw Duncan.
Well, Dwyer, so much for your fine plans, the latter rasped. Stevens was watching them horses, and we had to pull off without him. His tone hardened. I see you got your wish, as usual. Ought to take her away from you and spoil your fun.
Dwyer's instant action was to whip out the gun that he had procured from somewhere, and Durkin's chuckle was harsh.
Well, never mind, we're pulling away now,
he told Cal without haste.
Damned if I don't hope I never lay eyes upon your ugly face again.
Tight-lipped, Dwyer warily watched them rein apart. He watched them jog off without a word, and then he whirled on Julie.
Kick some speed into that bronc, he flung at her brutally. We're getting out of this country fast.
Out in the windy open, Julie had only all she could do to remain upright in the saddle, and when it seemed that she could endure no more, a faint dawn light revealed the desolate range all about them. Dwyer's grim, bristly face startled her with its harsh reality. He, too, appeared tired and drawn, but alert. The rising sun found them climbing the league-long chaparral slope of a lofty butte at whose base the split and tumbling granite provided hiding place and lookout combined. With no food to sustain either, Julie dismounted to sink half exhausted upon the rough edge where Dwyer scanned the horizon. She knew he feared pursuit, but that now seemed a remote threat at best, and at mid-morning it was not Stevens and his friend whom Cal spied, but a single tiny object moving across the range at a distance of several miles. The sight etched a triumphant grunt from him.
"A man riding a caldo with a blazed face, eh?"
Cal grunted, although Julie could not even tell whether it was a horse.
"Take some looking into, this will."
After forcing her to mount with a last sweeping look to the rear, he headed down the brushy slope. An hour later they drew near a solitary man whose sullen face the girl vaguely remembered from some camp back on the Rio Grande. That he knew Cal and feared him was immediately evident.
"Well, Colgert,"
Dwyer greeted the man roughly.
"turn in with us. I could use some help."
"Where's Rep?" Colgert queried suspiciously, looking Cal and the girl over. Dwyer waved indefinitely to the rear without explanation. Obviously uneasy, but reluctant to refuse, Colgert turned in beside him.
"Heading north, huh?"
remarked Dwyer carelessly. Colgert flared up in disgust.
"Sure I am. The whole border's hot as running iron, and it's all you're doing, Dwyer."
Cal shrugged.
"Ah, well, it's water over the dam, old boy. Right now I got other things on my mind. Reckon you'd fit in just fine."
Wanting to say no, Colgert hesitated. He had ridden with Dwyer in the past, but had heard of the fiasco at Marfa. He was as far from anxious to be identified with the other just at this time. In the end, his weak face decided for him.
"I'll ride along, Cal. We best lay low for a while."
"Sure," Dwyer encouraged heartily. The girl followed all this with a hopeless lack of interest. In the dark, as to Dwyer's plans, she felt she could take no more. Never having been fooled about her father's lack of manhood, she had blindly clung too long to the hope that he might be saved. Her faith had ended by dragging her down with him, but she had not shared his good luck in death. Gazing about, tear-blurred eyes as Dwyer's malignant, cat-like face, never so hateful to her as now, she knew that there would be no last-minute reprieve for her.
"Come on, whip that horse up,"
Cal growled at her roughly. He kicked his own mount ahead as he spoke, and taking the hint, Colgert increased his pace as well. For hours they drove into the north, and seeing no one, perhaps because Dwyer directed the course, they followed along the lee of long ridges, employing every likable bit of cover. Evening forced a brief halt to blow the horses and afford a scant meal on the jerky that Colgert carried in his saddle pockets. An early moon saw Dwyer insisting on a fresh start. On through the ghostly brush they rode, Cal sticking close to the girl. Julie endured it all with the resiliency of her young strength. Long since she had ceased to look back. Of what avail was a useless desire, numbing her sick heart? The faint, first gleam of dawn showed them the grazing herd of a ranch only a few miles south of Marfa. Dwyer carefully circled the place, making for a lonely range camp on the edge of the lava-edged wilderness. And at his order, Colgert and the girl hung back while he looked around the sagging, dirt-roofed cabin. It was empty, and he waved them on.
"Well, here we are."
Dwyer was harshly cheerful now.
"Toss the horses in the pen. All but yours, Corgi. We'll bog down here and wait till you ride into town."
Colgert stared at him.
"Me? Ride into town? What for?" "Why, for the minister, Corgi. I'm getting married fast."
Dwyer was cocky. Colgert demurred.
"Hell, Cal. I ain't too popular in Marfa myself. What if someone recognizes me?
Dwyer's affable smile was relentless.
Well, stick to the back streets and you won't have no trouble. You can find the church easy enough, and don't forget, I'm expecting you to trot the sky pilot out here pronto.
There was an ugly edge to his careless words.
What about the girl?
Colgert asked craftily.
Maybe she'll stall at the last minute.
Dwyer's face went rock-like, and he glanced at her hard.
She won't.
He clipped off, and Julie didn't even glance up. Still, Colgert delayed reluctantly.
I suppose the Dominie wants to know why the hurry,
he demanded uneasily.
Well, then get 'em behind and shove. It's an emergency, don't you see?
Cal was speculatively crafty.
I've been hurt and fell off a horse or something. I'm here in the bunk, and Julie's bound to marry me right off. Don't worry, it'll work.
He was grimly confident. Dwyer's hard dominance in the hour of his triumph held, and Colgert finally jogged away without noticeable haste in the direction of Marfa. He was back in 2 hours, accompanied by a gaunt-faced clerk. Reluctantly as he had been to become involved, Colgert had done a good job. The minister, Hanson by name, was all concern for the man he found lying slit-eyed and silent on a bunk in a cabin.
"This man needs a doctor," he pronounced with frank severity. "His color seems good, though. Some of those cowboys seem able to withstand an incredible shock. Is this desire of marriage, and with your consent, young lady?" His kindly tone almost broke Julie. It looked, at the last minute, as if she might revolt. Her drawn face was stony and impenetrable as she thought of Ambler, and a sigh escaped her then, and she shrugged.
"All right, get on with it, parson,"
Dwyer growled, forcing a realistic groan.
"I reckon my condition bothers her some."
Reaching out from under the blanket, he grasped Julie's listless hand, his iron fingers telegraphing a silent warning. And so the ceremony proceeded. Hanson's pious murmur united the pair indissolubly, for better or for worse, till death did them part. Flies buzzing in the disused cabin seemed an ironic commentary on the purport of the hallowed words.
"All right, pay 'em,"
Cal rasped to Colgert at the end.
"Thank you, Dommy, that's all."
The sharpness he showed cut Hanson's kindly remarks short, and patting Julie's limp hand, he turned to the door, more than a little puzzled, didn't linger.
"Is he gone?"
Dwyer was on his feet, cat-like in the shadowy place, a look of keen explosion wrath his hard mouth. Her back to him, crushed by this final blow of unfeeling destiny, Julie didn't even answer. Cal stole a look from the door, his vice-like grip fastened commandingly upon her arm.
"Well, Miss Dwyer,"
he exclaimed brutally,
"now we're on our own, and to hell with Stevens and your old lady and everyone else."
He stared at her face sharply.
"Get a smile on that puss. We're leaving."
She allowed herself to be dragged outside. Even his callous stomach revolted by what he saw happening. Colgert, stoically saddling up their horses, he appeared to realize that there would be no more need for his presence, as Cal ordered the girl into the saddle and swung his leg over his own mount.
"So long, partner,"
he sang out, giving Julie's pony a whack over the rump, starting after it with a rush.
"We're going off on our honeymoon. See you in jail."
"Maybe you got something there at that," a new voice cut through his heedless exuberation. "Because that's where you're heading next." Hauling up sharply, Dwyer stared into the blue, bristled face of Sam Salone, pushing his horse out of the brush to head him off. Ezra had halted Julie's mount, and Cal's alarmed glance took an Ambler and Pat Stevens, closing in warily on either side. Arrested there, hemmed in as he was, the outlaw did not lose his presence of mind.
So, it's you birds again. Just in time to congratulate me.
He laughed.
I know Ambler wouldn't begrudge me the next few weeks.
I can tell you where you'll spend your share of that time, Dwyer. Pat threw at him coldly. There'll be bars on that window, but maybe you'll be able to see through. It is according to what kind of accommodations Marshally Bagley has to offer. Dwyer's look was bold.
It's too late, Stevens. We're hitched now, and the parson just left. Maybe you seen him go.
Playing his ace, he sucked in his breath triumphant.
Toss that girl's rightly wedded husband in the jug for any reason you could name and ask yourself if you could sleep tonight.
Obviously he thought he had them stopped cold, and Pat went along with it, staring at the girl's averted, bloodless face. Is that a fact, Julie? He asked sharply. She did not look at him or anyone.
There was a ceremony, she whispered brokenly. We're man and wife, I'm afraid.
If she expected Jack Ambler to take this without a whimper, however, she found herself mistaken. Jack shoved forward deliberately, his slit eyes glittering with a fight.
Well, there you made yourself an heir, Dwyer,
he rang out boldly.
I'm holding a trick that'll copper your play. It makes yours all a wild scrabble in this hurry-up ceremony you put on a rotten joke because I intend to kill you.
The effect of the words on Dwyer were instantaneous. Rage marred his usual feline impervity, and he whirled his horse towards Ambler in a twinkling, and they saw the glint of metal as his sixth gun flashed up. "Watch it, Jack!" cried out Pat. Even as Dwyer's gun muzzle descended, Ambler dropped off his horse on the side away from the outlaw, and with the crash of firearm, fragments of leather blew from where the young fellow's saddle horn had been. Before he could fire again, Pat hurtled his horse straight at the man, and Sam and Ezra closed in with a rush as well. But Cal had cunningly calculated all the moves of this play. Pivoting his horse, he raced between them and made for the brush, crouching leech-like over the animal's withers. Swinging away into the saddle on a fly and cutting across the open, Ambler crashed into the brush hard on the fugitive's heels. A yard or two behind, Pat saw Jack riding as never before. Ambler was having himself his hour, and he was masterly.
That way, there he goes.
Jack waved Ezra and Sam to the left.
Knock his horse down if you can, and leave that wolf to me.
Hooves rang like metal over the crumbling lava as the horses whipped through the lashing brush. Once and again Ambler rose in his stirrups to level his gun, only to delay for a better shot. "Drive him into the rocks," he called piercingly. "We'll corner him there." Cal's roan swooped like a skimming bird, lifting effortlessly over the ledges, and gradually he drew ahead. Even to Pat it looked like he might yet give them a slip. Suddenly the outlaw checked. He saw his course blocked against the ragged cliff of broken lava, and attempting to turn aside. It was too late. Ezra's slug sent his hat sailing off, and Ambler was closing in from the other side. Biting off a curse, Dwyer desperately slid from his horse, just as Jack came smashing forward. Without drawing rein, the latter dove out of the saddle and slid across the back of Cal's mount and crashed into Dwyer from behind as he started to lunge away. Down they went in a cloud of dust, but Dwyer flung free and leapt up, and he sprang towards a narrow crevice that was leading up the cliff with Ambler at his heels. Breath whistling, they fought the steep ascent, climbing at the rocks and straining every muscle and sinew, but slowly and surely Jack overhauled his prey. Hauling up below,
Pat and the partners heard the muffled crash of a gun without being able to see what had happened. But an instant later, a piercing yell pealed forth, and hard on its heels, Dwyer and his pursuer, locked in a death grip, a whirling tangle of arms and legs, came tumbling wildly down out of the rocky crevice, avalanching into the open. Rolling swiftly to the bottom, they landed with Dwyer underneath, and his head struck a rock with a dull pop like a melon exploding. Breath groaned out of him in a wheezing sigh, and his limbs relaxed. Ambler struggled up, more surprised than anything. He stared down at the inert form, so lately filled with a cougarish vitality. He stopped breathing, he gasped out hoarsely. It looks like it's the end of the line for Cal Dwyer. When she heard the words pronounced Dwyer and herself man and wife, Julie had confidently believed all feeling dead in her, seeing as it did the end of everything else. She learned her mistake when a profound and revived shock as Ambler came plodding warily around the corner of the line cabin, leading his horse. With no thought of Dwyer or anything else, she rushed forward and flung herself into Ambler's arms, trembling violently from reaction. Jack, you're all right." Anxious, small hands searching his shoulders and pleading brown eyes filled with love and concern never left his hard young face. "I thought I'd never see you again." "Well, I reckon you're sadly disappointed, then, if this young feller got anything to say on the matter." Sam Sloane stood smiling at the pair of them, like a benevolent satyr, Pat Stevens and Ezra at his back. Julie looked at him gravely for a long moment, across Ambler's shoulder, and when she spoke, the old bravery was back in her voice again. "You've cured me, Sam, of ever wanting to ride with outlaws again. You and Pat Stevens and Ezra. I know now just how tough good men can be. After the last week—" Her voice trailed off with a shudder, and she stiffened then, and rich blood rushed into her face. "Oh, I heard more shooting and saw that man racing on his horse. Did Cal get away? What happened?" Ezra took pity on her consternation. "Stop worrying," he growled with a twinkle. "Amber gave you a quick divorce."
"Dwyer's dead?"
Her breath caught sharp, and Ambler nodded, watching her face.
"He's gone, Julie. You're free as the air. You can't be sorry for that."
Pat read her troubled mind and spoke up quickly. "Yes, it's all over, and a damned lucky accident at that. They fell down a fighting, and Cal cracked his head upon a rock. It was his own wildness that killed him. Ambler just happened to be in the way is all, about the size of her." Julie's clasp tightened about Ambler in unmistakable earnestness of her concern of his danger. Seeing Jack's face light up, Sloane winked at the young fellow.
"Well, I reckon now you're faced with the job of hunting up a parson all over again," he chuckled. "Dwyer's sidekick pulled out in a hurry while the pulling was good, but we'll get that girl married somehow and for keeps this time."
Pat nodded, scrutinizing the young couple. "Well, that would be what the doctor would order for the both of them. Fortunately, Ranger Hall told me that there's a reward for Dwyer, dead or alive. He's been in the Ranger's black books for quite a while. You're a lucky dog, Ambler," he proceeded. "The amount ought to be enough to set you and Julie up for life, as matters turns out. It's all yours. Not," he concluded with a twinkle of amusement, "but what do you seem to be up to facing your own troubles from here on out?"
"I'll make a pass at her anyhow," breathed Jack.
The expression on Julie's shining face as she swept Pat and the partners with a look of deepest gratitude, still imprisoned in Ambler's jealous embrace, said that henceforth they would no longer complain of whatever life might hold in store for them. End of chapter 20. End of The Riders of the Outlaw Trail by Peter Field,
Read by Mr. Stuff and Such. Thanks for listening.